offensive ability.
Yeah, but if you're using it as an insult, then it kind of implies that you're not aware that the second one exists.
No, it just means that
no. Oh my god! How do you not get this? The other guys didn't get this either. If I
common discussion,
if I was to say to you,
common discussion, we know what it means, right?
Let me give you an example. If I was to say to you, "Dogs are gods," you are either stupid or clever. Is that an insult?
No.
Then how can that not make you understand what I'm saying?
Because in common discussion, and especially in these sorts of arenas, these sorts of topics, when we say someone is suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect, we mean that they have an overinflated sense of their own ability to argue or their own knowledge of a point compared to their actual knowledge of the point. So everyone understands this implicitly. It's not something that has to be explicitly stated per se, and that just arguing about this being, an insult is only if you really go into semantics of it.
But it's still a misuse of that.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to get semantically belligerent about it, it is. But just for anyone who uses English language the way that people generally use English language, which is imperfectly, then it works.
Jedi, were you here the other day when I had the same bad arguments used against me from a different Glober?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
They're the same bad argument.
A repeat.
Yeah.
How about this, okay? So everyone understands that when you say Dunning-Kruger as an insult, you mean that someone has an overinflated sense of their own knowledge on a subject. What's wrong with that?
You understand that that's circular because you've already asserted that it is an insult in that case.
I don't know how that's circular. Like, we have evidence to show
you said,
it's been
do you understand that when something is used as an insult, that it's used as an insult? Well, obviously, that's circular, but Dunning-Kruger isn't necessarily an insult.
No, I'm saying that when the term Dunning-Kruger is used, it's meaning the insulting thing.
I heard you say that 3 times, but you've ignored what I've said. Which is that it isn't.
So what you've said is that it's circular, which is wrong. I haven't ignored that, though. What I'm saying is that if you do the hyper-specific use of the terminology, it isn't an insult. But no one does that. Everyone understands what it means. Top left.
It means 2 things. And it's not.
I know it means that semantically, but in context of these discussions, it means top left.
Only because everyone misuses it.
Yeah, so that's how language works. If everyone misuses something, then in context, anyone engaging in a discussion within...
Just because everybody's wrong?
Yeah, of course it does. That's how language works.
No, it does. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. If you understand the meaning
another one of the bad arguments the other guy used.
If you understand the meaning implicitly, then it doesn't have to be explicitly stated. And so it is the correct usage of that language. Because the whole point of language is to get a concept across. And the concept we're getting across... I'm sorry, dude.
Like, in the same way.
Don't ad hom here. Just, engage with my argument. If you're using the English language correctly...
The same arguments the other guy used.
Dude, engage with my argument here. If you're using Dunning-Kruger... and everyone understands what you mean by Dunning-Kruger as in the top left, it doesn't matter that you haven't explicitly stated top left.
But if it's a misuse of the term, then it's ironic, correct?
No. How can you misuse a term? How can you misuse a term if everyone understands what you mean by it?
Because it's a misuse of the term.
I'm going to ask the same question. Don't just make an assertion, come up with an argument. So how can you misuse a term if everyone understands what you mean by it? That would be correct usage of the term.
Is
getting the information you want to get across to someone, across to them.
Because it's defined in 2 ways. And it's not clear until
that doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, because you're still getting the information across to the person you wanted to get across. That is the definition of correct usage of a term. It is giving them the correct information by using the term.
No, you don't just get to change the definition of a word through repeated misuse. It's not how that works.
Of course you do. That is literally how languages evolve and change and work.
Oh, God.
It is. Like there's no other way around this. Etymology, argument from etymology, is a fallacy. So if I use a word, it doesn't have to be the meaning of the original word. It just has to be what we use it in today's vernacular.
That's not an argument from etymology.
It's the same thing. It's a genetic fallacy. It's the idea that the origin of the term is the meaning of the term now, or meaning of the term in context.
So if me and 5 flat earthers decide that a level actually is only flat and can only be flat, is that now true?
No, because it's only 5 flat earthers and you. But if you're talking to each other,
right,
then in that context of you being in a discussion, hold up for a sec. If it was just for you 5 and you, then in that context, you would be using the correct usage of the word, because everyone understands what you mean by the usage of the word in that conversation. But in a conversation here and now, when I say you're suffering from Dunning-Kruger effect or whatever, it means you're on the top left. You're overinflating your own knowledge.
Yeah, it's a misuse of that term because it could mean 2 things.
It's not a misuse because everyone in the discussion understands what it means.
They're all stupid then. They don't understand that it means 2 separate things. Most people
that doesn't mean that they're stupid.
Most people
that doesn't mean they're stupid. Maybe they haven't been.
Most people I talk to don't understand that there are two separate inverse meanings for this term. And the reason for that is because the reason for that is because it's so commonly misused.
But why does that matter? And when has it been commonly misused that you can reference? When has it been commonly misused that you can reference?
Well, bro, your argument is based on the fact that that is true, and now you're challenging it.
That what is true? That it's been commonly misused? No, because I say correct usage of the term.
Yeah, this is nuts.
I say correct usage of the term is to get across what you want to get across to another person.
Hold on. Your argument for the last 5 minutes has been that it is used in the top left way. And then when I said it now, you said, what's the evidence for that? Well, your argument's based on it.
No. You said it was misused. So what do you mean by misused, and how is it misused?
Well, because there's 2 separate definitions, and it's not clear until you clarify which one it is.
But that doesn't mean it's misused. That just means that you assume everyone understands what you mean by the term, and since everyone does understand what you mean by the term, that assumption is correct, and you end up using the term correctly because you're getting the point that you want to get across using the language that everyone understands.
Right, so if everyone understood that, if I was to say to you, Dogs of Gods, you have an IQ score, and that everyone just understood that meant that your IQ score was low, would that not be a misuse of the term, you have an IQ score?
No, that would be the correct usage. If in this VC now, everyone understood that you saying you've got an IQ score meant that you had a low IQ, if that was what people commonly use to get across that someone has a low IQ, then it would be the correct usage of the term.
Oh, well,
this is what Urban Dictionary is about. This is what slang is about. This is what context is about. This is how the language works.
It's not though. There's a difference.
Go to an English degree and you'll learn all this.
There is a difference between words changing meaning over time and people misusing them. These are not the same concept.
No, there's no difference between that.
No, there is.
It's just a level. It's just a level of the amount of people that understand what you mean by that term.
No. No, you're just incorrect. No, you're just wrong. You're conflating.
It's like a threshold argument. If you have the minority of people or no one understand what you mean when you use a term, well, then you're using that term incorrectly. But if you have just about everyone understand what you mean by that term, you're using it correctly in that context. But
if it's a misuse of the term, then it's ironic.
So here's something. In England, they say they might do it in America too. They say online when they're standing in a line. Now, that would be the incorrect usage of the term online because you're not actually standing on a line. You're in a line of human beings, right? No, everyone understands what online means. Even people from Australia.
Another one of the
so would that be incorrect usage of the term online?
No,
maybe they're not stupid arguments. Maybe you're suffering from top left.
You keep talking over me, right? So you're now conflating 2 separate ideas. So this is one term with 2 meanings, and you're confusing that with two differently meaning words that are spelt the same. So these are not the same concept. So you could say online to mean
what do you mean? If I say,
and you could also say online to mean on the internet. They are actually just different words with the same spelling.
Yeah, and what changes what the person understands that term to mean?
But this isn't the concept that I'm putting across, which is
I'm going to
one
ask the
phrase.
same thing. What changes?
No, it's not.
What changes what the person thinks
It's
the word
one
means?
phrase with two
I'm going to ask the question a
inverse
third
meanings.
time.
These are different
What
concepts. There's no point
changes?
addressing the red herring, bro. It's a red herring. I'm not going
What changes what the person understands that term to mean? Just
it's a
answer the
waste of time,
question.
bro. Waste of time, bro.
All right, I'll just explain it.
Nah, just shut up. Shut up and go away. The same bad arguments the other guy made. You guys are robots.
Smells like waffles in here.
I don't know why I bother with these guys, honestly.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, it's entertainment. It's epic lol. It's like a lol cow.
It is true.
It's amazing how they'll flip-flop the point that they just made as soon as it, like, you know, with the flat being level argument. It's like threshold matters, but not if it's flat earthers who are the threshold, right?
I think the handicap that you have in this conversation, Crypto, is you're a flat earther and you can't be right.
Yeah, he just wants to disagree with me. I don't think he actually... Like, if I was a Glober making that point, I'm 100% sure he would be more sympathetic to what I was saying.
Oh, I would have thought so.
He goes, another win, ad hominems and assertions on refusing to answer a question, suck it losers. So is calling a group of people losers an ad hominem?
I think declaring win is sign of a loser. They always do this.
Right.
Like there was something to win here. The winning would have been understanding where you're coming from. That would have been the win. But he didn't. He never got it. He never was able to grasp that this term has two meanings to it. He never got it. He never won. He lost. He could have walked out that conversation better than he walked in, and he walked out worse. He took a win-win situation and came out with a stupid prize because he tried to play a stupid game.
Ironically, Peter's just described me as top left in the chat, which actually confirms that I was correct, because if I was incorrect, he'd have said Dunning-Kruger and not top left.
Yeah.
Funny you had to specify. Well done.
Yeah, which was my point the whole time. But, you know, whatever.
Like, ping that to Dogs and see if he can get the irony. He probably won't. He's so bricked, they'll go right over his head.
Yeah, I do feel like they just say "nah" a bunch because of just you know, Team Red versus Team Blue. It's not actually trying to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway, whatever. We can move on.
My take is that, you know, a lot of the theists use that against the atheist, the whole Dunning-Kruger thing, which is like misplaced too. And instead of actually thinking about a way to counter it, they just spiral about it and then want to say it to somebody else. It's kind of like pass the hot potato. You know, what's the worst thing, the dumbest shit you can say, and then pass it down the line. today's National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. My coworkers came and said, like, he went to get a coffee at a coffee shop nearby here, and they said, "Do you want to buy an officer a cup of coffee?" He's like, "Fuck no, I don't want to buy no officer a cup of coffee." Like, he's in there by himself. Like, where is he? Is it like, Terminator, or Predator armor on or some shit, He's like, "Oh no, just the next time an officer comes in here, we'll give them the cup of coffee for free." And he said, "Well, don't you give like government workers free shit anyway?" They're like, "Oh yeah, they get a free cup of coffee if they come in here." So why the fuck are you asking me to buy him a cup of coffee if it doesn't cost anything to begin with? And then the girl at the cashier was like, "I don't know, I was just told to ask." Fuck.
To be honest, though, like I get people offer to buy me drinks all the time. With I'm a DJ, right? So people often they'll say like, "Oh, can I buy you a drink?" But every single venue I work at gives me free drinks, so I'm always like, "No, don't bother." And then they insist anyway. And I think it's like people think it's respectful to like buy me alcohol, and it's like I don't drink, so like I don't want a beer even if it's free.
It's like here in America, you got the police officers running around town like they're starving ranch hands, like they're just like famished. They can't get food. Like, seriously. And then you need a day where they pretend like they don't get free coffee every day of the week. Every day of the year they get free coffee, but suddenly today they don't. And to appreciate that, you gotta buy them a cup of coffee, which they don't pay for.
American silliness.
Yeah, I was gonna go there too. I was gonna run a skit. I was like, go to the same coffee shop. That I was gonna be like, but I have like a French press that I have at work that I use. I make my own. So I was just gonna go there and be like, "Hey, you want a cup of coffee?" And they'd be like, "Do you want to buy?" And I was like, maybe they should buy for us. This like is this like the day where it's reverses? Like all year long they're getting fucking handouts. They get government paycheck. On Officer Appreciation Day, they show you how much they appreciate being able to walk around town initiating violence for non-criminal offenses. And how much they love their job, and how it perks and the privileges and all the shit they get that comes with it. Qualified immunity. When's the last time you ever saw a police officer in traffic court? "Oh, I saw you run that stop sign." "Oh, I'm an officer." "Oh, okay, take care, brother."
So I just asked Andre in chat if there's any scientific proofs that have been replaced, and he said Newtonian mechanics was replaced by Einsteinian mechanics.
Oh, you got it backwards, huh?
Andre, do you want to defend yourself?
That's literally two things that don't have a hypothesis replacing each other.
What is it to defend?
Can you name the hypothesis for either?
A hypothesis of what? Sorry, I need to turn my volume up.
The hypothesis
sorry.
for Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics?
The hypothesis behind Einsteinian mechanics?
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
as it pertains to gravity, the hypothesis would be gravity is an effect which is caused by the curvature of space-time.
No,
And it's not
that's not.
force.
That's not a hypothesis.
Well, I mean, do you consider Einstein's theory a theory or not? Because I don't know where you're coming from.
Not scientific theory, no.
And why is it not a scientific theory?
Because it doesn't use scientific method. Because doesn't use scientific method.
And you've come to that conclusion how?
No, this is a sign. This is.
I'll show you how I came to that conclusion real quick. I'm going to ask you for the hypothesis.
That's what I tried to do.
Yeah, that's what Crypto did, yeah. Round and round we go.
Okay, so I don't have this on the top of my head, so
Yeah, none of you do. None of you do. So now you know how we reached that conclusion. Thanks.
I haven't got the hypothesis in my pocket.
Neither
Okay, so
neither
so the
Einstein had.
conversation ended already? You don't want to hear me find
No,
a
don't worry.
hypothesis?
Einstein didn't had also.
You don't want to give me time to find the hypothesis? So I guess
No,
I can
Einstein
Yeah.
didn't had.
Yes. Yes. Go on.
No, he didn't
Find
had.
it. We encourage you all to look and do the research for yourself and see if you can try and find the hypothesis. Yeah, if you think you can go and find it, go and find it. You know what a hypothesis is, though, right?
Of course.
Awesome. So you'll be looking for a supposition into a cause and effect relationship with a dependent and independent variable correctly situated where all things must be physical. In Einstein's mathematical equations. Okay.
Are you guys suggesting?
Okay. Well,
Are you guys saying there has to be a hypothesis for the theory?
scientific theory.
No, it's not how it works, right?
Scientific theory.
No, it's not how it
Please,
It's not a scientific
Scott,
theory.
go ahead and find us a citation that says otherwise, Scott. Go ahead.
A theory is an explanation for a phenomenon that yields testable hypotheses.
Hey, what's a
Sci-
scientific explanation, Scott? What's a scientific explanation? Go ahead and put that source. Citation source, please, in chat.
It's whatever the explanation scientists give.
Wow.
It is.
You're pathetic, Scott. You're pathetic.
Brilliant.
But it's literally, that's the definition of it. That's
Then get it, cite it, and put it in there.
Then put
So
the
what's the test
citation
of that?
in the
Hold
chat.
on, but what's the
Okay.
test of that?
who
What's the test?
decides what a
What's the
scientific.
test of that?
What do you mean? What's the test of that?
What's the test of it?
The test of what? What is the it?
Hypothesis. The subject of discussion.
I don't know what the subject of discussion is right now.
A hypothesis.
For what?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
For what? I had 4 people yelling at me simultaneously, and you want to ask me
No
the
one else
hypothesis
talked
of
for the last
something.
20 seconds. You can't
I
hear
know.
what I'm saying?
You asked me what the hypothesis is. For
No,
what?
I asked you what the test of a hypothesis is.
It varies depending on the scientific discipline.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
Who
It's
decides
experiment.
who decides what an experiment is?
So you knew the word, you were just avoiding saying it.
But no, that's. Do you think biological experiments are similar in any way or in any reasonable way to physics experiments or geology experiments or any of those other disciplines of science? Do you think they all have the same method?
I think that some of them, if they don't have experiment at the core, then they're not science.
Well, but who decides what science is?
The scientist.
Nobody. The scientific
No.
method is
Scientific method.
defined, and it is a method, Scott.
Yeah, it's defined. It's like who
defined it?
Right. So you know the history of the philosophy of science, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So because we've had these discussions before. We come to conclusions as a group, and we then say this is the scientific method. If someone then bastardizes or butchers that later on, then they're not going by that definition. And it doesn't matter if they assert that they are, because that definition is now the definition.
So if the entire field of physics deviates from what physicists did 100 years ago, the current ones are wrong?
That's a straw man.
Well, what did you say then?
Yeah, it is.
The entire field of physics? Scott, get a clue.
What did you say? Clarify it for me. What did I get wrong?
Right? You know who Richard Feynman is, surely.
Yeah.
Richard Feynman said that if it... No?
Go ahead. I know who Richard Feynman is.
Okay. He said that if it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. Right? Do you agree with that?
If it disagrees with... I think so. I think I agree with it.
So if there's any modern day physicists who just don't care about experiment, would you say that Richard Feynman's wrong because he's a dinosaur? Or would you say that the new guy's wrong because Richard Feynman's correct?
I would bet the vast majority of the physics field would agree with Feynman.
It doesn't matter if they do or not. It's not their agreement that's relevant.
What's relevant then?
The adherence to the method.
What method?
The scientific method.
Yes, but what method do physicists use?
Oh, someone else. I haven't got the energy for this.
I know. Because you don't have the understanding of it, because you've never actually done philosophy of science.
Low IQ soy boys.
Any method which has an experiment. Any method which has experiment. Any method which has experiment inside, it's called science.
Yes, and every discipline has their own methodologies.
Yeah.
Because whatever you do in geology cannot be replicated in physics, and vice versa. And biology is very different from physics and chemistry, right? They all have their own.
You're going to do something in geology? You're going to do something in geology, Scott?
I don't do it. I don't do geology.
Are you going to do something in geology?
What do you mean? Are you going to do something? What does that even? What? Am I going to do something in geology?
You said you're going to do something in geology, and I just want to know, what are you going to do in geology?
You can pull it out from hypothesis from geology if you want.
Are you going to vary and manipulate anything?
Yes, of course.
What
okay, like what?
I'm not a geologist. I don't know. Ask a geologist.
Well, then why did you mention it if you don't know?
Because I know geologists, and they told me they do different things.
Okay, what did they tell you? You said you don't know. You're a moron. Don't say shit that you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Why not? You do all the time.
Name one thing.
You think the Earth is flat? Shit.
Do I think that?
How hard was that?
Why he thinks like that?
Why would I think that?
I have no idea why you think like that.
Oh,
well,
you don't have
maybe I have a level at my house and I do measurements all the time. Maybe there's that.
Well, Scott, I gotta go pick up my daughter. Take over, Peter.
Scott, you are here like for 1 month and you don't know why these guys believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, well, it's complicated. They all believe for different reasons.
Complicated? No, it's very simple.
Stay blessed, Scott. We'll see you around.
It's very simple. You take a position. You know?
Your family is more important.
So can we talk about the Einstein had no hypothesis thing? I think it's a good topic.
No, the best topic is why these people believe that Earth is not a globe.
That it's not a globe?
Yeah. Why they think that? Because of Einstein or because something else?
No. Well, most of us have been through this many a time. So can we not rehash that? I think we understand why. So why do you guys think that Einstein's theory is
Well, it all
not worth
started when
anything?
my grandpappy taught me how to build things.
Okay. This is actually a good example. Because what Einstein did, instead of having a hypothesis, he said, I think the world might work like this. Then he described what like this meant. Then he said, if I am right, then we should observe all these things in accordance with what I wrote here. And then we went, we looked, and they did. So what makes his theory useful, not true in any philosophical sense, but extremely useful, is its predictive capability and the fact that it matches with the observations. So how
Okay,
he got to
but
that
how is it
point, no,
useful?
hold on, I'm almost landing. How he got to the point where he had the description of how he thought the world works does not matter. Did he have a hypothesis? Was he enlightened one day, or whatever? Had a vision? It doesn't matter. What matters is he described a model, he made predictions, and observations agreed with those predictions. That's what makes theories useful in science in general.
Okay, so my question is, what what theories, what predictions have been made with Einstein's theory?
He predicted that the presence of mass or energy would create a deviation in the space through which things travel. And he said it will affect all things, not just massive particles, but also light and any electromagnetic wave. He then gave a number of examples of how we could observe those. And he also said, by the way, it will also explain everything that Newton's theory explains. So it can be used to predict orbits, everything, but it will also add a number of other observations on top that could not have been explained. And only after those things were confirmed, that's when the theory was considered useful. Before then, it was just considered interesting.
That means that space bending of space-time making the Earth shape spherical.
It means that the world behaves as if there was a space-time and it was bending. Yes, but is it really there? We don't know.
Yeah, and that means that Earth is spherical.
No, that was known way before based on Newton's model. Newton's model is good enough to describe everything about the solar system with a few
but
corner cases here and there.
Which system explains the sphericity of Earth?
Both of them, because Newton's is a subset of Einstein.
Okay, and can we check that if is that true in reality that it's spherical?
Of course, we have many times.
And how we can check that?
The explanation I will give you is not accepted in this room, so it will be a waste of time.
How about this? Does geometrical shape could be measured with geometry?
Yes, and it has.
Okay, and how it was done?
The explanation I could give you is not accepted in this room. It's not accepted. I've tried. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
No explanation, measurement, because we have the sound.
Multiple measurements.
Yeah. How we measure it?
We measured triangles.
We measure triangles, okay?
Yep.
How you measure triangles on the curved surface?
Using you get spherical triangles as a result.
You don't have. There is no such a thing like a spherical triangle.
That's why, like I said, nothing I can say will be accepted in this room. And I know this. I'm not here to argue.
What do you think about? I have another question. If spherical triangles exist, what do you think about spherical square?
Even better.
You let them skip past. We were just here. Now we're on. You let them skip past. What is it that
I am
predicted?
not willing to discuss.
What is it that predicted?
What that Einstein predicted?
No.
Yeah, what Einstein predicted it? You're saying Einstein is like Nostradamus?
No,
Yeah.
no.
You're not, are you? Is he? Are you saying that?
No, I'm not.
Let's make
Should
it
I
clear. Are
explain?
you saying that
No,
Einstein
I am.
predicted things like Nostradamus, or are you saying that there's
No,
something else that's predicting
much
these
better
things?
than Nostradamus. Much better
Much
than
better?
Nostradamus.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
go. What is it?
He said, if you
Or
look
are
at
you...
certain things, you'll see this and that.
Hey, that sounds like what Nostradamus said.
No, much more precise. He said, you'll see gravitational
More
lensing
precise.
in this
Okay.
amount, in exactly this amount.
Wow. He's better than
Yes.
Nostradamus.
Wow. Yes.
Oh, I get
Yes.
it. I get it.
If you put
Okay.
these and those numbers in my equations, you're going to explain
it's
why
just
Mercury's orbit
Einstein.
behaves the way it does. Yeah.
Just put it into the equation, and
It's
so
even better.
we know what does Mercury do exactly.
It's even better than that. There were things in his.
Go into detail. I want to know the detail of your religion. This
Okay.
sounds good.
I'm about to tell you.
Pretty good.
I'm about to tell you. There were things in his equations that he didn't even know were there. And when people told him they were there, he didn't believe they were physical. And 50 years later, we confirmed that they did exist in reality, despite what Mr. Einstein even thought. So he even predicted
So what was
indirectly
there? What was
things
there?
he disagreed
Hold on, let me
with.
just stop you. What was there?
That's how powerful science is.
Powerful
Black holes,
sciences
for
were
example,
there.
black holes.
What was there? Okay, so black
Neutron
holes are
stars,
there.
black holes, yeah.
So better than Nostradamus predicted there's going to be Mercury causes better than nothing's there.
Yeah, much more precise.
Oh, hold on. Be more precise in your language. I want to know from A to B. How do you get to that point?
From which point to what point?
Well, from you're saying there's some prediction of what Mercury does, so now we can see things that aren't there. I do it again. Be more specific and more
Okay,
detailed next time.
I'll give you two predictions that Einstein made that were verified within his lifetime. One was the observations of the orbit of Mercury were not explained using Newton's equations. There were deviations from the predictions from Newton by some ridiculously small fraction of a degree. Einstein said, if you use my equations, there won't be any deviations anymore from mine equations. And that was confirmed. And the other prediction he made, if you find the right circumstances of a star visible around the sun, you'll see it shifting its apparent position due to gravitational lensing, and it will be by this and that amount. My equations will tell you. That was also confirmed. There were many other things in general relativity later discovered, also during Einstein's life, that were not verified during his life, but were verified later. So that's it. That's what makes a strong physical theory. Is that it matches observations. That's all that matters. How it was arrived at,
Hey,
was
I
there
apologize.
hypotheses, doesn't matter.
I apologize. Can you
Apology
do
accepted.
can you do the second? Can you do the second? What is it? Providential prediction.
Gravitational lensing.
And details of that, please.
Yeah, so in his theory, Einstein predicted that if there is enough density of mass or energy in a given spot, it will distort space-time significantly enough that you will see it when light travels through that area of space-time, and it will bend light, and you will be able to observe that, like if light went through a
Okay, that's
lens.
interesting. So so that's interesting. Why doesn't the light just go straight through the gravitational lens, like the bubble? Why doesn't it just go straight?
Okay,
Because a
that's
photon
good.
is a massless particle.
I know, but in his previous theory, which got unified with general relativity, so it kind of contains both special and general, he already postulated that light travels through space-time, that all things travel through space-time, that it is the fabric, it's like the replacement for ether that some people like. It is, in a sense, the medium through which light travels. So if that medium is distorted in some way, then the things that travel through it will also be affected by that.
So ether, okay. An ether
You can think of it.
replacement.
You can call it ether if that
It's
makes you
ether.
feel better. These are just words.
Okay. No,
I
I'm
mean, a
just
physicist would disagree with me, but I've
because
been
I hear a
long
lot of
enough
people
around
talking
here
about
to know what
ether.
the. Yeah.
And then so it really is like so space time is ether.
Physicists would
He
disagree,
has
but words don't
he
matter.
did a
So
he
yes,
he
it
did a
is ether.
Nostradamus better ether.
Can I
Yes, it is ether.
can I give you another word to consider?
Oh yeah, sure. I like quantum foam.
Oh, okay.
But
No, I like das Raumzeit. Does that sound good?
put that in chat. Sounds great.
Okay, I'll give it.
You also need to put an
Kind
explanation
of like
as to what it
the
actually
heavy.
means.
It means space-time in its original language. But it sounds better. It sounds
Which original language?
German, obviously. That's what the theories were written in. It
That's
sounds
yeah,
like
in German. No, great. Okay, no,
it sounds
I
like
get your reference to
Rammstein,
that.
right?
Yeah, ether.
Rammstein,
Is
Raumzeit.
that
Cool name.
is that physical?
We're all living in a man. That's one of my favorite songs.
Is that
Yes, of
physical?
course.
Space time? Yes.
Of course. Everything's physical.
Time is physical.
In a sense. It affects
In a
physical
sense,
things.
like a law.
Yeah.
Like a law.
It affects
Is it love?
physical
Is
things.
it love? Is it love physical?
In a sense, I think so.
Oh, in a sense. Okay. Now we will put the light through the love. Can we do that?
No.
No, but we can put the light through the time, space time. Is that correct?
We can put what?
We can. The light can travel to the space time, but not through the love.
I'm having a hard time. Po polsku powiedz mi może.
Yeah, I'm telling you that light. You are saying light is traveling through space time, but cannot travel through the love. And space time
Through
and
the
love
what?
is the same.
Through the I don't.
Because love, you know, it's a love, it's a concept. The space time is the same thing, concept, you know.
Miłość, любовь.
Not, yeah, love, любовь, yeah. It's not physical, you know. It's a concept.
I don't know. I feel it in my heart, and sometimes I show it to my wife in a very physical way.
It's not physical. It's concept. You cannot the travel cannot, you know, light cannot travel through the love, you know.
Does love exist if there are no humans?
What does that question?
I got you there, right? Well, in a sense, it
What
would
is
be
that?
physical. It's impertinent. I don't know why you started talking about love, brother. Let me go.
I'm
Release
speaking
me.
about
Release
concept.
me.
I'm speaking about concept. The love is concept. The space time is
Well, then
concept.
I'm exploring that concept with you.
Yeah.
If there were no humans in the universe, would love exist?
If we had no humans in how to say, should we speak about this?
I don't know. You wanted to go philosophical.
Now, if we don't have humans, can we have this conversation?
No.
If there were no humans, you can't have love because love is a thought.
Thank you. So it's physical, right? It takes place in a physical body.
And humans have thought. So therefore, love can only exist where people can think.
Am I being sabotaged, or is this a genuine conversation?
Are you saying that animals does not love?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
Well,
okay,
I wanted
it's a concept.
you to
You're
be
speaking
specific.
about concept. You are saying that light is traveling through the space-time, through the concept.
That's a concept, yeah.
Yeah, how something physical can go through not physical.
No, reality is physical. Okay, let me.
Reality is physical, but space-time is concept.
Will you let me answer, or are you gonna just cook yourself on your own? I can go on mute, and you can just cook yourself. Okay, so you want me to answer. So let me explain it differently. Like I said, it doesn't matter what words you use. It doesn't matter how you arrive at a physical theory. Here's what matters. Once you make the theory or a model and you make predictions from it, Do they agree with the natural physical reality surrounding us, or do they not? If they agree consistently and to a good degree, then we consider that a useful theory. If they do not, we just say, hey, you had a cool idea, brother, go drink with your friends, talk about it, but it's not useful.
Okay, I have a prediction for
It's
the
that
reality.
simple, and you guys overdo it because you think you have cracked the code to science, but you haven't.
No,
You
we
just
didn't crack the code. We predicted. We predicted something. Our prediction is that Salt Lake, Bolivia, and Suez Canal will not change. It will remain the same every day. That's our prediction.
Yeah, but you don't even have any idea what that means geometrically, and you talk about it with
that means
confidence.
it will stay in flatness where they are. That means Suez Canal will not curve at any time. It will be the same, and that's my prediction. And Salt Lake in Bolivia also will not curve. It will be flat because it is flat. That's
Let
my
me ask you
prediction.
a question, and it's pertinent. How many years did you spend studying geometry?
All my life.
And in those studies, did they teach you about different types of surfaces in geometry?
Yeah, and then do you know what they teach me? And I learned about that a lot, about sphere. Every sphere, that means ping pong ball, then basketball, then bigger ball than this, then bigger ball than that. Every of that balls has drop over distance. Every of them.
Of course.
Yeah. Do you know what
They
which
taught
one
you
has
well.
no? Do you know which one has no drop over distance?
A Euclidean plane, for example.
Yeah, the sphere which has no the drop over distance is this one. What was claimed that it is sphere.
Yes, and I disagree with your findings. And let's leave it there. I didn't want to talk about the shape of the Earth. That's a lost cause around.
Of course. Why should you talk about the shape of the Earth on the 24/7 flat Earth server?
Because I've talked about it several times, and I've accepted that there's no point.
Well, you can go back on mute then. I guess you don't have to be unmuted if you don't want to talk about the topic.
Yeah.
Do scientific theories need a hypothesis?
No, you
And
don't
this guy
want.
just jumps
You don't
in,
want to speak.
starts
You don't
talking
want to
about the
speak.
Suez Canal.
No, you don't. Only one thing. You don't want to speak about most important thing. These people think that Earth is not a globe.
I know it's a globe, but I also know I cannot
No,
convince
but
them.
you
So
don't
what's the
want to
point?
speak. You don't want to speak with the.
Okay, I will
because
speak
people-
about it. Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Let's do it.
let's go. Can you provide drop over distance in any location on this world?
Yes, Jedi has the equation that he likes.
Can you provide drop over distance in any location in this world?
Yes, it's exactly the same from any location
Okay.
on the sphere.
Okay, provide it.
Well, depends on the radius of the sphere.
No, I said, can you provide it? Can I see that?
For the Earth?
No, for the Jupiter?
No,
For the
I don't
Earth,
know
of
it.
course.
I don't have it memorized. Jedi often quotes it. I'm going to
No,
try.
I'm asking you, can you provide me drop
Not
over
right now,
distance?
no.
Because you said that it's everywhere. Can you provide me one?
Okay, you mean the equation? I'm going to look it up.
No equation, the real drop over distance in reality.
I don't know what it is. I'm going to look it up.
What it is, the curvature, what every sphere has.
I don't know the actual equation describing the Earth because I don't care about it, so I don't memorize it.
You don't care about reality, what is going on outside.
I don't remember the equation. Are you insane? I'm being honest with you. I don't remember the equation.
Equation is 8 inches per mile squared.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. You said I don't know equation. Now I said equation, you said it is
I know
not.
it's not that. I will tell you what it is in a minute.
Okay.
What's wrong with that one?
It's a approximation that's a useful shortcut, but it's not the equation.
Well, what's wrong with a useful shortcut?
Because he asked me specifically, so I want to be precise. If I'm doing the research, I'm gonna find the real one. You can quote that.
Yeah, it's precise enough. At any practical distance, 10 miles, let's say, what's it going to be out from the actual circumference by? Like a tenth of an inch or some minuscule amount? Who cares?
No, he will get 7.8 or 7.9 inch or 7.7. Let's see how much he will get.
I'll tell you in a second, okay?
Okay, give me the number.
All right, let's be pedantic. Let's get it right down to every last tenth of an inch.
Let's do science. Okay,
It's
so
also
the drop
like a diversionary tactic. Like, let's split hairs over which approximation we want to use instead of just, talk about the actual contention, which is the curve itself.
Okay, so the equation for the drop from any point is radius times, in parentheses, 1 minus cosine of theta, I think you say it in English, and where theta is the angle between the radius
Can you tell me
to
final
the point
result?
of the observer.
Can you tell
What do
me
you mean?
final result?
Oh, okay.
What for the Earth?
Well, it depends on the point to which we measure the drop, right?
Okay, yeah, let's say with 1 foot observer height, is it 1.2 miles or is it 3.7 miles?
That's what
or is
Jedi always said, so I'm going to go with that one.
1.22 miles. Do you know that 1.22 miles is coming from 8 inch per mile square?
It's more precise because it takes into the account the observer height.
Okay, can you use that one, 1.22 miles?
If you want to, I'm happy to use it.
Okay.
I told you at the beginning, but it wasn't good enough for you then.
That means that geometrical horizon with 1 foot height it's on 1.2 miles.
I'll work with that for now, yeah.
Yeah, but we see 10 miles with that height.
Good for you.
Huh?
Yeah, well, I didn't say you couldn't say an object that's 10 miles away. Depends on the height of the object, depends on your height, depends on the refraction.
There is a water, like an object.
A water object?
Yeah.
Okay, it could be any of it.
I see the water on 10 miles.
Good, that's good. And
yeah, but the geometry of the Earth telling me that I can see the water only till 1.2 miles, not more.
Yeah, that would be a problem on the moon, but it's not a problem on the Earth.
No, that's the problem on the Earth. I'm saying with 1 foot observer height, the geometry of Earth is saying that I can see only water on 1.2 miles, but I see water on 10 miles.
I understand, but that's not the full explanation for why we see things on Earth.
Why I see water on 10 miles? Because
it gets refracted in the atmosphere.
No, that water is there. It's physical. Nothing is happening.
You don't know that. You're just looking at it.
No, I know that because it's there. Because there is
no,
some
you don't know if it's there. All you have is light reaching your eyeballs.
I know there is example. There is an oil rig. Put it in the ocean to take a petrol from the ocean. You know, there is an object in the ocean, and behind that object is a water, real one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
the physical water, it's there.
Yes.
There is no light. There is no light doing something that water is there. That water is there.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
what does it mean for you to see that water?
That means that I see that water.
Please physically explain what it means to see something.
That means that things what I see, it's there.
No, what does it mean for you to be able to? What needs to happen for you to see something? Walk me through the steps, and it's absolutely pertinent to the conversation that you chose.
I need light to see.
Okay, and what needs to happen with the light?
But when I turn off the light during the night, I see again that water.
Jesus, you're not answering my question.
Are you listening to me?
I am listening. And that's why I'm losing my patience.
Because of lights on there, what was on oil rigs, reflecting on the
Before
water.
we talk about oil rigs, let's agree on what it means to see something in general. There's an object, an apple.
No, I'm not speaking in general. I'm speaking now about oil rigs and seeing the physical water, what is
in
real.
Physical, yes.
I'm not imagining anything. I'm not speaking about science. I'm telling you what I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your room, are you in the room?
No, I'm telling you now. Doesn't matter where I am now. I'm speaking you about things what I see on the
And
beach.
I am also want to speak to you about those things.
If
But
you are on the beach, if you are on the beach, if we are together, do you see something different from me?
let's say that I do not, that I see the same thing. Yeah.
That means we see the water behind the oil rig. We don't see any phenomena. We see the water.
I agree.
Some water.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
that's it. That is not possible on the spherical shape of the Earth. That
Okay.
water, what we see there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we are here.
Okay.
Yeah. You have better examples if you don't want oil rigs. You have Suez Canal. It's like how much? 100, 200
I know.
kilometers?
You said it already. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You have Holland. It's all under the sea level.
It is?
Yeah.
Should we go back to the previous topic?
The topic is why sphere is so flat. Why sphere is not spherical? Why sphere is not spherical like in every geometry?
It is spherical.
Yeah, only I can. It is spherical. Only I cannot show you that in any case.
You can do a simple Google search.
Of course, but I'm not living on Google. I'm living on the Earth.
Well,
That
people
means
show you where you live in many
if Google
photos.
search,
Not a photo.
if Google search saying the water is curving, that means water must curve, because Google search is saying that. You go outside, you see water doesn't curve, and you ask yourself, why you Google lying to me? Because you can lie to me, because some guy can write on Google the water is curving, or because water can curve itself. You will trust the people who are writing on Google, or you will trust the water how it's behaving in nature?
You don't have to trust the writings. You can just look at the photos in the live streams from space. They're right
From
there.
space, but you still, if you have the curvature from the space, that means it must be also on the ground. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's from the space, it must be on the ground. Why is not on the ground?
It probably is on the ground. I just don't know any curvature experiments.
Because it's easy, you show from the space, look, it's curving, it's a sphere. Then you go down and you show in every location, look, drop here, drop there. And everybody's go home and we make 24/7 food recipe server.
What about that Eratosthenes guy? He did some sort of experiment.
What's your problem? How can I help you? Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord server.
I think someone said we should close the server because it's been proven the globe is dead. So should we do that?
No, I'm saying, prove me with that. Show me all drop over distances, in every location. Look, here is UK. Look, there is 10 miles. Look, 66 foot of drop. Look, there are
But you
20
already
miles.
proved yourself that there isn't. So
The
mission
globe
accomplished.
is done. Yeah, we
Globe is
accomplished
done.
it.
Let's go home.
Wow,
Big fucking stuff.
cool.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
open-minded. He doesn't want to hear
Well,
anything.
I mean,
if
to
it's
say
that
to like put a
obvious,
man in the front lines for a while, there's going to be
Is it?
like raging lunatic attackers coming up, mad that we replaced their religion, aren't they? So we just leave it.
If it's
fine.
that obvious, then it should be just accepted as fact, and humankind moves on off to the next problem.
Yeah, let's go.
I agree.
Yeah,
The next
you need to
topic
go
that's
home.
featured
Everything
on
is
social
alright,
media
all
that we
right.
cannot talk about. We can't talk about anything else. That's why we're here talking about the nature of reality. How about that? Can you censor the nature of reality? Can you really do that? You can't do that, can you? That would be
Exactly.
insane. That would be really crazy, wouldn't it? Why is sort of rationality being censored on
Who's
social media?
censoring it?
I don't know who. Maybe that's something you should ask. We're talking about the nature of reality here. How water is level, parallel to the plane of the horizon, which in some instances can be water as well. Pretty simple.
An irrefutable,
maybe you need
argument was made here, right? Guy said, I can see
maybe
water
you
at
need
10
something
miles,
to
the
be
earth is flat.
imaginary.
Well, I mean, you're looking at less than a
Hey, that's a
fraction
good
of a
point,
percent of
actually.
Earth's
That's a good point.
circumference. So,
Look at
He
you
didn't
making
explain
these
anything
proofs.
else. He just said, I see water, earth
I
flat,
mean,
let's go.
you didn't see a ball. Pretty good. Pretty good.
well,
I actually use that one. Wink.
okay, we don't see a ball.
But ball is there.
You could say
Wait,
that, but we don't see a specific ball that is 3959 radius with those geometric implications.
Well, I
See,
mean,
you
of course,
could
we're
just
not going
say,
to see the entirety of it.
and then somebody could be like, well, what about this size ball? And you'd be like, yeah, affirmative. Definitely never, ever do I ever see a ball with radius 3959. Ever. I never see
Maybe.
that bullshit. That's literally retarded shit that you never see. Maybe. How? Tell me how.
Okay, so I
It's
mean, there's
super far
videos where
away.
they shoot rockets
Okay.
no, I've seen videos where people shoot rockets into space and have cameras on them, and they seem to be able
Oh,
to
wow.
go high enough to see a curvature.
Well, okay, so those ones see a ball with radius 3959 miles. Those specific ones.
Well, I
But
mean, it's not
it
just
isn't.
those.
So
It's
is
that in
it
combination with
confirming
all
that
the satellites
geometry,
we have.
or is it different geometry? Is it now a bigger ball or something? Be specific, because I'm being very specific. I'm saying a ball with a radius 3959 miles. I do not see it in an airplane, spaceship. Is that what we're talking about? That's an airplane is a spaceship. It's flying through time and space, right?
Yeah, and
Something different?
those observations would make sense because your scale isn't that big relative to Earth.
Wrong. The scale tells us a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. If we're seeing curvature when we rise above the surface, then that same curvature would give us that geometric horizon distance, which we don't see.
Wait, sorry. What's your point here? That if you go high enough, you won't see a horizon at a specified distance that an equation gives you?
Not even close. Good try.
Okay, so how'd you come to this? I don't recall doing this.
It's pretty simple.
No,
You
no,
said
no,
that there's
talking about
curvature. We rise above the surface and we start to see it. We don't see it when we're too close to the surface, right? So I gave you the metrics that tell us how far away the horizon should be if there is curvature. We don't see that. So the thing that you're saying we do see when we rise above the surface, we don't see when we're down here, when we should, geometrically speaking. So it's not a matter of scale or being too close to it or the ball being too big. It's just that what you say is there is not seen.
The horizon is not there?
Oh my god. Dude, you're just
No,
retarded.
you're the
Never
one
mind.
that horizon. I said a ball with 3959. There is no flat surfaces on a ball. Okay? So you're trying to say there is a flat surface on a ball. So no one said horizon, no one said horizontal. Okay, we're still on. Do you see a ball with a specific radius? Now you're saying you do see that at a certain point, and you're trying to be dumb of where you would think you would see this at. No, I'm saying it would be apparent. You would see this bulging surface at all times. Never would you
At
not.
all times?
The fact that there
The Earth
is
is
a horizon in general with a geometric. Oh, okay, we got a mad person. Yeah, with a geometric principle of a specific stated radius, 3959. Do you want to give or take 10 miles? You can. Is that what you're claiming is what you're seeing? And when do you see that? Is my
Well, I
question.
mean,
And what that would mean that
who's what?
I want you to diagram it from me. I put a diagram in chat. I'll tag you in it. It's called the Bob and Alice paradox. It's very simple, and it's demonstrating the absurdity of only 6 miles separating your sunrise and your sunset.
That is an absurd.
Is it just absurd, or would you say it's a straw man?
Well, I mean, what you said earlier about there is no flat surfaces on a ball. I mean, sure, if you're talking about a perfect spheroid, but we don't claim that Earth is a perfect spheroid. There may be flat surfaces or it's a collection of slabs
Would
and
the water be
tectonic
flat?
plate.
It's
Would the
still
water be flat?
3959.
Would the
Yeah, that's
water
the
be flat?
horizon.
Disco ball.
Water flat?
Okay, so I'm hearing from you that you can show us flat surfaces on this claimed spheroid. Can you show us any of the curved surfaces that a spheroid would have?
Well, it'd have to be like an average, right? An average curvature over a long distance, right? I'm not gonna Wait, sorry.
That doesn't sound flat.
It doesn't sound flat?
No.
I'm not going to dispute that there's, short chunks of land that may be flat, right? But I'm saying that on the average that we'll see some curvature.
We don't generally
Is it
use
for-
land, though. In our arguments, we use water. So what about that? Is that flat or is it curved?
Heretic,
Well,
did you
what
post that
degree-
picture?
Well, we'd have no way of measuring the small degree of curvature predicted by the globe model on the scale.
Shame.
Is it
Okay.
4,000?
There's no way to measure it, so I suppose nobody ever did. All right.
Yeah,
so
what you're talking about.
Okay, so you guys are just running
When
around
you-
claiming a blind belief. Okay, fine.
I have a question. This picture,
You didn't let
who
me
posted
respond.
this picture? It's obviously misrepresenting the concept of a sphere. We're not even talking
Okay, I
about the
want
Earth
you to
here.
fix it for me. I want you to make a diagram. I'll give you a template. I want you to label three
Okay.
specific things. Write these
Okay.
down.
I
Label
will.
the line of sight, label level, and label horizontal. And we're talking about being on a dinghy with an anchor.
Okay.
We're not moving, and we're looking at
Okay,
sunrise
I'll
and
do
sunset.
that. But first, answer my
but these
question.
three things. Line of sight, horizontal,
First, I
and
need
level.
to check that you're
Label
not
those three
trolling me,
things.
okay? Let me check that you're not trolling me. Are you saying that if you pick a point on a sphere, and you put your finger on it, you're
This is
going to have
why I
two
want you to
bulbs?
diagram it for me. I'm
You're
not
gonna
trolling you. You're trolling me. I want you to diagram
answer
it
my
for me.
question first.
You're a single
Oh,
person
fuck you.
standing there,
Fuck you.
and you stand there and you see the sunrise, and you see
Go
the
stand by
sunset,
yourself
and I
and
want
fuck
you to
yourself
draw the
while
diagram
you're
for
at
me.
it. Stupid
I want
troll.
you to draw the diagram for me. Yeah, I
You're a stupid
fucked you
troll.
up with Bob and Alice, you little bitch. You're a fucking bitch. I fucked you up. Bob and Alice, that's all you got
You
to
don't
do
know.
for him.
How can I talk to you?
Bob and Alice, sunrise, sunset, we're on a dinghy. Just diagram it for me. Line of sight, level, and horizontal. Label it.
But you can add Jim and Emma from other sides also. And diagonally, you can add other people. Not only from two directions, from 8 directions, let's say.
I think since Into the Break, he's a good faith interlocutor. I think he'd be able to answer a clarifying question. Right? It sounds like
Delusional troll. That's all there is to it.
If I hear good faith interloper again, I'm going to lose my shit. That's all he ever fucking says. Say something else.
Yeah, he's fixated on that because he knows he's not.
That phrase is just going to get him muted. I'll come up with something else.
Does anyone know the globe's best Earth curvature measurement experiments?
Well, I mean, Andre
has
just told us that it's too small to be measured, so I guess there aren't any measurements.
Or using the flat, or using the flat observation and saying this flatness is curving.
You just Google curvature measurement experiment and it comes up with some, like the Bedford level experiment. How do you guys rebuttal that?
At the Bedford levels, the river miles away from where I live. The one that's observed to be horizontal and flat in nature, and you're just getting the tail end of a story where two people went to war about the results that they got. Okay.
Thanks for the unmute, Jedi. I appreciate it. Mistakes happen.
No, this wasn't a mistake. I intentionally muted you. And then told you why. I intentionally muted you. I then told you why. And then I muted you.
What? For asking a clarifying question?
If there's any good faith left in this chat, I think Ham needs to stay muted forever. We can't have a bad faith interlocutor like him messing everything up for us. The rest of us good faith interlocutors.
Well, how about this? I'll take this trade. Permanently mute me after Into the Break answers the clarifying question. And then I'll shut up forever.
The diagram for you to label is in the chat.
Freeman, does that answer your clarifying question?
Oh, nobody's selling Soylent. You little boys can leave now.
Wait, hold on. Oh, this is... Oh, damn it. All right,
No one sells Soylent.
All right, I thought this was the vegan world.
Okay, so if I were to label the diagram, where would this lead the conversation? Because you're trying to show a point, right? I'm just don't want to know, like, I don't feel like you have a point that you're going to get to, so I don't want to label the diagram.
How can we make a diagram for a person who doesn't know what a sphere is? It's going to be useless
I
either
can
way.
say that the line of sight would be directly from the telescope the guy is looking from.
Just draw on it where the line of sight is. I want line of sight to the horizon.
You got to show me that you know that spheres don't have dimples in them.
You're just looking straight out, and then the horizon's
Yeah, a
below
straight
you.
line that is like
Okay,
completely
well, diagram
level.
it. Diagram it.
Don't want to, bro. Just imagine I drew a line. The line would be directly ahead of the guy in the direction he's looking. Just draw a line straight there.
Directly in front and then behind.
Yeah, directly in
Okay,
front.
so the
he's not sitting
horizon
behind himself.
is just well below you. So you're looking down a hill. And then you turn around, then you're looking down another hill. Or the same hill. You're on one hill,
Bingo.
right? Is that
Well,
it?
it's the same
Diagram
hill.
it.
Yeah,
Sounds
if
good.
you look,
Sounds good. Diagram it. I
But
still
don't
don't
you
get it. Diagram it.
I know your point,
diagram
right? So you're saying that the horizon
I did
is like
diagram it.
looking down.
It's going to be the first thing you ever diagrammed in your life. We're going to celebrate it together.
Okay, so looking at the horizon directly would be looking down a hill. I don't disagree with that, actually. That sounds correct. Looking down at the horizon would be like looking down at a hill. The horizon is below you. So
Yeah.
360 around you. 360.
That's where the surface appears to meet the sky, and generally the surface is going to be below your eye level. So yeah, it should be a bit below you, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. What problems would arise from this?
I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't see a problem. Are you aware? That's why it's important to label the diagram what is level and what is horizontal. Because it seems you think that what at your feet, so you're looking to the horizon, and so when you look out to the horizon, you think that's below your feet, but you're looking out to. So this is why it's important. You need to label where the line of sight is, where level is, and where horizontal is. Very specific. 3 things. Just label them. That's it. You can talk. It's very simple. You have an Apple iPhone, and maybe you have something better, and you edit it. You just draw 2 lines. You just label.
I don't know, man. I don't have the best hand-eye coordination. Might look a little bit messy.
Maybe that is the case. Because you think that when you look out to the horizon, you think that your feet are on the top of a ball, and you're looking down a hill. So yeah, you do sound like you're clumsy.
Well,
sounds like that would cause a lot of clumsy problems in your life.
Okay, so I agree with your premise. I'm like a man standing on a ball, looking down at a horizon one way.
No, that's not my premise. No, the premise is that I look out. I'm standing on ground, right? I'm standing at the shore of the beach, and I look out to the horizon. So is what I'm looking at that's at my feet, right? But when I'm looking at it, it appears not at my feet. It appears above my feet.
No, it's always below you.
Talking about high thoughts. Like
Okay, you could say that, but I'm looking out at it, and it's actually not below me.
Just get a water level. Just get a water level. Just get a water level, and you'll see that it
effect
is.
where at my feet it appears that the water goes up.
No, just get a
my
water
eye?
level, and you'll see that's below you. That's all you have to do, man.
Well, of course. Well, the water is my water level.
No,
My
it's not.
feet in
No.
the sand, and the water is calmly coming up to my feet, and I'm standing there.
It
And I
doesn't.
want
It doesn't.
you to label that. I want you
So
to
is the
label when the sun rises and when the sun sets.
You gotta
I'm
stop
on a
talking at
small
some point.
sandbank. Well, you have to actually do what I'm asking you to. I want you to label what you're talking about, because I am posting a diagram in chat and you're saying it's wrong. And I'm like, okay, fix it.
In that
I want you to
diagram,
label where level is, where horizontal is, and where the line of sight is. It's simple.
I
It's
know.
so simple.
I'll just
do
tell
it.
you.
Just
I'll
do
just
it.
tell you.
You're just talking and you're not doing it. No, you're
I don't
talking and you're
know how
not
to use
doing
graphic
what
stuff.
you were instructed to do, because your words aren't going to match the diagram. And I need you to make sure your words match the diagram. So when I'm looking at the diagram and you're using the words, I can make predictions.
Dude,
Right?
breathe.
I want you to make a model to make predictions
Breathe.
with. Yes, instead of telling me to breathe, you need to be diagramming this.
Draw a
That's
line
it.
from the person. Draw
Just
a line from the
diagram it.
person. Draw a line from the person's eye
Draw
to
a
the
line. You're
tangent of the
telling me to
circle.
do.
That's the view to the horizon.
And both,
Okay?
you see the diagram I have in chat,
Yes.
where the spherical horizon comes up
with the 2 boobs,
and then
yeah?
it obstructs. Yes. So fix it. That's it. And I gave you a template.
Are there boobs on a sphere?
You to fix it. All you need to do is label the line of sight. All you need to do is label the line of sight, label level.
I would do
and
that
label
in 5
horizon.
minutes, but I don't like you, so I'm not gonna
Label the horizon.
5 minutes
And
it
that's
would
it.
take me. 5 minutes on my computer,
I
but
don't
I
think
refuse because you're an idiot.
5 minutes. Do
I'll do it for
Do
somebody else
5
if
minutes.
they ask me.
Can you do it for
Hey,
me?
guess what? I got
Peter,
lots of cartoons. I
Peter,
collect
not
them like
do it for
worth
me.
Pokemon.
telling
If
no.
you can't tell, that's what I'm trying to get you to do is give me another Pokemon to collect. You guys have the
Peter.
most hilarious diagrams.
You're a
But I
Pokemon
want you
yourself.
to. You always leave out these 3 specific things: where the horizon is,
You
where
just
your line
showed
of
us a
sight is.
boob Earth. Okay, take your boob Earth
Peter.
That's
and go
what
draw
you
a
showed
Pokemon
me.
on it.
You showed me that.
Put it
That's what
there.
you're describing. That's what you
Peter.
described.
Peter.
Jeez, bro.
Peter.
Yes.
Fine.
Will you do what he asked you to do, but for me instead?
No.
Just diagram it. Come on, man.
But you said you wouldn't do it for Stalin.
Of course, you don't even know who Stalin was. You're a LARPer. You have no idea.
Me and Stalin
Go
were
do
mates
some
back in the day.
DJing. Go do some DJing. Ask a Russian girl who Stalin was, or a Georgian girl, or a Ukrainian girl. Maybe you'll learn something.
Yeah, I I know about as much as Stalin as you do.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You didn't know his last name was Jugashvili until I told you.
Last name is Julius
So how
Caesar.
much? Jugashvili. How much did you know?
Really? But did Joe Stalin know that the Earth was flat?
You thought his last name really was Stalin?
No, I never said that.
It wasn't?
No.
It's
I
like
did
if
not
I
know that.
thought that Jedi's last name was Jedi and his first name is F.E.
Does Stalin have a meaning?
Most names have
It's a
meanings.
nickname. It's a gangster nickname. They all had nicknames like gangsters.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
Yeah, it means a man of steel.
For real?
Well, it's
Yeah.
like Boris Johnson's first name isn't actually
Wow.
Boris. Do you know who Boris Johnson is?
Yeah, is it not?
No, it's Alexander.
Alexander Boris Johnson.
It's like Alexander de Pfeffer Boris or something stupid.
Who would name the kid Boris?
Boris Johnson. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's got a stupid name. Yeah, Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson.
Wow.
And I know it's just pronounced Pfeffel, but I like to pronounce the silent P because it's funny. But regardless, yes, I'm aware that some people have stage names, Peter. But regardless, even if they have stage names, they can probably tell if the Earth is flat or not, just by measuring it.
Morris.
What do you think Stalin thought? Do you think Stalin thought it was flat?
He must have known it was flat if he was in charge of the military.
Name one person who thought the Earth was flat. That's a historical figure that you know of.
Joseph Stalin.
Okay. You'd be in a gulag if you told him that.
No, he would put you in the gulag for questioning him.
Of course, I'd be in the gulag already, but I would welcome you.
Me and you would be in the gulag arguing over the shape of the Earth.
I don't think we would have the time to do that.
I'd be like, "Why are you in the gulag?" And you'd be like, "Because I asked."
And
Joe
then
Stalin
maybe you
if-
could diagram this. Just draw a diagram.
Yeah, he's not going to though.
Label
He said
the
he would do it for
horizon
someone else.
and line of sight. That's
Yeah,
it.
he said
Line of
he said
sight,
it-
horizon.
Yeah, he said he'd do it for someone
I'll
else.
do
and
it
then
for Jedi if he asks me.
Well, you're not going to.
But GE Manufact Daddy already did it at 0 after the hour. It's a really good one.
Scott, do you not understand English? Label where
It's labeled.
level, where horizontal is, where the line of sight is,
he did,
and where the horizon is. Literally, none of that is labeled. He did, except he didn't.
This line
Where?
is the
He has horizon.
horizons.
Curved line.
The horizons. The horizon is where the blue line hits
And he's
the
looking. Where's the line of sight? Fix
It says
it. Fix
it
it.
says
Where's
right
the
there.
line of sight?
It says these are line of sight right here at the end of the blue
Okay,
line.
thank you. Andre did it. Andre did it because you couldn't do it. So he's
Well,
looking like he's at the top of a pyramid. Hold on. Thank you, Andre.
Wow, that man
That's
is
great.
tall as
What a
fuck.
roast.
Look how tall that guy
That
is.
is great. That's the best one yet, Andre. That's the best one.
Who's Andre? Where's Andre? Manufact Totem did.
He
Okay,
did
Andre
your
did good.
work
Yeah,
for you, you
I
lazy
know.
bum.
Yeah, no. So now you have no more questions, right?
Okay, no,
Welcome to the globe.
where's horizontal? So I guess the top one is horizontal.
Yeah,
Yes.
your eye
The
level.
top black line is horizontal, and
Yeah.
then
Good job,
where's
Andre.
level? Where's
Well,
level?
level would be like the same. Take the same black line, but just transpose it at your feet. Like just translate it to your feet. Essentially, just translate it
Andre.
vertically.
Yeah.
2
Andre, I've
meters.
got a
Okay,
question
wait.
for you, bro.
See
Andre, I've got a question
See,
for you,
this
bro.
is why it's confusing. So the black line is the line of sight, or the black line is horizontal.
They're both the same thing. The line of sight, because the guy is looking horizontally, straight horizontally.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
Andre, I've got a question for you.
Level is horizontal. Good job.
Yeah,
Wait,
Andre,
they're
I've got
all
a question
they're
for
all
you.
lines of sight.
Can you guys not hear me? What's going on?
The
Yeah,
guy
you can
so
see
funny
all
and
of
says,
it.
"What's the
But
line
why
of
is the
sight?
guy
Which way is the
looking
guy
down?
looking,
Oh,
dude?"
God. Cool.
Hey,
Oh yeah, he's looking to
Andre,
the
can you
right.
go? Andre, can
Andre,
you
I
just
have
go
a
fix it
question
for
for
me?
you.
Label level and horizontal, and you'll be
Doesn't work
done.
either. Cool. Andre?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. So you've got here, the black line is eye level. So is eye level horizontal?
Because of the way the man is looking, yes. If he was looking a different direction, it would be not. But he seems
So
to be
eye
perfectly
level.
level here.
So the black line is eye level.
Yes.
Thank you. So the
Yep,
black
eye
line is
level.
eye level. For fuck. I'm trying to make a clarifying statement without getting talked over. So the black line is eye level. The red line is horizontal.
No.
No.
But you've just said the red line is the line from the horizon to your eye.
Yes.
Yes.
So what do you think horizontal means?
Not that.
It would be the tangent.
If
Top left
It would be the
horizontal is
corner,
same
pertaining
black
to...
Dunning-Kruger,
line.
top left.
It would be the same black line, just transposed where your feet are.
Hold on. If horizontal isn't pertaining to the horizon, does it have any meaning at all?
It does pertain to the horizon. Let me show you.
Just said
Let me
it
just
didn't.
draw another line to show you how.
You just said it didn't.
I said it.
Yeah,
No, I
please,
didn't. What are you talking
label
about? I
We're
said
all
just
the
three
red
things.
line
explaining.
is
Label
your eye level.
level and label horizontal. Label level, and you're good. Just label the two things: level and horizontal. That's it.
Yeah,
Oh,
horizontal
Joseph
is just right
Stalin, you don't
angles
know
with
what
vertical.
horizontal is, huh? Top left.
Horizontal
No,
is right angles with vertical.
Andre is telling me that it means two different things. I'm wondering which of those two he's
It can
going
mean
to
I didn't
whatever you
say
want it
that.
to mean. Depends on the
say.
context.
No, it doesn't mean whatever you want it to
He
mean.
never said that.
To the gulag with you.
He never said that, man.
Well, then why did Peter say that I said that? Where was he strawmanning me?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
I
That
don't
was
think he did either.
just really.
Well, he did.
You wouldn't say Dunning Kruger or top left. You'd say that was retarded. What Peter just said.
Exactly. So let me try and clarify this again with you, Andre. So the black line is eye level.
Yeah.
Okay. So the red line is the line from the horizon to your eye.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So the eye level isn't pertaining to the horizon then.
Well, no.
Good. Correct.
Well,
So,
yeah. Eye level
so eye
isn't.
level is staring off into space.
Yes.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
He's getting it. He's getting it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, no,
It's looking parallel to your feet, to the tangent on the point that you're standing on, right? That's what eye level is.
Wouldn't be parallel to your feet, would it?
No, if you draw the tangent line on the point that you're standing on, the only difference between that point and eye level is that it's higher. It's 6 feet higher, right? It's parallel to that.
Andre, are you working on labeling where the level and horizontal and line of sight is? Make sure they're all labeled, please. Thank you.
I don't know, bro. I feel like I already explained that, like that black line is eye level and it's also
Bro, I asked for
horizontal.
specific things to be labeled, and you didn't label them. Just
Well, because
label
I don't want to go through all that effort.
level, horizontal, line of sight. That's it. You're just missing those three things. That's it.
I color coded them.
You have some lines drawn there, and you can just label the lines.
You want to know what
So
the green line is?
Andre, bro, is eye level the same as level?
No.
So eye level isn't level.
It's parallel to it.
I
It's
guess
parallel. I just told you,
like,
parallel.
Didn't
it's
ask that. Asked if
parallel
eye
to
level was level.
Oh my god.
I think for all intents and purposes, we can call it the same thing. Yeah.
Right,
It's
but
just
eye
all
level
by
isn't
6 feet.
curving around an ellipsoid, but level is.
Yeah.
But they're the
Strange.
same thing.
Yes. Because when you
That
add
doesn't
eye
make
level
sense.
into it, you have a reference point.
Right.
So let me state this again. Eye level and level are the same thing, but one is straight and one's curving.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
What is curving?
That was a
Well,
curved line of sight.
level follows the curve of the Earth, right? All
Right.
globe earthers
No,
understand
but
that, right? Level
here's the
follows the curve of the
mistake
Earth,
they
right?
make.
Right.
But he's
Yeah,
asking for level from that position.
No, level on the position is not
Yeah.
curved.
Oh
It's
man, you
just
guys can talk
Correct.
yourselves so much.
Correct. I
So
don't know
eye
why it's
level
so
and
hard to
level isn't the
understand. It
same
seems pretty
thing.
simple.
So is eye level level or not?
yes.
There's no change in elevation on the
So eye
line.
level is level, but eye
Yeah.
level is a straight line and level is a curved line.
It just
No,
depends
there
on
is
the
no
context you're
level
talking
line. What are you talking about?
I'm just repeating back what you said to me, and it sounds stupid.
At every point on the sphere, you can draw a tangential line. True or false?
No, because you're not on a sphere.
What?
Well, you're not on a sphere, so no.
Hypothetically, on any sphere existing in nature, can you attach to it a tangential plane? At any
Yeah,
point.
sure. Yeah, sure.
That's level.
So is that eye level or is that different?
If your height is 0, if your eyeballs are at your feet, then it's the same as eye level. And if you're 6 feet tall, then your eyeballs are, 5 feet, whatever, 10 inches over that.
So
Parallel.
is eye level on a sphere?
It's parallel to the level, to the tangential plane.
No, I asked.
Is
eye level?
It is parallel to the level tangential
Not what
plane,
I
yes.
asked. It's not.
No, it's
eye
not the
level
same because
level?
it's offset. It's offset by a non-zero amount.
So now you're
Why
not answering.
Why are you trying so hard to misunderstand this, Joe? What's in it for
I'm
you?
not trying to
Because he knows what's
misunderstand it.
coming, Scott. He knows what's
Yeah, I
coming, right?
guess.
He's just running away. Typical.
Scott, yeah,
Not running away. I'm exposing how
but Scott, what's
ridiculous
coming
the
is
thing is.
that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that's why we're just trying to figure out what your diagram is, because you said that Bob and Alice was absurd that you're standing between two butt cheeks on Earth, and I too agree. That's
Yeah,
absurd.
it's a meme that
And so
you just
now we
copy
need to
and paste.
understand: Are you looking down? You're looking down. You're looking
We
down
already
like you're
answered
at
that
a hill
question.
while you're at
Yes.
on
Yes.
a
Here's the
boat.
answer. Yes. Yes.
And you're looking
You're
one
looking
side, and you're
down.
looking down here,
Yes.
and you're looking down there. Okay,
No,
we'll
can you
label
just
it.
can you acknowledge that I said yes? And
Okay,
can
you're
you
looking
agree
down.
that as we said yes, you
Okay,
never have to ask the question again because you've been answered yes. You're looking down.
but when I looked up, then you said I
You're
had
not going to acknowledge that I said
refraction.
yes, are you?
So there's refraction in between
You
both.
can't even acknowledge it. This is bizarre.
Now I
No,
need you
forget
to. No, I did
refraction for
acknowledge.
that
Just
Now I
one.
need
acknowledge
you
that
to
I said
diagram much
yes.
more.
Just
Now I
acknowledge
need.
that I said yes.
No, I
You're looking
accept that you
down.
said yes,
Okay, thank you.
but
So now
you
you never
didn't
have to
label
ask
the
the question
cartoon.
again, right?
So you're looking down like you're on the top of a hill
Yes.
Yeah.
in both
No, we're
directions.
looking down, but not like on top of the hill because it's the
To the
same distance from the
horizon.
center of the
Yeah,
earth.
it's like a
To the
perfect.
horizon.
It's a
So
perfect.
you're looking down one direction, and you're turning around, and then you're looking down in the other direction.
Yes,
So yes.
very good. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Okay.
Welcome to the globe.
Yes, he's
Yeah,
got it.
welcome to the
I
globe.
got
That's a
it.
good one.
Oh wow.
Let's
They
celebrate.
always say
He's got
welcome
it.
to the
Now when
It's
I
a good
look
day.
to the horizon, is my eye line? So my eye line is curved too, because
No.
I'm actually just
No.
looking down,
Damn,
but
he
it
was so
feels like
I
I'm
got
close.
this one.
looking
I got
He was
this
so
one.
across.
close.
I
Hold
got
on.
this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Okay,
Because I
listen.
turn around and
Listen.
one's going
No,
down, the other one's
I
going
got
down
you,
the other
brother. I
way.
got you. I got you.
So I am looking out
I got you, brother.
horizontally.
Say no more. I got you.
Okay.
Peter's got you. Okay. So, yeah. I know you guys have a bit of a fetish.
So we're
for this
looking
eye level.
down and we're looking
Listen.
out. We're looking down and out. Down and out.
Listen.
Got it.
Listen.
In both directions. Omnidirectional.
You know that a human being.
Poly.
Okay. A human being is capable of looking in different directions, right?
Wow.
Yes, we can turn around.
Okay, so our human here is looking parallel to his feet, straight ahead, let's say. That's what eye level is. But he can look up into the sky or he can look down. When he's looking at the horizon.
Hold on. Okay, now is up isn't
you're absurd.
Eye level, is it? Like up wouldn't be, if you're looking up, that wouldn't be eye level, would it?
Jesus Christ, level to what? Eye level in relation to what? To your feet?
Would that be, okay, you think that me looking up would be eye level?
Eye level? What does eye level even mean?
Is that what you're claiming? Okay. Me looking up is also eye level.
My eyes are at a certain height, at a certain level. Now, tell me which direction I'm looking.
Right?
Brother, you're a troll, aren't you?
Direct line of
You
sight?
cannot be this dumb. You're a troll.
No, there's
You're
direct
here
line
to
of
make flat Earth look bad.
sight,
Yes?
and then there's eye level. There's direct line of sight. Hey, you're retarded. You don't know what slope, level, what any of these simple
Where is the dude
geometric
looking?
building
Where do
terms
you
are
want him
used.
looking?
So it would be a line of sight sloping up at a certain degree, wouldn't it?
I guess.
Dumb
Yeah.
fuck. And eye level would be, and that's why I specifically want you to label these things, you stupid fuck. Label
black line
where
on
the
top.
line of sight
The
is,
black line on top.
where label level and label horizontal. So the black line on top is the line of sight. That's what I was
Eye
saying.
level? No, it's only a line of sight
would
if
be
he's
eye
looking
level.
straight ahead.
That would be
Yeah, it's eye level.
eye level and a line of sight, right? Actually, the red one looking down would be the line of sight. So
There are
eye
many
level
lines
would
of
be
sight.
the
Depends
flat
on when
one,
you're looking.
and then the line of sight would be the one sloping. You stupid fuck! You don't know what level means.
What do
You
you
don't
mean
know
by
what
line of
horizontal
sight?
means.
Horizon, yeah, you're absurd.
Peter, do you know what he means by line?
Just label the diagram, stupid fucks. Why are
Yeah,
you so pathetically?
we
I'm
don't know
not
what you
gonna
mean by
label
line of
diagram.
sight. What is line
You're
of
just
sight?
gonna say a bunch of retarded shit. That's
No,
what
there
you're
is
doing.
there are
I got a
infinite
diagram here. I'm gonna put another
there are
diagram in chat
infinite
for you.
lines
Okay,
of sight.
I'm gonna put another diagram in chat. This is what
There are
you're explaining.
infinite lines of sight. What are you talking about? Which line of
Rick.
sight do you want us to label? There are infinite.
Wow, Mackie, but there's only one level line of sight, isn't there? There's only one level line of sight.
Qualified.
There's only one level line of sight, isn't there?
Qualified line
Wait,
of
is that
sight.
what
And
you
that's
mean
what
by
we're trying
line
to
of
get you
sight
to do.
level?
Just
Wait,
label.
is
Where's
that what
level?
you mean by line of sight level?
Hey, a line of sight.
Line of sight is anywhere you're
looking in
looking.
all directions, right?
Yes.
So are you saying that you cannot have a level line of sight? That's the question? That's why I want you to diagram
that's
it.
not
Like
what we're
he
saying. You
drew
can't.
some straight lines.
It's already
Do you
drawn
want to
the
draw
black
some
line.
curved ones or something to the horizon? The horizon is there. Most of the work is already done.
Wow.
Maybe you need to fix his straight line,
really don't-
his straight red line into a curved line. Wow,
You really don't want to understand, do you?
really just don't want to do something
You're
very
working really
simple and
hard
basic.
not to
You
understand.
don't want to do something very simple and basic. You're trying really hard not to do something very simple and basic. You're pathetic. All three of you are pathetic for not just labeling three simple.
Yeah, we're the pathetic
Where's
ones. Yeah.
level? Where's horizontal? And what was where's the horizon? And where's your horizontal line? So it's four things. The horizon is already labeled in it.
Yes.
And it's pretty simple. You're pathetic. You won't even do these simple tasks.
we
You're
told
just
you
going
level,
on. You don't
and
know
we
what
told you level
You know
was the
what?
black
I'm gonna
line.
do it.
Are.
I'm gonna
You
do
clearly
it.
don't know what horizontal is. None of you. Yeah, just do it right now.
I'm gonna do it
Andre's
right
already
now
done
because
most of the
this
work
is
for
too
you.
much fun. This is the most fun I've had
You're
all
a
day.
moron. Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Label the three things. If you don't label these, we will know that you're an abject moron. You don't
Yeah,
label
I'm the
where
one
the
that's
line of
yeah.
sight is, where the level is, and where the horizontal is,
breathe.
and where is your horizon. That's it.
You're
You
too
stupid
you're too
fuck.
vested in this, man. You're too invested. You have to relax a bit. Breathe.
You know what's funny?
I'm trying to
Breathe.
collect my Pokemon
We're
cards.
not
Scott.
even talking about the Earth yet. We're just talking about
I
the
know.
average sphere.
I know. Yeah.
The guy doesn't understand
We're
the
just
shape of a
talking
sphere.
about if you know what basic geometry is. We are still just here in geometry, and I'm waiting for you to make a nice little cartoon.
No, I'm
I
guessing you
want
never
you
took
to label the
geometry.
3 things. Where's level? Where's horizontal? And your line of sight and horizon's already given to you
You know, I
by
took
Andre.
geometry. It was a
Andre's
million years
graciously
ago, though.
drawn the
Oh God, you
lines.
never shut up, do
Okay,
you?
All you have
walk
to
me
do
through
is
it.
label
Walk me
God,
through it,
because
Oh,
all
silly
you
man.
have to do
Walk
is
me
one
through it.
thing. You have to label this. So you need to stop talking and you need to label
I'm
what I
doing.
fucking told you to label, dumb
I
fuck.
have my pen. I have everything. What do you want to
Okay,
see?
somebody needs to put some shit up in there. Fucking morons.
What do you want? What did you want to see? I'm gonna label it. Okay, eye level. I'm gonna do this in my handwriting, so it's very personal, just for you. Eye level done. What was next?
Eye level, line of sight, right? That's eye level.
Line
You
of
got
sight to
that? You
what?
put that
To
line of
what?
sight.
Yeah, but to
Horizontal,
what? To the
horizontal
horizon. To the horizon.
to the horizon.
Line of sight to the
Level,
horizon. Okay.
yeah,
I
line of
think
sight to the
Manufactotum's
horizon.
already done all this.
Where's level? Yeah, he just did. That's pretty nice, but I think he's going to do one better. And Scott, I think you were describing something different too. So maybe you should get in there because his line of sight is looking pretty direct
I'm fine with
and level.
Manufactotum's. I'm comfortable with what he
Okay, are
did. We're
you?
on the same
All right,
page.
we'll
Yeah.
find out. We'll find out.
I mean, your line of sight just depends on where you're
Mine
looking.
is gonna be horrible.
Your eye level is just a line, which is like a height above a horizon.
Okay, so we have the level, eye level, line of sight to the horizon. There was one more.
Horizontal.
There's a level in there too that
Yeah.
Manufactotum also has.
Okay.
Nice little arch level from the top of each sail. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah,
It's good.
it's pretty simple. Line of sight, direct line of sight, right?
To the horizon.
Level,
Yeah.
horizontal. Yeah, direct line of sight. Horizontal.
Okay.
And the horizon, you should be labeling the stuff to the horizon should be given to you.
Not sure what that last part means.
Well, the horizon's given to you in the what Andre gave you, what Eggshell Man gave him.
Okay, I'm done.
You're gonna post this, Peter, yeah?
Oh, look at that.
All right. So, what's there to talk about?
Should I walk you through it? Whatever your name is, the person that was screaming all this time.
We have a label diagram. Any issues? Concerns?
Hey, great job, guys! Really good job. Yeah, walk me through it.
Okay, so the black line on top is eye level. I hope you get it now because it says eye level in my childish handwriting. The red line is the line of sight to the horizon, right? Between his eyeballs and the point that we would call the horizon. And the black line, I should have used a different color, on his feet is the horizontal / level / tangential plane, I guess, to the point that he's standing on, and it's parallel to the eye level. Just so I drew that nicely for you, those 90-degree angles there. You like it? You can keep it.
It could be better. I will keep it.
I mean, it could be better, but no one's gonna put that much effort on a Discord VC. Just saying. I think it's fair for the purposes we're gonna use
Hey,
it
no,
for.
that's not fair to say. You boys put a lot of effort in, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah, now you can shit all over it, as you will.
What we learn?
Okay, do you have any questions about spheres? We gave you the
What we
diagram,
learn?
so what's next? Is it different than the two boobies? Or do you promise you won't be sharing the boobies meme in the future?
Boobies?
Yeah, a sphere that has a dent in it and
I
two
think
boobs.
I think mine is just as good.
No, does
We're counting
ours
on
have a
people not
dent?
knowing what the terms mean, right?
No, does ours have a dent?
You just
And
label you can just label anything, can't you?
does ours have a dent? Does ours have a valley where the person is standing?
Okay, well maybe you
That's
should
an important difference, isn't it?
define these terms. What does horizontal mean?
Horizontal means perpendicular to vertical.
At your location.
Of course, everything that I'm saying is at a given location. I hope.
Yeah, but you have to
And-
clarify with them because they don't
You're right.
understand.
No, we
don't. We got that.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
We
Thank
got
you,
that.
Scott.
Can you give me that citation where it says that?
Euclid. No, I cannot. I'm not going to give you a fucking citation. Jedi's going to give you a citation.
I
Do they
don't
think
think
point
that's what
geometry helps prove their case?
Jedi, do you agree that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical?
Point
Yes.
geometry?
Okay, see,
Single
Jedi is my
point
citation.
geometry.
I cite Jedi.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm trying to figure out.
perpendicular
We've
to
been doing this
vertical.
for the last 45 minutes, and are we getting anywhere?
Well, we've made progress. We went from boob Earth to spherical Earth.
Awesome.
That is progress. It's a little bit.
Awesome stuff.
We've also helped define what the top level of Dunning-Kruger is, which was a point of conversation earlier.
Yeah, I was here for that.
That guy is that. Yeah, that guy is that because he claims to know about spheres and he presents as an example a boob sphere. So he's in the top left. Shameful stuff. Shameful.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No, you didn't. The only person that's suffering here is you.
I was just waiting for some kind of big crescendo
no,
into the break. I was waiting for something to happen.
Oh,
and it didn't.
crescendo? No,
you
I'm
seem
just
to
trying
have
to
lost
collect
the momentum.
Pokemon cards.
He wanted the diagram, and then he went quiet once we've explained the diagram. So the ball is in his court.
You completed your task. Good job, gentlemen. I already congratulated you. I said great job.
What's next?
Yeah.
What's next? I don't know. You tell me.
You were
What's
building
next?
to
You
something.
made us do this for no reason.
Thank you.
You were building
No,
to
you
something, right?
labeled the diagram as you were instructed. You followed instructions very well.
Yes.
Good job.
And now,
So what did we
Spend
do
a
this
lot of
for?
time doing that, and
I
I do
apologise.
appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
Okay,
And
now
now?
everybody followed your instructions. I was hoping there was a reason after that followed the instructions that you'd given that you'd be able to point
It's to
something out.
demonstrate how easy they are to just manipulate into doing as they're told to do.
Oh, it's
Little
fucking
yes
waste
men.
of time then.
But it no,
Okay,
it
so you
wasn't quite a
exploited our
waste of
trust
time
in
because
you.
it did demonstrate that they have no clue what definitions of the terms that they use to label their little diagram.
Hey Scott, do you remember? Do you remember that
It
I
had
said he
many
was a
levels.
troll?
It had many levels. It had many levels. Right? It had many levels.
Oh, let
It
me
had
ask.
many
So you wanted to check
levels.
that we knew what the labels
Fucking
were, and then
moron.
we had to explain
Oh,
the
you don't
labels to
know
you,
what a
and now you agree.
horizontal is? You don't know what horizontal means?
I just showed you.
Simple. You labeled it all based off of horizontal, and then You try to claim you have direct lines of sight
So
to
what
the
is
horizon,
horizontal? What is
looking at
horizontal?
an obstruction called
What
the
is
Black
horizontal?
Swan, which
Oh,
surpasses
we
your
have a
geometric. So
citation.
you
I
live on
think
a bigger ball
horizontal
or
is
something. I don't
perpendicular
know.
to
That's
vertical.
what's next. What's next for you guys?
No, we don't have any questions. We're here to educate you.
Yeah. You thought there was a problem with
If
the
you
ball
want to be.
model. So
Good
If you
job.
want to be.
Hey, into the break. What possibly could you teach us? Name one thing you could teach us about between the three of us. One thing.
Level is a horizontal condition.
Level is a horizontal condition. Okay, in my diagram, is level different than horizontal? Take your time.
It isn't, is it?
do you
No,
understand?
is it not the same label for the same line? I called it horizontal/level, just for you.
I love that. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, what
So
else could you teach us? Is there any skill that you possess that you could share with us? Are you good at anything?
okay.
What's your strength? What are you
Is
good
that
at?
a no? You got to be good at something.
Could be anything. Call of Duty, whatever. Just tell us.
Please.
Don't have to assassinate him, bro. Come on now. I just want to see what his point was. Because, like,
Me too, don't we all?
Yeah, like, I didn't want to do the diagram for nothing. So I was good faith and, I knew he was going to lead to a reason or a point or argument. And I wanted to see it through. That's why we did the diagram. But now that we've done it, it's like, nah, I just wanted to show that you guys are gullible and you'll do whatever I want you to do. So he exploited our good faith in you.
He didn't mean
So
that. You see, he made that up on the fly. That's a defensive
Yeah,
mechanism.
it's a code. Yeah.
What he did,
Okay,
he shared a meme.
is this finished?
Okay.
Can we move
So
on?
if the Earth was a ball with radius 3.959 miles, the horizon must not be no further than
Oh, fuck me.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We observe the horizon further than this.
In our
Ergo,
diagram,
the Earth
we didn't show you atmosphere.
must
We just
not
showed you
be a
geometry.
glob.
Okay, you win. The Earth is flat. You won. Now go home.
yeah, there's no argument.
I
got us.
just taught you your lesson then.
I want to feel like you're going somewhere. I want to. But, I mean, even I can't see that you're going somewhere, dude. Unless you can, with the diagram that Peter and his friend have taken time to label for you, where you can point out to them that ha 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 ha. But until you can label the ha 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 ha, I can't even defend you, dude. Sorry.
Well, what? So you agree that he drew level? He drew. I mean, why don't you take me through his cartoon?
Dude, we've been sitting here for like half hour, 45 minutes. Right? They've done the very thing that you've asked them to do. Peter posted at 21 minutes past the hour. So with regards
So I know they said they're standing at the top of a hill looking down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they said okay. There's no what more do I need to
Okay,
say?
so what observations, right, might you have that contradict this? I'm trying to serve it up to you so you can slam us,
That
so you
I'm
can
not
slam dunk on
looking
us.
down. I'm looking out to the horizon. I don't see a ball with 3.959 radius.
What do you mean by
Ever?
that? You don't
Never?
see a ball? I mean, we're not telling you you're going to see the
Yeah.
entire ball. I mean,
I
I
mean, you would
guess,
see portions of it, wouldn't you?
yeah, that's what we're trying to say. And you're going to
Yes.
see, yeah, and since the circumference of it is, modeled to be so large, you're going to be looking at like a less than a percentage of the circumference of it at a time.
Do you know what percentage that would be?
I'd
Do you have
have to
any
calculate.
idea? I
Yeah,
just
I do
gave you
have an
the
idea. I
figure.
just have to calculate it real quick. So 3 miles, I'm going to put this into kilometers. 3 miles into kilometers. Okay, it's 4.8 kilometers, and the circumference of the Earth is about 40,000. So I'm just going to round that to 4 over 40,000. And okay. Well, oh, it's two directions, right? You're seeing it in one direction and you see another direction. So I'm going to put that
So
as
we're gonna
8.
barely see a ball.
So at any given time,
We're
you're going to
gonna
see about
barely see a ball ever.
0.002% of the Earth's circumference at a time. So I guess if I were to put this into
So at 6 feet.
So if I were to put this into like a, I don't know, a software where you can like, I don't know, see 3D shapes like in a software. I mean, if you guys will accept that, you guys don't think that models are
No, that's
reality, so I don't
interesting.
think I'd go there.
You'd see 3.3%.
No, 0.00
What
something.
was his percentage?
You didn't listen.
0.0.
Yeah, I was like, that sounds strange. That sounds strange.
0.0.
So I guess we would never actually experience seeing the glob.
Can you let Andre tell you the number, or are you going to talk over him when he's trying to tell you the number
I
you're
thought
asking?
you just told me. I thought you just
No, I
told
didn't.
Peter.
He's going to
Down.
tell you. He's going to
Yeah,
tell you.
it's
Okay, be exact. Thank you.
0.02% of the circumference at a time. You're gonna see
In both directions.
in both directions. Yes.
Wow.
I know. You're kind of small, aren't you?
Yeah, that's pretty tiny. It's a tiny percentage. So
Yeah, very.
I mean, I guess that just forebodes, boats and buildings disappearing off the end of your horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
No,
I thought you were just saying how we're never gonna see how curved the glob is. Now we do.
It's a different thing for you to resolve the curvature of the Earth at this scale, and it's a different thing for you to observe objects disappearing bottom up.
Okay.
Yeah, so to give you a scale, that percentage is about 1/10 of a degree or something like that. So it's a very thin slice. If you were to translate that sideways out onto the horizon, 1/10 of a degree over 4 kilometres is also not very far, but it's enough for a boat.
Our brains are not great at seeing small angles, but we're good at seeing an object disappear, like part of it being hidden when we look straight at it. We're really good at that.
Okay, so there is a hill. So we're looking down this hill, and then we're seeing the obstruction right past the bottom of this hill. And so we're at sea level. It's how far is it away? Where this hill is obstructing our view?
The equation you gave.
1.22 times the square root of the observer.
Okay, so about 3 miles.
Yeah.
And then you look behind you.
Same thing.
And you're looking down this hill.
Yes,
and
it's better than that.
3 miles.
Don't be
And this
so
is the
modest.
sun disappearing. This is the sun disappearing and the sun rising, right? Same thing, right?
I'll give you one more. Wherever you look, 360, it's going to be the same. Not just behind you, to the left, to the right, sideways, wherever you look, as you rotate 360, you're going to see the same thing.
Well, I'm not rotating. I'm rotating 180 degrees to see, or
You are
slight
welcome.
variation
You are welcome to
to
do so.
see the sunrise and the sunset.
Oh,
So no
fantastic.
one's talking about standing and doing circles.
Good for
We're
you.
looking at something very specific.
Yes.
Sunrise and the sunset.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking down
Yes.
a hill, and then there's a hill, another hill, or the same hill that then is obstructing the sun.
Yes.
So we're looking down the hill
and then around the other portion of the hill, like 3 hills. How many hills is that?
Infinite hills.
It is an infinite hill, isn't it?
Yes, a circle has an
You're the
infinite
top
number
of
of
it.
points on it. Yeah,
The hill is obstructing it, and
that's what a ball is.
you're
Yeah, you got
you're
it.
turning around. Man, I need to add more hills to my diagram.
The infinite
All
hill.
you gotta do is like imagine yourself rotating the 2D disc, and you have a sphere. So it's infinite, like cross
Wait,
section.
what do you mean?
Like if you take a
Don't
look at the
confuse him.
diagram
Don't
we gave
confuse
you,
him,
What?
Andre. He cannot handle this.
Well, he didn't. He wasn't very specific.
like volumes of revolution in calculus, right? I don't want to keep
No, that would be. I mean, you can draw a circle by rotating it. So you're taking, take the take the circle, and then you want to rotate that on
Yes,
a
you got it.
diameter on a
Imagine the
plane.
green line. You see
Okay,
that green line on
and
the
that's
diagram?
the
Imagine that's a circle
infinite hill.
cutting through the
No,
top
I
of the
get
hill.
that you can. I did that in school. You know, you cut the potato in half and you dip it in red, and you stamp it all on the walls. Yeah, I remember doing that.
Yeah, awesome.
That's you know,
That lesson didn't stick,
fun
did
too.
it? Okay,
No, it's
so you happy now? Wherever you look, you're looking down a hill. What's next?
yeah, and then there's the hills obstructing it.
Yes, and when you talk about the sun,
Okay,
you see those little
and
bogies
then
in the diagram. Just replace them with the sun.
so then when we have let's say black swan, right? The sun, Fata Morgana. What do you explain that obstruction with?
Fata Morgana, yeah. What? Well, oh, okay. So
What is that obstruction?
okay, I got you, brother. So
Yeah, I
everything we
just gave you
just told
some
you.
extra.
No, I got you. So everything
Extra credit, bro.
Yeah, I'm going for extra credit. So everything we explained to you so far assumed no atmosphere, no optical effects, light travels in straight lines because there's nothing to mess with it. So you're okay so far?
Okay, so your diagram had nothing to do with reality.
No,
Nothing.
it's an introduction. No, wait.
How much of the
No,
diagram? Okay, why don't you now you have a new
60%.
label what part
60%.
that comports with reality? I thought you
60%.
knew that we were talking about, you know, the sunrise and the sunset
No,
when
I
you
know,
did that diagram.
I know. So let
You
me explain.
do okay. Keep that in
Yes,
mind. That
yes,
we
yes,
still have the sunrise and the sunset on the top and the bottom of
yes,
that diagram.
yes. You're awesome. So far, everything we told you would explain everything you can see, had there been no atmosphere. Unfortunately, wait. Unfortunately, there is an atmosphere. So we're going to add one tiny little effect.
I would say, fortunately, I'm glad that I have pressure to breathe. So,
okay.
Just because you're talking in ballosophy, so yeah, go on. You don't have to disclaimer yourself. You're doing your little religious thing. Go on.
I'm going to show you another diagram. Just wait 1 minute.
Mhm. Right. The only thing that changes about our diagram is that light bends. So your line of sight would just bend. But we can predict this based on
Just
atmosphere
wait 1 second. Don't tell him that yet because he's going to freak out and we're going to waste 15 minutes.
Well, that's why I told
Right.
you to label these things. So now you said that
Yes,
you
I'm
were
going
in
to give.
good faith,
Yes.
but you didn't label the
No,
things
we
based
got
on
you.
what we observe in reality. So you
We
didn't
got
bend the line of the. You gotta. I told you to label these specific
Just
things, and
wait.
now
I know.
Andre
I'm
he
sorry.
gave
I
your game
apologize.
up. He just totally conceded your whole thing.
I
He's like,
apologize.
yeah, the
Just
lines
wait.
are actually curved, and that was the whole entire thing. And then Andre he flipped on you, bro. He was like, I can't even do that. This is. I have to be honest. Good on you, Andre, for
Look
being
at
honest.
those. Look at that diagram, little man. My friend Richard made that diagram. Have a look at it.
But I already know that doesn't relate to reality because
No, my
you
friend
drew me the
Richard
other
was
diagram
talking
that was
about
supposed to relate
reality.
to reality,
No,
and then now
this
you're
is just
telling
an
me this. So
improvement.
not that one, but this one.
So okay, so
Okay, you know what? I'm
can
gonna.
you fix
Yeah.
your other cartoon?
Yes,
Fix it.
yes. I was gonna suggest that.
Fix it. And
Just
I
give
think
me 2
Andre
minutes.
made a mistake. That's why I told you guys to fix
We
it.
got you. We got you.
I
Oh
told you to
boy.
fix it. And
Hey
good job.
Peter.
You're
I
doing it.
got you.
Peter, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
No, no,
to.
it's okay. I mean,
Hey,
sometimes
Andre,
it's
you
good.
were honest. You were honest. That's nothing to feel ashamed or sorry about. You were honest.
Andre, you know what'd be funny? If this guy was a troll, but he's not.
Yeah, that's why I respect him.
He's actually super insecure right now, and he's trying to cover it up with his little acting.
That's an ad hominem fallacy. And here in
No,
the
it's an
21st century, flat
Let
observation.
him
It's
go.
an
Let him go.
observation.
He's making a cartoon. I want him to be like super artistic with it. Be accurate.
I got you. I got you. I will be very accurate.
Be accurate, but also like be precise, like the old art.
this is what the Globers do, right? They attack personally instead of engaging with the arguments. They're calling this guy a troll.
Scott and Andre, you guys are gonna laugh. Okay, I'm doing this just for you.
Much appreciated. Well, it should be. You're not doing it for me, you're doing it for them. But I appreciate your effort, even though it's not for me.
This is for you, Andre.
You're welcome, my little friend.
Oh yeah, the sun is that the
That's refraction. That's
I see.
See that wasn't so difficult, was it? You're
Yeah, but
honest.
not much
You
really
see,
changed.
direct. No, do you see what he did? Where it's obstructed, then he flattened it out. See how he did that? See where it's lifted up, so you now see, and so you have to imagine that then those are like little robot arms pulling up that level. What was the yellow? Is that horizontal? It's like where the machine arms are lifting up the horizon, which is the horizontal line, and it's like lifting it up. And then at the same time, due to something called a sphere shaped gas, the boat is lifting up, and so it's a whole mechanical mechanism. This is a great Pokemon card to collect. Thank you, Peter.
Can you
Appreciate this one.
can you unmute Peter and allow him to explain? I don't know who did that, but we were having a conversation and Peter's not allowed to respond, so the conversation might as well just end right now.
Free my boy Peter. He's a Pokemon artist.
Peter's a troll. Okay, everybody knows that. Peter's trolling. Okay, what we're interested in truth seeking. Okay, not trolling. Okay,
Dude, you're bad at sarcasm.
what do you mean?
I mean what I said.
Well, what's the relevance of that? I know I'm bad at sarcasm. I'm not being sarcastic
I'm just
currently.
making fun of you.
I'm not being sarcastic currently. I don't really understand the relevance of that. But in general, yeah, I agree.
Oh, my bad then. Continue.
Thank you. So we all know, okay, that Peter, this Peter guy, he's been trolling you guys for the past hour and a half. Okay, and what we're interested in truth. Okay, so can we just move on? Stop talking about moderation. Stop talking about, all this meta stuff. We're interested in the truth. Okay, we're interested in reality. Tell you what, Peter. Okay, answer me this. Okay, if you can see the curve, right, on the horizon line, why is the horizon line, which is longer than 3 miles, right? Why is that not curving? Okay, Peter, you can't answer that. And the reason why you won't answer that is because you're a troll and you know the Earth is flat. Okay, and you come in here with our truth seekers. Okay, and you never answer the questions.
Yo. Pretty funny though.
See, this is the problem with entertaining trolls for an hour and a half. Okay, is what happens is instead of talking about the truth, instead of talking about the reality, okay, now all the chat is talking about is who muted who. Okay, irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Or wouldn't it be interesting if your interlocutor had a chance to respond?
I'm a good faith interlocutor. Okay, sir. And was there something funny about that?
No.
Thank you. I'm a good faith interlocutor, sir. So I can tell when somebody's not a good faith interlocutor. And sir, we all know Peter. Peter can say this. Peter, if he gets unmuted, he'll say this. He knows the Earth is flat. Okay, he's just arguing to troll. Okay, everybody knows the Earth is flat. Everybody knows.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
I
we're
know
all
the,
open-minded.
the universe is flat, but not the Earth.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so into the break. What an origin.
Very cool. I like where you look directly out and then boop, boop. Your horizontal line through the middle of the earth like makes it pop up. Like one of those folding card things.
My bad, I drew that one. But I'm just trying to show that's like the horizontal plane, essentially.
Why is the horizontal plane, Andre? Why is the horizontal plane flat?
The horizontal plane is flat because it is a abstract construction that we use to describe things which align with the abstract plane. It's like a direction.
When I look at the horizon, is that abstract or am I looking at the horizon? Sir?
Horizon is real, but horizontal describes a plane which is in alignment to the direction to the horizon.
And this is what they do. They just won't answer the question. This is what they do. Bad faith interlocutors. Okay, I'm asking you.
I answered your question. I said the horizon is real, but horizontal is a little bit different than that. And I can go and explain it if you didn't get my explanation.
The horizon. Okay, when I look at it, it's not abstract. Okay,
Well,
I'm not
he didn't say
interested
that, though.
in your metaphors. I'm not interested in your metaphors, your abstractions. Okay, you probably went to a liberal arts college. Let's be real with each other. Okay,
I'm actually
but I'm interested.
studying
I'm interested in
software
truth.
practice.
Wait, I'm interested in reality. Okay, and reality is what I see. And when I look at the horizon, that's flat. Okay.
You know, sometimes it's perceived as charitable to make some small concessions where valid points are made. But I don't see where you needed to contradict Andre in that point. I mean,
Like when you look at the horizon, it seems flat.
Yes.
I mean, sure, I'd say as far as your eyes can like tell. Sure, it looks
If I
flat.
take a picture right now of the horizon line, and I go in MS Paint, okay, and I do a straight line across, there's going to be no curve there, okay? That proves
Yeah,
the
I
Earth
don't
is.
think. Well, okay. So let's say hypothetically there were, and it was just very, 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 very minuscule. Drawing a straight line across it may seem like okay, it's flat, but maybe it isn't, and maybe just your eyes can't tell.
If the Earth is curved enough such that something can disappear under the horizon line, okay, then why is it the case? Because that's pretty extreme. Okay, why is it the case? Okay, that the horizon line is so minuscule that I can't perceive it, even with a digital program. Okay, Andre.
Okay, so it's a little bit different when you're talking about things disappearing over the horizon, and then the horizon itself, the line across the sky where the land and the sea meet, like not having curvature, because the distances are way different. Like when you're looking straight out at the shoreline and like talking about where objects start to obstruct, that's around 3 miles. But like when you're talking about like the straight across the other direction, like the point A to point B on the horizon line where you're looking, those distances will be a lot smaller than 3.1.
This is what they do. This is what they do. Okay, you ask them a question, and they say, "Well, you can't prove it either way." So everything that when you see the flat Earth, okay, they say, "Well, no, that doesn't prove anything." But suddenly, okay, when something disappears under the horizon line, that's 100% true that it's the curve. Okay, this is what they do. It's a bad faith interlocutor. Okay, they're bad faith interlocutors, and what we're interested in is truth seeking. Okay, not these liberal arts college majors. Okay.
Okay, I think that's a very bad characterization and a straw man. But
you just ad hominem fallacied me, sir.
How's that ad hominem? How did I
You
personally
accuse me of doing a fallacy? That's an insult.
Accusing
That's
you
an
of
ad
doing
hominem.
a fallacy.
Not an ad hominem.
And you
An ad
consider that a
hominem is
personal
Wait.
insult in lieu of
That's
You
such a
consider
silly
that a
thing to do,
personal
Ham.
attack?
That's such a silly thing to do. Saying that,
Another
oh,
ad
you
hominem.
accused me of committing a fallacy, therefore that's an ad hominem. That's another fallacy. That's actually silly, dude. Don't do that. You're embarrassing
You
yourself.
just call me silly? That's another ad hominem. This is what they do.
Yeah,
This is what they do.
no.
They can't speak without insulting me. This is what they do.
Dude, no. But saying you committed a fallacy is not an ad hominem.
It's an insult. So
It's not an insult.
No. It's it's on the argument, right? Saying you committed a fallacy is not to say that you're inferring that, oh, that means I'm dumb. No, he didn't say you're dumb. That's just a, pointing out an error in the argument, not an insult on you. Right?
Why are we talking about me? Okay, that's not
because you said
Okay,
something silly, and I thought I needed to point it out. That's all.
We're talking about truth. We're talking about reality. Okay, and the reality is everybody knows that the Earth is flat. Everybody knows that. Okay, why are we talking about me?
Yes,
this is what they do. It's another red herring. This is what they do. It's another red herring. They divert the topic. Okay, from the truth of the flat Earth to me. Okay, that's what they do. That's what the
right now. We've been in like a 10-minute monologue for you, and then Andre stepped in for a little bit, but then you're like, oh, you insulted me because you pointed out a flaw in my argument. What? That's silly. That's all.
They're diverting. That's what they do.
Okay, I can tell you're probably not being serious right now. It's funny. I like it. But I'd like to have a real conversation.
Like, this is what they do, guys. Like, they always avoid answering questions and continue a conversation. That's what they do.
Jerry, back me up here. Jerry, back me up. My buddy Jerry, he knows me. He knows that I'm a flat earther. Okay, so you accusing me of just joking around about the truth? That's unacceptable. Okay?
Okay. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to offend you.
No problem. As long as you apologized. Thank you, Andre.
Nice to see your mic works, Sam.
Thank you. Now, here's my question. Okay. Could somebody explain to me the mechanical explanation for why the Earth is flat?
How it was created flat.
It was created by what?
No, yeah, you're asking, I'm clarifying the question. You're asking how the Earth was created flat. As a juxtaposition to the heliocentric model gives you a creation story of how balls are formed because of mass somehow.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just making sure. The Earth was made flat by a creator?
So far, I haven't made any claims. I've just readdressed your question so you know what. So I know what I'm answering.
Yeah, what's the mechanical explanation for why the Earth is flat?
I would suggest, and this is just my personal opinion, so don't lay it on other flat earthers, but I suggest that the Earth is a created environment. Created meaning intelligently created.
Hold on. I joined this movement, this flat Earth movement, because I thought we were interested in science.
Yes.
Okay, you're telling me it's connected to Christianity? in religion?
No,
There's no
no,
way. There's no way.
no, no,
Every
no.
other
See, I
instance
knew you were going to do
has
this,
not
so
been.
no,
You didn't join shit, mate.
no.
He already
So
told you
this
this is pretty
I'm kind of talking about.
yes, all of
Okay.
logic is based in Christianity.
Yeah.
Stop doing that to
Sorry.
him.
Just
Into
kind
the
of
break.
speak.
You're gonna have a break, man.
Problem of induction is the thing. It's true.
Notice how I clarified it was my own personal opinion, and you jumped straight to I joined this flat Earth movement. Okay.
You joined Flat Earth as a religious conviction?
No, I joined Flat Earth because the Earth is immeasurably flat. He asked me how the Earth was created, and then he started to build straw men upon my answer, invoking religion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm a Christian, so I wouldn't necessarily disparage you for being one. I was just be interested to know if that's how you came to it. That's all.
No, it's kind of the other way around. Understanding that the Earth is obviously a created environment led me down the road to understanding you need an intelligent antecedent for a creation. It doesn't put me in any category of any religion. It's just answering that one simple question.
Sure. Well, and, I mean, you could even say the complexity of nature, like even in its current model, like the most reasonable explanation would be that it's designed. I mean,
Yeah, I would suggest so. Yes, doesn't matter what you think the Earth is. It's obviously intelligently created.
Well, like the organelles in our cells, the even the like the gravitational constant and nuclear hard and strong forces, strong and weak forces, and all that stuff has to be perfectly calibrated. Otherwise, nothing works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So, you don't have okay. Well, I always those things are talking about. I think is that quantum physics or is that I'm unsure. If strong and weak forces is actually no, it's not quantum physics. It's just like atomic physics, right? What field of physics is that? Anyways, chemistry? I'm not sure.
Mm-mm.
A strong nuclear force is between quarks. So quantum.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Cool. What about that precisely?
I mean, I'm no expert on that. But as far as I understand it, those
strong covalent
those forces can't just be any number, right? In order for
right
things to work, like
Sorry,
being able,
gentlemen.
like you're passing your hand through a wall or not, or if chemistry works, things like that, chemical bonds holding together, those sorts of things. Everything has to be a certain way for it to actually function.
Have you ever passed your hand through a wall?
We're about to enter a intelligent design conversation, which I don't really mind, but
I don't know.
actually,
But
I mean, I'm not hard set on
I had a question
going into
before
that,
you
but
interrupted me, so
go for it.
Have you ever put your hand through a wall?
Yes.
A solid.
I was very angry.
Not that way, Jedi.
No, I've never
Do you
put my
think
hand
that-
through a solid object. No.
Yeah. Do you think that is possible?
Not the way things are, I guess. No, not the way
Okay, so
that the universe works.
Where do you think that conversation would go then?
What? I don't know. Wherever you want it to, dude.
Really? Because it's got no conclusion.
yeah, I mean, we can't put our hands through walls. It seems
Yeah, I
like
know.
the universe doesn't allow us to do it.
True.
I guess that's the conclusion of that conversation.
There's a conclusion. I stand mistaken. So when you guys say that horizontal is
Perpendicular to vertical.
perpendicular to a vertical, but you would believe that that vertical is different in all places.
Yep.
Yeah, can you show that?
Let's see here. The best way I could potentially show you. Difficult. Because you have to understand. You'd have to like start from
I
the.
don't want to understand anything. I understand how verticals and perpendiculars and levels work. I'm a builder.
Okay.
Right.
You'd have to start
Understand
from.
how they work.
You'd have to
So
start
can you
from
can you show me
presupposing.
that? Can you show me that plumb lines aren't parallel?
This ought to be good.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't see a tool that can measure absolute orientation. We have to base these off of like the
So all
presupposition.
as we see is plumb lines hang vertical, 90 degrees from horizontal.
Well, I
That's all we
mean,
see. You can admit that that's all we see. Yeah.
That's
So in
actually one
one
way
when
we
case,
we're
can do it, right?
observing plumb lines or
so
like,
in one case we see horizontals and perpendiculars. Sorry, verticals and horizontals all in the same direction. And in the other case, we don't see verticals pointing in all different directions.
well, I mean, I don't understand like the question because like you say plumb lines are like parallel,
Yeah,
right?
to each other. Yeah.
I don't know how we'd verify that they have no like.
So how do you verify they're not parallel then?
Well, I'd have to. I don't know. That's not
The
something I
easiest
could
way,
do.
I reckon, is to make the perpendicular to the plumb line and then find out where that perpendicular intersects another plumb line that's far enough away that you can measure the intersection point. So
So you'd have to be on the
obviously,
same. Have to be at the same elevation.
you could start at the same elevation. Yeah, it doesn't. You don't have to be, but it would make it easier.
Is this being done?
Well, it depends what you mean by done, right? So
Well,
it's done
what
to the
you
satisfaction of
explained
most
has
people.
that been done? What you just
Yeah,
explained.
so it's kind of like the conversation we had this morning, right? T-Hub. It's
No, I'm not teed up, mate.
oh, sorry, mate, another Aussie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the easiest way is to take an instrument that lets you look along a line perpendicular to vertical. So a
Yeah,
theodolite level.
you can name me the tools because I'm in the building.
Yeah, so use an auto level, something like that, or a theodolite gives you a line perpendicular to your vertical, right? Then you look at some distant location and see if
how far
your sight is at the same elevation or whether your sight line is above their elevation.
How far are we going to look?
Probably going to have to look. I reckon most theodolites would start to pick this up at probably a few kilometres. Would be good enough that you could say with some certainty that probably a couple of kilometres. You know, you're going to be a coarse measurement, right? You're not going to be measuring it to a millimetre. You're going to be measuring it relatively coarsely at that distance, but you'll be able to see a metre or two of discrepancy that you need to account for over that distance.
A meter or so over 2 kilometers.
I'd have to have a look at that's in the intersection point, right?
About 30
but I'm not sure.
millimeters.
The numbers are off the top of my head. I'd have to sit down and work out the numbers.
Do you think there could be an error? I think there could be an error in 30 millimeters. In your sight over 2 kilometers through a theodolite.
So I don't know what the absolute accuracy of a theodolite is. I know that over their normal working range, like 10, say an auto level, right? A reasonable quality auto level. I think
200 meters.
You're talking about 200 meters, a few millimeters, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So you just multiply that out by the distance to get an approximate ballpark.
Okay, so let's times that to
by 10. We'll use 10.
2 by 10. So you're 20 millimeters off. So
2 kilometers.
You've got 10 millimeters left over.
Yeah. So if you look through that site and you can estimate that that your crosshairs is, say we just pick a number out of thin air. I don't know what the number is, right? We can work out that later. Say you look through your theodolite and the other place that's at the same elevation, and your crosshair.
Are we going to do this at sea level or at a lake or something
it's better
like
to
that?
be slightly above sea level, right? So we can eliminate the impacts of water and having to look straight through the.
So how do you know that elevation point is exactly the same elevation point as the elevation point you're shooting off?
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, right? You have to do that. You have to establish the elevation of both points using any established.
So how are we going to do that within the amount of error over 2 kilometers that should be globe curve? How are we going to mitigate that?
Well, let me have a look. I'll see if I can come up with
you
an
want
estimate.
to do it at sea level, right? Or you want to do it above
Around about. It's easier there, right? Yeah.
To get. Well, if we go to sea level, then everyone's going to start complaining about refraction, light bending.
Yeah.
So
We can go.
we'll
go a bit higher. It doesn't matter where.
All right, we're not going to get an accurate result. And then we go above sea level. Like, what height are we talking?
Look, somewhere. It's kind of pretty arbitrary, right? I'm not sure what the optimum.
Well, not really, because if we're only looking at a difference between 2 points of 30 or 40 millimeters, then and you want exactly the same elevation, then how are you going to know that those 2 points of elevation above sea level are within 30 or 40 millimeters apart from each other?
Yeah, you have to survey both ends, right?
Okay, but how are you going to confirm that you're both getting these both readings above sea level that you're going to shoot horizontal to are going to be as accurate as that?
Yeah, it's tricky. You don't. Let me get a reasonable number for our 2 kilometer range, so I know what we're talking about. All right.
What do you think same elevation means, Taza?
Same.
Like on an elevation profile.
Yeah, same place in an elevation profile. Yeah. So this is obviously going to come into concepts like, is the Earth a sphere? Is there gravity? So obviously in my scenario, I'm assuming gravity is a thing. Don't care what it is, just assuming it's a thing. I'm assuming it makes all plumb bobs point downwards, and vertical, the Earth is curved, right? And equal elevation is equal distance from the center of the Earth, or equal distance above some arbitrary plane if the Earth is flat.
What about on an elevation profile?
So an elevation profile, from my perspective, is a two-dimensional representation of a curved surface. So on the x-axis, you've got distance along the surface. On the y-axis, you've got elevation above the surface. It doesn't actually represent a geometrical cross-section of the profile.
So how are you going to measure it?
So that
measure the elevation. So we have to take some faith here, right? In something like previous geodetic surveys,
base our results
benchmarks, or some previous measurements, right? Do you want to trust well, actually, we don't. Now that I think about it, because we can do it from both directions. So if the elevations are different, we can actually, if we do it simultaneously from each end, and we've got different elevations, we have to measure the angle then, rather than just say whether it's above or below.
You need to know the
horizontal.
elevations are accurate, though. Both elevations.
Yeah, how do you
You could probably
establish
work
2
out the difference
points?
in elevation by shooting from each end, I think.
How do you establish 2 points of equal elevation?
So you can do it, if you wanted to use existing established benchmarks, you could do it relative to that.
Yeah, that'll give you 1
Let's,
point.
we're just starting
Yeah,
from
1
fresh.
point.
Yeah.
So there's no survey or anything like that.
So
That's
how do
what
you
you're
get the
saying.
other one?
Well, we might need to find a surface that we could agree is level, or do leveling, do a differential leveling between two sites.
Yeah, so you would use a level, right?
Yeah.
So that level would
I'm
give you
happy
a
to
horizontal.
agree on that a level. I think we're going to disagree on what level is. That's Jerry, isn't it, talking? Or is
Yeah.
it? Yeah. So Jerry, I think we're going to disagree on what level is. I think we know that. But we can agree. We can both agree that we understand differential leveling works, right? And if we go from A to B doing leveling, we can get a very high precision over 2 kilometers as to two sites, whether or not they're the same elevation.
So would that elevation be a horizontal? Well, the 2 points of same elevation.
You could create a horizontal there. So this is my definition of a horizontal, is that at each of those points and this is what we're trying to establish, right? Are the horizontals the same? This is where this conversation started. So we've done our differential leveling, and so did we say 2 kilometers, didn't we?
The 4 other verticals the same, but
So a 2 kilometer long horizontal, right?
line of sight.
2 kilometer long level.
Yeah,
horizontal.
What we talking about?
Horizontal.
Horizontal boogie.
Yeah.
What we got going on?
Horizontal.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. So we're looking at a few meters there, right? Is it 4 meters over 2 kilometers?
4 meters? No way, man.
Drop from
That
eye
would make
level.
the Earth.
That shit horizontal for real.
That would make the Earth tiny. It's 8 inches per mile.
Oh, that's to the horizon. Sorry, to the horizon.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you got 2
Yeah,
kilometers,
they're
that's
300
about
mils. Yeah. 300 mils over 2 kilometers.
300 mil. There you go.
Yeah.
300 mil. No, that's too much.
0.3 meters over 2,000 meters from a 2 meter height.
What's 8 inches is 200 mil. Yeah. 8 inches, 200 mil. Yeah. So 8 inches for the first mile. So if you've got 2 kilometers, that's about 2/3 of a mile. So you're looking at maybe around 120 millimeters.
Yeah.
Something like that.
The Earth curve calculator says it's 300. 300.
At 2 kilometers.
meters drop at 2 kilometers. Yeah.
From what height?
From 2 meters.
So it's a drop, but it's the same elevation.
Wait, how does that work?
Yeah. Okay. So
that doesn't.
So that's the predicted drop, right? So we're dealing with 300 meters.
Is that a vertical
300
drop?
millimeters over 2 kilometers.
Is that a vertical drop?
That drop is from the horizontal line at the point of establishment.
Right, so that's a vertical drop. So that vertical will be perpendicular to that horizontal all the way down, right?
No, perpendicular to the original horizontal, but not the second one. Will be.
So it's not a vertical drop, is it?
No, it'll be approximately vertical. I don't know whether I'll have to have a look at what his definition of drop here is. Whether it's the angle of whether the drop is the vertical at the other end.
You've got hidden height. So hidden height is different to actual
Yeah,
drop.
hidden height was
Hidden height's 0.3139. Yeah, so it's 31
height?
centimeters. But yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
mine says drop
that's
is
not.
3139.
No, that's hidden height, hidden target.
Hang on, I'm just refreshing in case he's done something silly.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. Yeah, I've got 0 meter eye height, so that would
Okay,
be
yeah,
correct.
cool. Well, that makes sense. Yeah. So 3139 is what I got too. So,
Yeah, so 31 centimeters.
yeah. And what did we say we
That's 12
estimated the error to
inches,
be?
so that doesn't make sense either.
So it's 12 inches. So we've got to deal with an error of I can't think what we said the error was. We're talking about 1 mil in 200 meters, didn't we? So 20 mil, did we say that the potential error was? We've got 300 mils of potential.
Yeah, but you're talking it's an exponential error because if the theodolite's only really used for 200 meters, then
Why is it exponential?
over that,
Isn't it approximately linear? Double
no,
the distance,
just
double the
as
error?
you get further away, the error gets worse because.
Yeah, the error gets
You
worse.
must realise that the error gets worse as you move further away.
Yeah. But it's as a rough ballpark. You double the distance, you double the error, right? Because you double it or halve the angular size.
Incorrect.
About the angular size halving if you double the distance, or about the error rate?
The error. The error would increase exponentially over this.
Okay, so we need to get some information about errors then before we can do this. We need to deal with refraction and stuff like that, but shooting in both directions might help.
Isn't that why we went above sea level? How high above sea level are we?
Yeah. Oh, we can be above sea level.
And
That's
how
cool.
did you get?
Forgot about
How
that.
did you get that height?
How do we get which height? Sorry,
It's not as easy as everyone puts across. Yeah.
it's very precise because it's so friggin' big, right? So you need to go out to maybe 2 Ks is not enough. Maybe we need to have a look at 5 Ks or 6 Ks.
Well, then your error's way too big.
Yeah, and so that's the next thing, right? So that's part of the. And this is effectively an experiment, right? And we have to make sure that that is controlled and understood, so that we don't.
Yes, obviously.
So I don't know what that error would be, but assuming that we can have an instrument whose error at that distance is low enough that we can say that with some certainty that the line that we're looking at is above that other elevation point to a degree that cannot be explained by the error or refraction or anything else, we might be able to say that those two planes at each end are not parallel. But there's a lot of things we have to resolve first, right? Like those errors and other variables that might influence.
And then you got to work out how you got the elevation and how much error is in the elevation. Well.
Yep, that's right. So we know.
How are you gonna determine that? So if you're like that's why I was asking what height above sea level are we?
Yeah, so I don't know the fine details here, right? I'd have to.
So how high
do
you have to go before you consider no refraction to be present?
There's always going to be some, but you just need to get to a point where the temperature gradient is low.
How much are we going to account for in this?
Well, we'd have to pick a height, pick a temperature, understand what happens at that elevation.
We just do standard refraction, or
if you wanted to use standard refraction, you could maybe if the conditions were appropriate. Standard, like surveyors do, right?
Yeah. So what height would that be? Are we going to call it 2,000 meters above sea level?
I don't know. We can call it 200. Probably that would be all right, just as an example. But I don't know.
Okay, so then we've got to say, how did they get that reading of 200 above sea level, and how much error is in that reading of 200 meters above sea level?
Yeah. So we know that if we survey,
You got to
so
counter
we need to
that in.
establish sea level at both places, right? That's the challenge, and that's typically
Well, they can be in the same
Um,
place because they're only 2 kilometres apart. So we can get sea level from the same place.
Yep. All right. And we can also level between the two places, probably, right? We can do a differential leveling between the two places and get a result
Yeah, but
to within a few millimeters.
how much error is in differential leveling? Yeah, because you got to
Which
go
is
from
not the
point,
bugger all,
point,
I believe. My
point
understanding
to
is very low.
point, and then reset up, and then reset up, and then reset up. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's it's a cumulative error. We call it a cumulative error in building.
Yeah, but there are techniques. I think you have to do like a loop. You
I'm
can't just go
gonna
from A to
mute,
B.
guys. Do you wanna continue, Jerry? I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah. So if you, Jerry, you'll probably know more about this than me, but if you're doing a leveling, you typically close the loop, and that helps you quantify your error. And if a loop closes tightly, you know that your cumulative error is low. That's my understanding. So we wouldn't just do a one-way leveling; we'd do a loop, a circuit. I think it's the circuit. It's called. Yeah.
Yeah, so that circuit would ensure that you have a horizontal plane extending the entire length, right?
A level plane, yeah. A level surface, yep. That your level is correct all the way around. Yep.
Horizontal, right?
If it's a circle, it would be horizontal. Yeah.
I mean, I could probably share a video of it with you here. Well, I already did, but here's another one. Here's part 2. And that'll explain
I think I've seen them. Yeah, yep.
the circuit.
Yeah. I think we can establish that we can do a high tolerance leveling between two sites 2 or 4 or 5 kilometres apart, provided we've got good physical access to the path along the way. We don't have to do any like there's no ravines that we have to do big leveling across or anything like that. We can do a differential all the way from A to B.
Yeah, that's what surveyors do, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So we can get very low tolerances. So I guess the only remaining thing then is dealing with what is the refraction? Is it standard refraction or is it something else? And what is the total error of the instruments when you look back? I know surveyors do long distance sites, so they do have tools for looking over these long ranges, but I'm not quite sure what the specs are there or what the accuracy is. Can they measure the angle to vertical between 2 points 5 kilometres away to the tolerances that we need here? I don't know. I'm guessing they can.
So is it your opinion that surveyors can measure one point being higher, lower, and at the same elevation as another point all at the same time?
Yeah, so 2 points of the same elevation will have a measurable dip to each other simultaneously below local horizontal. Yeah.
Can you bring in any surveyor who will say that that's true?
I can find some. I know some guys that are civil engineers. They work with surveyors. I could probably even get one to do a leveling run and use their tools to measure back between the start, between the two furthest parts in the circuit, and measure.
Do you know what a two-peg test is?
Yeah, it's for making sure that the plane of the level is actually perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah.
So when you set up, the instrument is correct, that its horizontal plane is actually horizontal.
Yeah, so that's a straight line, right?
Yeah. So that means that if you had a flat concrete slab, set your level up and did the two-peg test, that you know that you could go anywhere on that flat slab and you would get the same measurement off your rod at every point on the slab.
Right, so that would be straight. It wouldn't be any...
Yeah, on the slab, absolutely. Right? Yep. So on the slab, you can't detect it, right? It's just so small. You've got to go that 4Ks, 2Ks down the road before you start to see this. And you'll find that the measurement of the angle. So let's talk about the angle from vertical down to the remote point. So that'll be bigger than 90 degrees.
All right. So higher, lower, same elevation, all at the same time.
Yep, that's it. So if you want to visualize it this way, it would appear that your verticals are leaning backwards away from each other. At some fraction of a degree over 5 kilometers.
What would be the shortest distance between those 2 points?
So the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line, right? We know that.
Right. So would that line be able to be horizontal?
It's horizontal in the middle because it's only perpendicular to the vertical that passes through the middle of it.
So
the line also doesn't go along the surface of the level. That line, if you say we had a I think of a scenario where we could see 2 ends of our leveling run and one in the middle. They would not appear in a straight line. That there would be a straight line between the 2 remote far ends and another one that was in the same vertical plane as the 2 ends would appear to be above the straight line that you would see between the 2 ends. And that might be a better test than trying to measure the drop to the 2 ends, is try and put 3 level points over a 5 kilometre run into a straight line. Then it doesn't matter too much whether you're above or below or whatever.
So it's a straight line, but that line is only horizontal in the middle and not horizontal at the ends.
Straight line between the 2 points? Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Wow. Do you realize that makes 0 sense?
It only makes 0 sense if you don't think the Earth is curved.
Well,
That's
I
what
just don't
makes
think,
sense to me, right?
I just don't think horizontal curves, that's all.
Well,
yeah.
The horizon is flat, but horizontal. For most people, horizontal thinks is a local condition, right? It's perpendicular to your local vertical.
No, local. Yeah, between you and the thing that you are measuring to, and then other things that you are measuring to. And when you do that, you establish a measurement from a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay. So
imagine. Sorry, 2 seconds. I do apologise for butting in.
No,
Imagine you're doing some cartography, and you want to measure the coastline of, say, an island. And what you do is you go out to sea in a boat, and you get a sextant. Let's imagine you measure 3 points on your horizon where the coast is. One on the left, one in the middle, one on the right. Now, when you measure an elevation after you've gained a horizontal plane of reference from an observation of the horizon, knowing your altitude above the sea level, you would then make a measurement to 3 objects that as a muffled angle away from each other and that elevation up from that horizontal line. To make these measurements, you must establish a horizontal plane of reference because all measurements are referenced with each other from you to all 3 objects and all 3 objects in relativeness to themselves as well. As in, there's a 90-degree angle at the horizontal plane of reference on all 3 things, including yourself as well when you want to measure your zenith angle. You treat everything as a 3-dimensional plane.
Okay.
That's right, baby.
So
We love it.
sorry, someone just cut out there. So okay, I kind of understand where you're going with that one, Jedi. I think I understand what you're describing. But if we go back to the scenario we were talking about earlier, if we've done a differential leveling run, so we've established a level line between 2 remote points, and we've done a loop, so halfway along, we have a set of points that we expect to be able to see in a straight line. So we've got the leveling point that we're at now. There's one in the middle, and there's another level point further along. So each of them 2 kilometres apart. And we've done the full circuit so that we know that our levelling, the cumulative error is low. We've got high accuracy at levelling. My expectation is if I looked through an instrument from my point to the furthest point of level, the one in the middle would not lie on that line. It would be above it. That's my hypothesis. And I could probably include 2 points or 3 points along that line as well. So we've got 2 remote points. We're looking directly from our current point to the furthest remote point, expecting to see 2 other points on that line, but
So
they
is
would
that a
not be on
hill?
that line.
Is that a hill or a drop?
Well, it's just where the points would be, and so the whole hill or drop thing depends on your philosophy about what's going on, right? So if your philosophy is that you think
So now that
the level is a
you've come up with
plane
this
and the Earth,
idea that you're saying the one that's 2 kilometers away should be 300 millimeters below your horizontal.
yeah, or if we talk about the angle to it, the angle would be like
All right, just
0.02
shoot
degrees.
horizontal.
So if you were measured to measure from vertical, it'd be 90.02
Cool.
degrees.
So that's with 0 refraction.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And like we said, we've got to work out how to deal with that and show that it's one and not the other.
And the crosshairs over 2 kilometers, how much of an angle do they take up to?
I don't know. Actually, it's pretty small. It's
Pretty
so
small.
from what I've seen of auto levels, you've got the times 100 stadia mark. That's like 1/10 of a degree, something like that, isn't it? 1/100th.
Yeah, so it's still. So what was your
Yeah,
angle that you
it's
were
a
going to be
1,000th of a
pointing
10th
down
of a
at?
degree or something like that. It's
There's still something there.
yeah. Over 4 kilometers, that might pan out to be an inch, maybe 2 inches.
So that's a fair bit.
Yeah, that's it. So, and that's the same deal, right? So we know that we've got a couple of inches due to crosshair obscuring stuff. I think some of them have split crosshairs, so you look between the two, so you don't have to actually take the width of the crosshair into account. You've got a gap. The other thing is being able to see the target at the other end properly. So you want to make a measuring rod. Instead of having millimeter graduations, you probably want 20 or 10 centimeter graduations, something like that, so that you could at least see what you're looking at. But yeah, the biggest issue is going to come into the problem here, for based on our previous conversations that have been had in the forum, is to deal with refraction and determine whether or not it is refraction, and if there is refraction, how much is there?
And how do you determine that?
Yeah, it kind of there are some models of refraction with temperature and
They're
stuff
models.
like that.
They're only models
Yeah, that's
based
right.
on
Yeah,
laboratory conditions.
yeah. So one thing you might be able to do is to have multiple elevations. If imagine you had a tower at each end, you might be able to shoot between the top and bottom of the tower and move up and down the tower, to get a whole stack of different angle measurements, and that might help you remove refraction as a common thing. I'm not sure. That's just off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a way that we can account for refraction by taking multiple measurements and different altitudes and different angles and stuff like that. But I don't know. I guess we've got people from all over the place here, haven't we? Timbo's late evening, based on his accent. Some of you guys must be up quite late. Others will be about lunchtime. Well, anyway, but I think that about wraps where I sort of interjected on the question that was going on before about how do we measure the angle between verticals, and if there is one. And I said we probably can't. We need to measure the angles between horizontals because we can actually look at the horizontals better. But yeah, so that's just my 2 cents worth of how I think you would do it. But whether or not it's practical or not remains to be seen. There's some extra rigorous analysis required to work out a way to do it reliably. You got 2 seconds. I just want to quickly ask you. I haven't got time to discuss it fully, but if you can give me the 10-second view of what the significance of the fact that gravity doesn't change the entropy of a gas. I think that's what you were saying in your discussion the other day.
Yeah.
I just wanted to close that circuit. I can't discuss it right now. I was just interested to see what the logic was and where it was leading.
Gases disperse in all directions, right? Doesn't matter the temperature that they're under. Gas, the only thing that will do is increase or decrease the amount of energy that the gas has, but the gas will always disperse to fill the limitation of its volume. So that would be an entropy increase, right? Now, gravity doesn't affect this system because this is what we observe gas to do. Gas always increases into the limitation of its volume. Gravity would suggest that entropy decreases. Gas doesn't feel the limitation of its volume and actually reverses and goes backwards where gas starts combusting up on itself.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it in context of the Sky Scholars. He had an image of his theoretical container of gas that went up to the top of the atmosphere, and talking about the adiabatic behavior of that container.
Mm-hmm.
So what about at steady state then? If the gas is at steady state, and assuming gravity is being applied to it, what impact would that have on the? Just assuming for a minute that gravity was a thing, what impact would that have on the entropy of the gas?
If gravity was a thing, and it did affect the entropy of gases, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Would it, or would it need to?
Well, yes. One, it would need to, because the Earth being an open system, achieving pressure and the gas not increasing in entropy into that spaces kind of the issue. When we spoke about this earlier, we give you gravity. So here on the Earth, where all the gravity is, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system because the gas is still under energy increase in entropy. Right? That's what it does. So we give you all the gravity. So when you asked it, well, what would gravity do? Well, observably nothing. But what you'd want it to do is to change the path of gases, to stop it increasing in entropy and attracting it to the floor where it came from.
Okay, yeah. So you're right. The gravity by itself, we need heat input to maintain that, because gravity would be dragging things down and doing work on the gas.
Yeah, but this is the thing, we don't observe that.
So we observe that pressure gradient at the bottom. The atmospheric pressure is higher at sea level and lower up, right?
Yeah. One, we're next to the surface. Two, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of temperature. Right? What affects anything within a system with contained gas? It's going to be the amount of gas, the substance of gas, the volume that the gas is in, and the temperature of the state of gas. And whether that temperature is constant or whether it is circular, as in turns on and off again. How that energy is put into the system and how much energy at any one time.
Yeah, so I agree with that all of the heating of the gases, or most of the heating of the gas, happens at the Earth's surface, right? Sun comes in, heats up the Earth, the gas collides with the Earth, picks up some energy from the Earth, bounces back up and shoots up, and is ultimately pulled back down again by gravity.
Within the story, yeah, gravity being a force that changes when you say pulls gas downwards. What, changes the path of a gas?
Yeah, individual gas molecules. Yeah, yep, and pulls them back down. They get heated up, shoot up. Some of them have got enough energy or enough, they're going at the right angle to go very high, but most of them stay very low.
So gases don't travel in straight lines then? They travel in curved lines?
The gas molecules, yeah, they'd be like any other parabolic object, I imagine. If gravity was the thing, that they would follow a parabolic curve just like any other object with mass.
That's the problem. They don't. Gases travel
we can make them, right? We can do gas spectroscopy, mass spectrometry. We can make gas particles curve in magnetic fields and electric fields and things like that.
Yeah, with magnetic fields. Yeah, when ionized gases, yeah. But we're talking about gases in the atmosphere which are described as travelling in straight paths, and the only thing that changes that direction is physical collisions with themselves, other physical bodies, or the walls of the container.
Yeah, so that's assuming there's no gravity, right?
Yeah. So we don't observe gravity causing that geodesic. With the path of gases, right?
So I guess the original point then about gravity is probably a moot one, in that it's ultimately something that will be disregarded in the conversation, I suppose. But which is interesting, because Sky Scholar is very clear that gravity is a thing.
Yes.
And causes the pressure distribution in the atmosphere.
The reason, if you look further into his work, and the only reason why I bring him up, I like bringing in hostile witnesses, just because he's challenging something else about the cosmology. But it pertains to how gases work within his idea of why gravity acts upon the gases that are above the mass of the Earth. Is that when the gases collide with the surface of the Earth, the gases lose energy so much so that they can't move away from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but that's also his explanation for air pressure, isn't it? That the gas is bouncing, that's the container, that's the pressure.
Yeah. So he's got one surface, which is uncontained, which is an uncontained volume, by the way. One surface is an uncontained volume when it's not 360 degrees around, right? So the gas loses energy when it impacts the Earth and hasn't got enough energy to leave the Earth. Depending on the temperature of that gas, it will form into that gradient.
Yeah, but the gas will also pick up energy in a lot of those collisions because there's heat transfer happening.
Yeah,
energy from the surface of the Earth into the gas.
Yes, so I'm glad you brought that up because this is what I would challenge him on as well. I would challenge him on that gases have elastic collisions. Gases are going to gain energy with friction and within whatever ambient temperature there is that they're passing through. So they're not going to lose energy. That's his idea, that they do lose energy because the Earth is a body of solid.
Yeah, and the other because he then, you know, in his series, I watched these things quite a while ago, a couple of years ago. I saw them. Then he goes on to address the whole self-gravitation of stars thing. So I guess the Earth thing's just a lead in. But one thing I disagree with him on as well is his definition of gas pressure, right? So he's talking about pressure as force per unit area, and if you take the ideal gas law and you rearrange it for P, and plug all the units in and do unit dimensional analysis, the second, one of the last things that pops out is a unit of joules per cubic meter, which is the kinetic theory of gases definition of pressure. It's the energy density. And so that you don't need a container to have gas pressure, because gas pressure doesn't have to be defined in context of a collision with a wall. You can measure it by having a collision with a wall, but the gas pressure exists, you know, and take your Russian doll example, right? If you were to have a small Russian doll inside a really big one, you know, like a room size one, and you could instantaneously open it and have a pressure sensor inside the doll, when that container vanished, there would still be pressure on that probe, and it would drop off as the gas dispersed. But there would always be pressure on that probe, even when the walls disappeared and none of the gas had actually reached the wall and come back to collide. So that's how the pressure sensor in the middle would work, right? It would have to wait for molecules to collide with it and apply the force.
At that moment of changing the volume, yes, of course. But the only way that
so for all practical purposes, that little bundle of gas is in a vacuum for a fraction of a second until it spreads out.
Yeah, but the only way that you're going to be able to measure any type of pressure is dependent on the amount of substance in that space. That volume that the gas is in.
Yeah, but the instant you take away the container, the pressure will still be on that probe because there'll be molecules smashing into it, right? They have energy. The molecules that are in transit don't need a wall to apply pressure to the pressure probe.
Because I move in a direction and compress on whatever whatever.
So some of them will already be going inwards towards to have that collision, and it's not until they've gone and bounced off the new external wall and hit the probe again that the probe will register their pressure.
Which direction do the gases go though? They do feel that limitation of that volume, don't they?
They do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, but probably not uniformly, right? You will get that gradient.
That would depend on the temperature of the system, wouldn't it? Now, if we look at what did I bring up earlier? I can't remember the guy's name. The Boltzmann constant, when we're talking about the temperature distribution within a volume and how that affects gases, right? And if all things are consistent and the same, then pressure there will be an equal pressure within the container on all surfaces. Boltzmann's constant.
Yeah, yes, that's the equilibrium thing. But I guess my argument is that, you know, I think gravity is the thing, and I think gravity alters the distribution of the molecules in the container. You need a big enough container that it's significant, but you could probably do it in just a room-sized container where there was no free gas exchange. I think you can measure the difference in barometric pressure between the roof and the ceiling without too much hassle. Yeah. But anyway, I have to run now. Thank you very much for your
No
time.
worries.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll cross
We'll catch up.
again.
We'll catch up again soon. Man.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Have a good night, day, evening, wherever you're at. Cheers.
Take care.
See you, Wazza!
Jedi, do you think the pressure gradient is an example of reversal of entropy?
I think a pressure gradient has got to do with temperature.
Okay, but I'm not asking for the cause of it. I'm asking if the phenomenon itself is an example of reversal of entropy.
No, because there's energy within the system.
But the energy gets less.
If I want to stop my hot cup of coffee getting cold, what do I do?
Hey.
You
Thank
heat
you,
it.
Tim. Yeah, I put energy into the system, don't I? So I stop entropy, right, by putting energy into the system. Do we have energy in the system? Yes. Is equilibrium able to be achieved? No.
Great job. Breathing Earth, what are you talking about parallel planes not being parallel?
I've never said these planes are parallel.
So what is parallel, what's not parallel?
The horizontal planes at different locations of the Earth aren't parallel to each other.
Okay, that's a good start. Do you know what horizontal means? What do you mean when you say the horizontal planes?
I mean, 90 degrees relative to vertical, and vertical is determined by the direction of
But
gravity.
but you said a plane, so you know a plane isn't a point, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Obviously.
when is a horizontal plane not horizontal? Is there there's some disco ball, like sort of adjacent plane to an adjacent, some sort of pyramid that they meet at? It looks like that, or what do you mean?
The horizontal plane at any point of the Earth is a tangent to the surface of the Earth.
And that is just solely where you're standing at, right? So the horizontal plane then goes out like from your feet or from your eyes, and it's just this level, right? I have a couple diagrams in chat where, are you talking about where it is where you look out, like you can walk away from your car and the orthogonal lines appear to meet the horizontal line? Are you considering like how the optics work, or are you thinking like that the ground just stays at your feet and you don't appear it to sort of gradually go up into your view?
I'm not speaking about optics. I'm speaking about pure
You're not
geometry.
speaking about and so we're speaking about in reality. So geometrically, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. That's in reality. So you're going and you're looking at a sunset, you're looking at a sunrise, same day maybe. You're on a nice cruise. It would probably be a tormentous cruise if you were at only 6 feet. All you could see was sea level. I don't know. I'm not planning on doing it.
So what's your point?
Well,
Because you're just throwing random words.
No, you just said that horizontal is not horizontal to some people sometimes.
No, it's
You said
always
that.
horizontal to all of the people. It simply moves with them. It doesn't stay in that location. If you move to some other location of the earth,
But I mean,
that
like let's say I'm A, you're B, and you're in a completely different location. So now my my horizontal is not your horizontal. That's what you're saying.
yes, exactly. But my
Yeah.
horizontal would still be my horizontal.
So so you have a horizontal, and I don't have a horizontal. Except I do have a horizontal, but it's not your horizontal.
Yes, exactly.
You have a different horizontal, and horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical.
Yes, because planes of the horizon are also individual for every person, because the plane of the horizon is simply the same thing as horizontal. These are two words for the same thing.
So instead of it being a plane, it is more like not a plane, a curve. So I have
No,
a
it's not a
curve,
curve.
and you have a curve, and at some point, the curves meet.
It's not a curve, it's still a plane, but these planes are simply
It's not. It's a
diverging from each
plane,
other.
but the plane is still. You agree? It's parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical.
Yes, because these references you're talking about are also relative for every person, like vertical or the plane of the horizon. These are all not one universal direction, but they all are all relative to the position of the observer, and every single person will have different direction of them.
Well, do you know like some of the principles of like maybe your geometry, and you could explain it a little better? Like what if I'm looking at a mountain peak 275 miles away from the peak of another mountain? Do you know what the geometric sort of implications it would be in such an observation?
Yes, that would mean that the observer looking at that mountain, if he established that horizontal plane, that mountain wouldn't appear on that plane, but it would appear very much below it, because that mountain would be diverging over that distance. It would be dropping.
And then,
for
and so, what would it mean if you just saw it directly in front of you, and
that mean that you would
in a
have to
level
be.
line of sight?
That mean that you would have to be looking lower at that mountain than if it was at the same level as you.
So I'm tilting my head, even though I think that I'm looking straight. I'm actually tilting my head. Even let's get mechanical and put a mechanical optic on there.
Yes, because the eyes aren't really good in measuring angles. You would have to use some
Yeah, so
more
we put the
practical device.
mechanical optic on there. What's that do?
It would measure the angle of drop of that mountain if you did it.
Okay. So we know how high the mountain is.
Yes, you know how high the mountain is. You know the distance to it. So you know how much at what angle it should appear relative to your horizontal plane if the Earth was
So
flat,
let's just
if the Earth was a globe.
okay. Let's just in the situation it is past the geometric implications. What then?
In what way?
Well, let's just
Past the
say
geometric implications.
the geometric implications say that it would be hidden, and you see it, plain as day, right in front of you. What then?
Then I guess I would. In the first place, it's a hypothetical situation. So first, I would need to have some actual
No, it's
example
not
of
a
that.
hypothetical situation. It is an actual observation. It's actually the world record observation of Mount Finisterres from Mount Gaspard. The
Okay,
Pic de
so
Gaspard.
yes, then refraction would be the cause of that, I guess.
I just asked you a specific question. So now, what is that? Refraction. So
Yes.
we went through the whole thing, how I'm so tiny and Earth's so big, and then now we're talking. I presented a situation that you said was hypothetical, and now I see it. I see it in front of me, and guess what? And I had a level, and it was level. I was looking out to the horizon.
How did you measure it was level? Because I know a guy who made a simulation based
How
on the
did I measure it
topography.
was level? How not? I'm looking out to the horizon. I could have been looking down, and then turned around, and then I'm looking down to the other horizon. I don't know. Does that make a big difference to you?
Yes, exactly. Even if you see something, that doesn't mean it automatically appears at the same height as you would predict if there was no drop.
Well,
Something
we
could
do
drop.
see.
Something could drop lower, but not enough low for it to be obstructed by the horizon. And I think that would still be a demonstration of the curve.
Yeah. So drop low, but it's like the whole time I there's no portion of any globe there, and then I just see the mountain peak.
Yes, you see only the very, very peak, without the entire
And
base
so
below
like
it.
so there's refraction that happens like when the mountain should be behind this hill that I'm looking down and down again to, then it's being popped up because light bends. So I'm looking at a direct line of sight there that's flat, and then the obstruction of the hill getting in the way happens, and then the line actually curves behind the hill just a little bit, but not too much. You can't keep going past that, right? It just lifts it up just a little bit to see.
Yes.
Or is it you're just actually seeing straight lines curve? Or are you seeing
I think this is the big question. Are you seeing the straight line curved, or is it just appearing and it is measuring as a flat line, but that it is curved? Are you seeing the
So
straight line curve, or then
the
you
line of
see the
sight,
straight line and then you say it's curved after? What is going on?
the line of sight, it is physically curved for the atmosphere, but the eyes can detect that curve because we only see the light in the direction we get it coming from. So even if that light went through a curved path from the original point it started from, we wouldn't detect that because our brain interprets what we see
But
as simply an
even
object
3
being
miles, you know,
placed
there's
that light came.
roads and there's bridges more than 3 miles long. That would be past your. That's why I asked you about the horizontal plane. So I'm measuring level. So I got a horizontal plane like around my local area. And so my question is, how local is local? Like how like I can do very many level calculations there, and then they'll all be level, right? And they'll all be parallel. When do they stop being parallel?
They stop being parallel at every single centimeter, but that divergence gets more strong with gradually the further you go. You don't have like a border to which something all of the horizontals are parallel, and then you have a sudden drop of very much degrees. It's simply a gradual change. Like even if you have one person standing 10 meters from another, they already have different horizontals, but that change is so minuscule, it's completely irrelevant.
Okay, so am I actually seeing the mountain in front of me, or am I not seeing it? What's going on? Am I looking straight directly, but what I think I'm looking at is actually curved, or am I actually looking at a curve?
You're looking straight at the direction from which the light that took a curved path came from.
So the curved light came from that. It projected the holographic image of the mountain up into the air, just high enough, right at the horizon, to continue my image directly to it, and then it came straight directly at my eyes. Then is that what happened?
Yeah.
So
yes, exactly.
a curved holograph. So that's what I'm asking. So I'm actually looking down the curve, but it just is flat. Cool.
No, you're physically looking at the direction the mountain isn't physically there. But the curved light makes a fictional image of that mountain that makes it appear in that direction, because the light you see came from that direction. Even though it didn't come there
Okay.
from the straight line, it bent, but your eyes can't detect from what path that
Okay,
light took.
I get it.
It only can detect
I get it.
the
I get
direction
it. I
it
get it.
finally arrived to.
I'm looking directly to this hill getting in the way. But right behind it, due to gravity, the image is actually lifted, could be a few feet. In this instance, we're talking about it's 13,000 feet. The image is getting lifted into the air, and we're observing it. Wow, gravity is amazing.
No, it's completely irrelevant to gravity. It's a matter of refraction.
Oh, it's not. Oh, really? What would be your cause for refraction?
The change of the speed of light in different mediums. The more denser the medium is, in general, the light has lower speed of light in it.
Now we have some problem. What are you talking about, refraction?
So refraction is when the light passes from one medium to another, the one with lower refractive index to higher, or in reverse. Then the speed of light changes and it bends by some angle at the border of these two media. Because the speed of light is slightly
And
different
what would be your two
both of them.
mediums? What would be your two mediums when we're referencing observations in reality?
Every single layer of the atmosphere acts as a different medium because it has a gradual change in that index.
A layer of gas. Is that what you're saying? What are you talking about? Layers of gas? So
Yes,
between
the
layers
layers
of
are
gas or
with
glass?
different density of gas.
Do you say layers of glass or gas?
No, of gas of the atmosphere.
Glass of glass. Oh, yeah, well, that's the definition. Between layers of glass, like
No,
things separating
layers
mediums.
of really any medium. It can be liquid, it can be a transparent solid, it can be a gas. But in this case, in this specific case, it's a gas because it's the atmosphere. But it isn't a phenomenon that is exclusive to that gas.
It's the Atmos. You don't know it's spherical.
So between layers of glass, the light will do something. Okay, go on.
Yes, I have to go now. But if you want to know more about that, you can Google Fermat's principle.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you better run away.
It's the law of physics that dictates that direction the light is going from and going to.
Hey, can you post that in VC in the chat before you go?
Yes.
Thank you. Good talking to you though.
Yeah, it's
Bye.
a law of physics that when Big Dog enters the chat, the little guy runs.
No, it's simply
I'm kidding,
simply
man.
working hours for me here because we live on the globe, so we have different times of day for every single person. So it's working hours for me.
I'm sorry, but time zones exist on a flat Earth as well. Time zones don't prove the Earth is a globe. Next. So, what do you guys think about the idea that the Earth is moving up, and when you drop an object, it's not actually falling; it's just in free. It's like in free space. But the Earth crashes into it.
Sounds so fun.
It's a stupid idea.
So it's catching wind with some other people, some notable flat earthers.
Just mention clouds and then watch them crumble.
No, because buoyancy still exists, so it would just be, it would just be the extra pressure that's giving it the rise over the constant of it being, carried with the Earth. Just like gas will still be expelled and whatever, all this the forces that you would expect still happen. The only difference is instead of things falling, things stay where they are, and the Earth goes up to meet them, basically. Yeah, it's a doozy. I don't blame you guys.
Hey, percentage ain't no fucking doozy. You're always the same. You fucking fake flat earther, you. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
Yo, for real though, this is like they're actually talking
You're
about it.
fucking cancer percentage. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody heard that shit for fucking 2 years, 3 years now. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking coming here trying to fucking poison the wall like always. Get the fuck out of here.
Is that your new favorite term?
What? Get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, GTFO.
Yo, get the fuck out of here. And I mean it. Fucking
rude. That's rude, man.
useless fucking cancer.
That's so mean.
Well, stop poisoning the fucking well. Go back to Geo server and fucking sit there like a good boy.
Metastasizing, man.
Who's metastasizing?
Me, I'm gonna metastasize onto you, stage 4.
Oh, is he from OT? Is he from OT?
Yeah, it's one of those
level,
homosexuals from there. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my.
One of those
Yeah,
homosexuals.
you should go like, bro.
Yo, if I'm homo, there's no straight people.
Preach his religion. Just let him talk.
Yeah, let me
But
talk.
not too long.
Fucking poisoning the well, cancer, useless fucking percentage.
Yo, why are you so fixated on zodiacs, man?
Because you are what you are, bro.
You're some feminine one, like Aquarius or something like that.
Definitely not. See, you're still stupid.
You're definitely some feminine one.
No,
So
I'm not. I'm actually the most masculine
Leo or
one.
something like that.
Are close enough to
Some
manipulate
feminine Virgo
your
or something.
astrology, but far enough away to manipulate your astronomy. Cool story.
Motherfucker, I am the most masculine fucking. My birth chart has all masculine signs. Get the fuck out of here.
Is that Pisces?
No, the Pisces are not fucking masculine. Are you out of your fucking mind? This guy doesn't know his
Oh,
shit.
Scorpio. You're a very masculine Scorpio, right?
I'm a Mars ruled. Yeah, but not the Scorpio. No. Me and Scorpios, we get along.
Is this OT9? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is wild. From Gem Pandas? Bro, do better.
He's from Geo server. He's not Gem Pan. This guy's a Geo. He's the worst.
Into the break. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Seriously.
Into the break doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time, so he's just like fucking this cancer percentage guy. Useless. They pretend to clown fucking flat earthers, bro. That's what they are, guy.
Bro, I'm as real as it gets, man.
Sure, you're fucking telling us a fucking space disc theory of fucking Earth going up fucking at a certain rate. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
I didn't say I believe it. I'm saying, what do you guys think of it?
Why the fuck are you saying this shit? You already know what we fucking think about that. If you knew who the fuck we were,
it's interesting.
Oh my god, buddy, we weren't doing this for fucking 10 years, right?
Well,
I don't know how long you've been fucking.
What's your
You're
proof
fucking
against
retarded,
it?
bro.
What's your proof against it, Vlad?
Clouds, like fucking what's his name just said? Clouds, bro. Fuck
Yo,
off.
clouds and planes and butterflies, all that stuff would still work.
Yeah, while the Earth is fucking going up. Yeah, okay there, buddy.
Bro, can you move in a car?
You're fucking retarded. You can feel it.
You can if you're at constant.
You feel the
speed,
car
can't
moving.
feel
You
it.
feel the car moving. I don't feel the fucking Earth moving, asshole.
Bro, imagine you're one on.
I don't need to imagine. I don't need to imagine. I'm not a fucking retard like you. I'm not a fucking retard like you.
He just said that
I don't need to
you would
imagine.
step out of a moving car.
Bro, you're on a magnetic train, maglev train with no
turbulence.
turbulence. Okay, going at a constant speed.
Buddy, go back to Geo server. What the fuck you doing here?
You can put a coin on.
Are you
the side,
bored? You bored?
And it won't move.
You bored over there? You're bored. Go back to Geo's. Nobody needs to talk to you here. You're fucking retarded.
So basically, you can't even think of the
fucking
thought experiment.
I don't need no hypotheticals, no fucking pseudoscience here, buddy. It's measured flat. That's all it is, bro. It's not that fucking hard.
Bro, I'm not saying it's not flat.
Get the fuck out of
Going
here.
up, can't it?
Yeah, okay there, buddy. Going up. You fucking
Why is everything
stupid.
coming down then?
Why is everything? Clouds are not coming down.
Why are the things falling down?
Helium
Why
balloons
is there
don't
acceleration?
fucking. Buddy, it's buoyancy density.
Is there
that's
downward
it.
acceleration when you
No,
drop
there
more,
isn't.
more dense
Not in
objects?
my world. Not in fucking my world.
When you drop
It's
more dense
fucking
objects, there's no downward acceleration.
relative mediums. That's it. Because fucking
Exactly.
shit in water's floating. I don't know why there's a lot of shit that's floating on top of water. It's not going past the water. Why is
Yeah,
that?
but water goes down.
Oh yeah. Oh, but the water's going down, right?
Yeah.
But where is water? In what medium is water in?
Air.
Yeah, there you go. So what's more heavier, the water or the fucking air?
The water. That's why it's going down, right?
Oh yeah. So there's no fucking gravity. Thank you. It's density buoyancy. Amazing.
Bro, you're not getting it.
There's
What if
no
the water
up
isn't
fucking.
going
There's
down?
no buddy. There's a downward. If there's a downward bias, there's different fucking reasons for it. It's not your fucking shit going up.
What if the water isn't going down? What if it's just being carried by an Earth that's going up?
It's going. Okay, that's why the clouds are still in the fucking sky.
Yeah, because the clouds are more
You
buoyant.
fucking
They're going
yo,
higher.
buddy, you're beyond fucking retarded.
So
Like
you're
I said,
not
you're here to
getting it. You
fucking
think
poison the.
that
I don't need to fucking get it.
Vlad, you think
You're
that
fucking
it dispels
stupid. You're
buoyancy
fucking stupid.
and density.
You're
density.
but you're adding an
it doesn't
extra
get rid of that.
variable in this cut. You're adding a very extra variable for no fucking reason when you have to
What's the
fucking
variable?
keep it as simple as no. Well, the shit going up when all you need is fucking buoyancy and density to explain fucking everything. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of
Yo,
here.
buoyancy and density is
Listen,
still
hey,
there.
first of all, fix your fucking. Listen, fix your fucking mic. You're echoing like fucking. You're too stupid to even fix your mic. You echo too fucking hard. Now I gotta fucking put you down. The fuck out of here,
I only echo when you're
dumb
talking. over me.
motherfucker. Useless
You don't
waste
talk
of
over me,
space.
I
I
won't
can't fucking
echo.
believe it. Don't even come here. Go back to GeoServer and fucking jerk each other off there, bro. What the fuck out of
Yo,
here?
why are you so
With your fake
aggressive?
fucking pseudoscience.
Are you
This
trying to overcompensate
motherfucker,
for
I
your
can't believe this guy
feminine
comes in here
star
trying to
sign?
fucking poison the well like that. What a fucking asshole.
Why are you so
Fucking
aggressive,
asshole.
man, Vlad?
Have enough plenty of fucking Globers to fucking talk with, right? No, you're gonna have to come in here and start making us look fucking stupid, right? By calling yourself a fucking flat earther. You're not a fucking flat earther. I've been calling this out for fucking
Yo,
years
Vlad,
now. You're a fake
why are you so
fucking
aggressive
twat.
when you're into
You're
zodiac
never
signs?
gonna be a fucking flat earther. You're a fucking
How
twat.
masculine can you be when you're into star signs?
You're fucking some controlled opposition piece of shit. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, that's what you are. Fucking
How
garbage,
masculine
bro.
can you
That's
be
what
when you're
you
into
are,
star
man. It's
signs?
fucking nuts.
When'd you first get interested in astrology, bro?
I'm a fucking useless waste.
Yo, what's
The
more of a
fuck out
science,
of here, like I
astrology or
said before. Get the
astronomy?
fuck out of here.
What's more of a science, astrology or
By the way,
or
I'm not even
astronomy?
listening to you at this point. Like, there's no point of listening to you, bro. It's completely
You
fucking. I
scared
got
to
you on
talk
like
astrology?
fucking mosquito. So I hear like a little buzzy just to know that you're talking, and I'm responding to you by telling you go fuck yourself. You like that? Yeah, you like that.
So astrology
Go fuck
is
yourself,
more of a science, right?
dumbass. Can't believe it. Like, why the fuck would you come in here and start talking shit like that? That's so stupid, bro. Fuck
what you
yeah,
did,
A useless waste of space, bro.
Yo, all I said is, what do you guys think about the Earth going up?
You are a useless piece of shit. You are a piece of shit. It's like the beginning of the Backstreet Boys song, but like, sad. You are a piece of shit. You are not my fire. You are a piece of shit. Pretty much it. I mean, for like years you've been doing this. I don't understand why you would fucking do that shit though. Like pretend to be a flat earther and everything. It's fucking nuts, man. You got some fucking psychology issues, bro. I gotta fix that.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
how long
fake
you
flat
keep on
earther
going
here.
until me say it.
Everybody, this percentage guy, he's a fake flat earther for life. Fucking fraud.
You done?
A fucking fraud.
Got all out of your system? Your period over?
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yo, any Globers? Because Globers are better to talk to than this fucking percentage garbage, man. Any Globers here? Any
Bro,
Globers
your
have
hands-
actual questions and stuff about what we're living in?
You just absolutely spiraled because you
I'm
couldn't
here to
answer a
talk.
simple question.
Holy fuck, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh my god, this guy's going. No fucking way. There's no fucking way that shit happened.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I hear the little buzzy. I'm not responding because I don't know what you're saying, bro. I don't care. I literally don't care. You are a Cancer. The funny thing is like zodiac of a Cancer and a real fucking Cancer and like just society, bro. Can't even fix your own fucking mic, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's
It's 2024 already, and these people don't know how to fucking use microphones. Crazy. I'm gonna have to fucking start doing something here. I'm gonna have to fucking start doing something here for real. Frankly, man. Champion duplicator. Fucking shit.
So the way I see it, the thing that kills the theory of the Earth going up is
Nobody cares.
the atmosphere. If you take the air out, then you have to deal with the question of is it constant
Nobody
motion,
cares.
constant speed versus constant acceleration.
So it does nothing. Amazing. Hey, percentage, way to fucking ruin the conversation, buddy. Coming in here with your bullshit.
Yo, I said one thing.
People are having
about
some nice fucking
maybe
conversations about fucking
what do you guys
plumb
think about
lines,
the Earth
fucking all
going up?
kinds of shit.
And you
Here you are
spiral.
coming in here fucking talking about some fucking disc floating up. What a fucking moron, bro. Why isn't it going down?
Bro,
Shit, why
you
isn't it going to the right or the
spiral,
left,
like you
bro?
create a
Why does it has
toroid
to go
field,
up,
man,
man?
with your spiraling.
You can
Fucking
do
stupid,
fuck
bro.
all with a percentage.
Well, percentage is retarded, man. He's been retarded for like fucking years, man. Nothing fixed him. You know, that's why he frequents
Yeah, it takes one to know one,
GeoServer.
right?
Because they're all pretty fucked up there. I went into GeoServer one time. I'm like, yo, is this the people in here? Like, the fuck? I never went back. Like, I deleted that server. Like, fuck these people. Plus, Geo was the mod in there. Well, the admin. Huh. If Geo Love is fucking adminning, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
It shows
That's
how
like
much you know,
Sodomy
bro.
Central, bro. The fuck out of
Shows how much you
here.
Joke's on you, bro.
Oh, man.
The like cutting edge
Crazy, bro.
of the discussion is there, man. You get all your ideas from there.
Crazy. Geo Love servers.
Everything
fucking
you've ever
nice.
talked about was probably first talked about there.
Just Sodomy Central. Worse than the alphabet people, I think, bro. In my opinion, my humble opinion.
Keep singing,
What the
Sagittarius.
fuck is going on here? No way. Man. Man, oh man.
Way to kill the conversation with your constant ad-libbing.
You know, I was convinced of the flat Earth.
Oh, wait. Is that Ham? Is that Ham? Ham, my buddy. It's measured flat. That's the answer.
Yeah, I agree. I'm convinced of the flat Earth. If
Nah,
somebody could just answer a really basic question for me.
Oh, basic. Are you sure it's basic?
I don't know.
Are you sure it's basic? Are you sure it's basic?
I think
I can't hear you though. I can't hear you. You gotta check your microphone.
Maybe
I don't think it's working.
you should check your headset.
No. I think your microphone's broken because I cannot fucking hear you, bro.
I've been talking to everybody all day. I haven't.
Really? Are you sure? No, I've been listening all day. I don't know, man. I haven't been hearing you the whole time.
Oh well, I just came in.
I
So
think
that explains. So that explains.
No.
keep on talking.
You were in. I saw you. We're in here before saying some bullshit about you being a flat earther again. I'm like, bro, you never in your life were you a flat earther, bro. You don't know what flat earth is, bro. Buddy, you don't know what flat earth is if it hits you in the fucking head, my guy.
You know, it's
No,
okay.
I don't know.
Deacon,
I don't
you
know.
don't want me here.
I don't
I
know.
understand.
I don't know.
I'm not a troll.
No, I don't care if you're here. No, you're not a good faith
Guys, I'm sorry
interlocutor.
for the interruption.
You're definitely not a good faith interlocutor. You're definitely not.
You aren't either, bro. What the
He
hell
left.
are you
He'll
doing?
leave because I fucking destroyed this guy. Fuck that guy.
Oh, you're scared of people.
That guy's just as big of an asshole as percentage right here.
Bro,
you
you
know?
just rumpus all the time. That's it.
That guy's just the same fucking thing, bro. Percentage and that guy fucking like the same fucking thing. It's nuts.
Are you seriously on your period, man?
I come here as a good faith interlocutor. Yeah, my balls. Wait, is this? Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning time. Yeah, Vlad's gonna give him a rip. I'm gonna rip some assholes right now. Hold on. Any Globers in the house?
You're just gonna rumpus over them until they leave.
Hollow, checkmate atheist. Yeah, I got him.
Yo, buddy, you have the Ouroboros on your fucking thing with the all-seeing eyes. So what are you, part of the Illuminati or what, Trace? Are you Illuminati or what? Well, I mean, like you're the one. You're the one with the fucking all-seeing eye and the fucking Ouroboros. So you must know some shit.
Well, I mean, that's like
the snake eating itself, you know.
Yeah, that's religious. It's like Gnosticism. I'm a Christian.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand where all that shit comes from too. It doesn't just fucking appear all of a sudden.
What do you mean?
I mean, somebody had to write something in a book, right?
Yes, I agree. The Bible was written by man, just like all the other religious books. That's a big problem. It's probably why they can't get their metaphysics straight. Yeah.
Well, I would. I mean. Let's not get into the metaphysics stuff because that stuff is also kind of like up for interpretation. I guess you can say.
Oh yeah, they're never gonna get settled on. That's why I don't bother.
I mean,
Wait, the metaphysics of seeing curved line of sights. Hold on, we're talking about this is still a flat Earth Discord, right?
Hey, break, please. Jesus Christ, don't. No, there's metaphysics and flat Earth. They're kind of related, but that's not what we're talking about here, buddy. More like cycles and patterns and shit.
Mm-hmm. No such thing as coincidence.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as coincidence.
Nope. Reality is pretty cool.
So the argument is that the stars are going in which direction?
What do you mean?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Trace is a flat earther, my guy. Into the break. What the fuck are you on?
Stars go east to west, bro.
Trace, you're a flat earther, right?
Well, I'm even worse.
What are? Oh yeah. You said you're a concaver.
Yeah, the cave.
Oh wow. See, so that's why I asked the question.
Well, I mean, at least you're not a
He believes
glober.
the exact opposite. Well, now we're
might cut out. What was that?
Talking the curvature in the other direction. So we're talking about looking out at a plane, and there's curved lines. No, there's a problem,
bro. If the Earth was concave, my guy, will you be able to see all kinds of shit up in the sky? Well, you don't see all kinds of shit up in the sky. That's why it's flat, my guy. It's a flat, extended plane. It has topography and all kinds of shit. All right, there's no
the sky is
fucking curvature one way or the other. Please.
There's different nature in the sky where, like, you had waters above or something.
Whatever.
Like that.
Fuck you, percentage.
It wouldn't matter.
Fuck you, percentage.
Bro, like, why are you even in this server if you can't talk about the thing?
Buddy, why don't you just go back to GeoServer and start fucking spewing your bullshit in GeoServer?
Allow the conversation.
You came in here, starting talking about fucking discs floating up and shit. Like, buddy, get out of here.
Bro, like,
so I'm saying, once you come in here and fucking poison the well, man, I'll poison you, motherfucker.
Let people talk, man. Just like stop.
No, I let people talk. I'm not over talking anybody except you, asshole. Fuck you.
You're going crazy.
Fuck you. Hey, percentage.
What's up, baby?
You're a shitty cancer.
No, I have very good hygiene.
No, you're a shitty cancer.
That's disgusting, man. Are you into that sort of thing?
Hey, percentage. I don't know if you heard me. Yeah, I'll say it again.
Bro,
you're a shitty
you
cancer.
could have a concave Earth wherein the stuff in the sky is like a dense medium ruled by a different nature. Like, instead of the nature of terra firma, it's the nature of the heavens or what have you. And there's just, it's dense and opaque and you can't see through it, basically.
Well, the concave guy left, thank God. That's just another one. That's another one bites the dust. Oh, Anubis is here. Anubis, you're a fucking glober. You clearly are a fucking glober, bro. With your Dragon Ball Z super animation in the background, Jesus Christ. Is that Super Saiyan 5 fucking Gogeta fighting a fucking Brawly? Oh, fuck out of here. Didn't they already beat Brawly that one time? Hey, I'm a good faith interlocutor. La 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 la. Jingle.
No, those cellular cosmologists are funny because then it's like, okay, now we're doing this the other way.
Yo, into the break, man. Are you like always high?
Are you?
I wish I was. No, at this moment I'm super sober. I got a surgery coming up, so I have to be super sober for the
Oh
surgery.
damn! Yeah, no, good. And no, you'll have that'll go through. Like, good for you, dude, for getting it done. So,
Well, that's what I'm saying. So are you always high? Is that my question?
I mean, that's relative, I guess.
Well, relative, like what? Are you high on life? Or are you high on marijuana?
I mean, always like.
I mean,
I mean,
shit.
I
If
guess
you're
there's highs and
smoking weed,
lows.
you're always smoking weed. But you know, some people have different effects of weed and stuff.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be pretty spacey, but other times I'll be pretty down to earth.
Sometimes, right? I think you're fucking spacey all the time. Every time I hear you say some shit, it's like, fucking dude, why the fuck are you even talking? You know, get what I'm saying?
There'll be blinks, and then I just like to ask the question about level and horizontal, and line of sight, and sunrise, sunset. It's just fun for me.
Right.
What's your question, bro?
Yo, into the break. You're way cooler than that percentage guy up there that's trying to talk to you. So,
Do
and
you
you're
have any
kind of
questions
fucked
left on
up. So
that
that's
edition of
crazy.
Break?
So if you're cooler than that percentage guy up there, man, jeez, props to you, bro. That percentage guy up there, man, that guy's like a fucking.
And dude,
he's
that
a,
Yo, when did I hurt
that
you?
is such a
Vlad?
low bar. That's a low bar. But thank
When
you.
did I hurt you, huh?
I know it's a pretty low bar. I know. But it's we all have our
Do I
special
remind you of someone
quirks
that
and
abused
shit
you
and
as a kid?
features, right?
Someone
But this
bullied you,
percentage guy,
Vlad?
man, he comes in here and tries to fucking like poison the well with some fucking bullshit.
You're such a
Where the Earth
hypocrite.
is floating upwards. Like, what the fuck? Earth is a flat, extended topographical plane, which is geostationary, my guy. The fuck out of here. Now, explaining how the sun and the moon stays up in the sky while the Earth is constantly going up. Yeah, okay. So the clouds, the moon, the sun, they're not going to be hit by the fucking. So this fucking movement of motion up. Right, it's selective. It only selects certain things that's gonna go downwards, while the other things are gonna get pushed off of it. Right? Like, get the fuck out of
I'm
here!
glad you're starting to
You
think about it,
stupid
but
as
no, that's
fuck,
not how
man.
it works at all. You need to
Man,
give
you
it more
stupid
thought.
as fuck, man.
You need to ponder it a little bit more,
Man,
bro.
you hold on. Let me see what Overlord is sharing. I want to see this shit. Let's see this shit.
You need to give it just a little
Oh
bit more
hell
thought.
yeah!
You started, but you're nowhere near
Yeah,
where you need to
Overlord.
go.
What are you playing?
Well, how much more thought does he have to give it? Why don't
For
you
instance,
There's no
fix
if
it?
you
thought
give it
to
more
give. This
thought,
guy's an asshole.
Need to
you'll know
make
that
what's left
everything
short.
that's connected to the Earth is gonna,
There's
like,
nothing
under
fucking
this
no thought to him.
paradigm,
This guy's a
will be
fucking.
dragged up
You
with
need
it,
to have some
right?
thought, buddy. You have zero
Just like how
thought, man.
you're
Fuck
moving with the
off.
car that's moving,
You don't need to
right?
think. Your thinking is
But
wrong
other
completely.
things
Like
like
you
the
want to
sun, the moon,
keep thinking wrong
but
shit.
the air, the
Yeah.
clouds, planes,
See, you
all
were
these other
talking
things,
about
they would generate a force
like
that's greater than
when you
the
step out of a
1g
moving
that's going
car.
upwards.
Like, would you do that? You wouldn't do that. So your
Hey, yo,
hypothetical is nonsensical.
It's just like on Earth, things can go down into
AI
the ground,
Overlord.
right?
What game are you playing,
Like,
bro?
no,
What the fuck is
you
this?
do professionally know that you are moving rapidly in a car, and you would never step out of it
Yeah, no, of
thinking
course,
that
of
you
course.
were in a parking lot. You would never. That would never. So why are you talking about that?
Because it's a possibility that people are discussing is gaining some traction. I'm saying what you guys think. Like, I'm asking what you guys think about it. I personally don't believe in it, right? But it's just like the Earth, the globe, where they say, that we're constantly
Believe in what?
we're
What are
constantly
you
spinning
talking
and stuff like
about?
that,
Be
but we don't know
specific
it,
in what
and
you're
we've never
talking about.
confirmed it because we never stepped off the Earth or whatever to know that it's spinning, right? They just say that it's in constant
You believe
motion or
that
what
you
have you.
wouldn't step out of a moving car. Okay, good for you. I guess that's the grand conclusion.
What'd you say?
Hey, just so everybody knows,
Yeah,
I think you misheard me, maybe.
You know that when you're in a moving car, that you're not parked in a parking lot. Good job. You great.
Absolutely,
Hey, that was
of
great.
course.
Great mental.
I want to post the correct definition.
Bro, how is that?
See, into the break is crushing you percentage, and into the break is always fucking high.
Yo, how is that the takeaway from what I said? That's
He's
the only
crushing
takeaway
you, bro. He's destroying you, bro. I don't even know why you're here. You should be back in Geo
almost as
server,
confused
like
as you,
blowing them
Ryan.
and stuff, man. Get out of here, bro.
Maybe even more confused than
The
you.
fuck out of here. Go back to Geo's your best friend server, bro. You guys all sound the same too.
No one's saying that in terms
Fucking
of like
stupid.
it being a thing that we have actual proof of
You
it. Just like there's no
are
actual
so
proof
stupid
of the Earth spinning.
to me. Can't you see?
The point is, it's just a reverse
You
of
are
the
so
gravity from the
stupid.
globe paradigm. From the heliocentric.
Hey, bro,
paradigm,
why
there's
the
one
fuck?
G going
This
down,
guy's so horrible with his
there's
mic
one
too.
G
Like he
going up.
literally puts his microphone up to his speakers. Like, why in the fuck are you doing that?
He's like, oh, don't you really believe me? I just do the opposite of, or the reverse, or
I
whatever.
didn't say
Reverse
I. Don't put words in my
polarity?
mouth, big boy.
Your shit. No, I just said verbatim what you just said. That was you're
I
just
never said
fucking
I.
weird,
Don't
dude.
put, I said I personally don't believe it.
In the opposite of the weirdest shit that you're on the side of a
Yeah, you
ball.
have comprehension issues as well.
While you're like, no, you're on the inside walking up the side of it, and actually all space is in the middle, and all space is the same thing.
Phoenix Rising, all
Made
right.
up bullshit. And then you must ignore what you observe in reality because that mountain. Well, that's interesting. Where the mountain is obstructed, but Mount Gaspard, but
Phoenix Rising.
refraction raises it up to your eye level. And so if you're on a concave, then it would be like you're looking at it, and so it would just be like you're looking down hills and up hills. That's wild. Concave is just, and you just admitted it because it would just be the opposite of gravity. And so in gravity, they think there's
How are you
curved line
confusing
of
concave
sight.
with what we were talking about?
You
weren't
think
talking about
there's curved
concave.
line of sight, and
No,
and
I think you're
those
Yeah,
curved
this
line of
percentage
sights
guy
would
is
now
a
be
fucking
based on the
glober.
same exact
This guy
opposite.
confused
Yeah,
concave
it's just
with
more out there,
upward
right?
Earth.
Same delusion of whatever they think gravity is. Undefined.
Percentage.
Not one
completely
answer.
separate things. You
From
amalgamated
all
them.
the time that I've known you, percentage, you've always sounded like a glober to me, man. Never once did you sound like a real flat earther, my guy. You know, because all globers
cool,
sound
man.
the same.
That's cool.
Stupid as fuck.
That's cool.
Yeah.
He's talking about gravity in the opposite direction, and then he's like, "Oh, like whatever." Concave.
Yeah,
What are
he's
you, Glover?
fucked.
Concave Glover.
It has nothing to do with concave, bro. You're confused.
No. He's not confused. He's just a little high. It's okay.
He is confused.
But
Stop being
he's
a
better than
cheerleader,
you.
Vlad.
He's better than you. Fuck you.
No, it's what he's stating. I'm just taking him at his word.
No, that's a completely different thing that someone else was talking about. Being a concave earther, I said it was possible because like you could have different laws for the heavens dictating
buddy.
Well,
a
then
more
you're
dense
debunked.
medium, which is space.
You said it was possible.
And then a
You're
completely different thing was, whether or
You're
not
done.
Earth is constantly moving upwards and how that would look. So we switched topics completely.
You never even started because gravity is still undefined. You said a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, fuck.
It's still nothing.
Oh, fuck.
Bro, gravity, in terms of what, like, the conventional gravity is 1g, the downward acceleration that we observe from objects that are more dense than the
Gold.
That's it.
Measured weight.
No.
And then
Yeah, anything measured going down, they say is subject to gravity, or happens because of gravity.
What if it's
which is
tied
the
to a
downward
balloon?
acceleration? The cause of which is debated. Most heliocentrists say it's Newton's or Newtonian or Einsteinian.
Jesus fucking
Bullshit.
clouds are in the
I
sky
don't
and
care
they're
about
not
that.
coming down, my guy. The fuck out of here.
Because they're buoyant. Stop.
The fuck out. Oh, okay, so that's all
Stop
that
talking,
explains
bro.
it. So everything is relative to itself, right? So everything reacts on whatever fucking medium it's in. Congratulations, there ain't no fucking gravity.
How are you in this for 10 years?
You're fucking
Vlad? You don't know
stupid.
that. You don't know
You're
that
fucking
gravity, little
stupid.
g, is
You're
part of
fucking
the
adding
buoyancy
shit to
equation.
it, man. You're still adding shit to it. Like, there's no point in adding extra shit. You guys are fucking dumb.
Vlad, how are you in it for
Stupid
10
as
years
fuck,
and
bro.
you don't know
Buddy, I
that
explained to you what I
gravity?
think long time ago,
You don't
buddy.
know
I think we
little
live in a
g
big
is in the
fucking
buoyancy
capacitor. There's a
equation. You
plate
seriously don't know
underneath
the
us. There's a
buoyancy
plate
equation at
above
this
us, and
point?
electricity fucking flows one way to ground.
Stop
That's it.
talking,
And
man.
everything has fucking current, and everything can fucking hold a fucking charge. Fuck off. You're stupid.
Yo, no
You
one
don't know
can learn
nothing.
anything
Fuck
with
off.
you running your mouth.
You're fucking
Just shut up
stupid.
for a
Get out of
second.
here. Fuck off. You don't know shit. Fucking
At least
high
I know
school
that
dropout
little
in
g
here.
is in the buoyancy
Fuck out of
equation.
here. Fuck your little G. I don't give a fuck about any kind of G's. Fuck you.
I know you don't. You ain't no G.
Fucking stupid, man. You fucking stupid. The fuck out of here.
Well, Lil G. Tell us about Lil G.
Little g, aka gravity, is the downward acceleration.
Yeah, see, he has to invoke this shit because he's a glober.
Bro, stop
man. Everybody,
talking, man. You keep on
everybody
poisoning the
realizes
well
that
and
he's
you're
a fucking glober,
destroying any
this
sort of
fucking piece
semblance
of
of
shit percentage.
conversation.
He's a
Why
pretend
you
to
so
clown
angry,
flat
man?
earther. He's in here to fucking poison the well like always. Always to fucking make fucking flat
Yo,
earthers
you're such a
try and make
hypocrite
him
because what
fucking
you're
look
doing is
stupid.
poisoning the well.
He's a fucking twat. He's a
What you're
fucking
doing is
twat.
poisoning the well. You're a hypocrite.
Fuck you,
Deal
bro.
with it. You're a hypocrite.
Fuck you, bro.
How about take 1 minute?
Fuck you, bro.
Shut
You're
up for
trash.
1 minute. Be quiet for 1
Trash.
minute and ponder on how much of a hypocrite
Trash.
you are.
I don't need to ponder nothing from you.
You do,
Buddy,
actually.
what is the highest level of education you've completed percentage?
More than you.
What's the highest level of education you've completed
More than
percentage?
you.
What is it?
More than you.
What did you complete, my guy? Give me the fucking
It
program.
doesn't matter.
What
Education
fucking
is
program
indoctrination
did you
anyways, isn't
complete
it?
in university or college? What program did you complete?
It doesn't matter. Education.
Oh, it matters. It fucking matters because you definitely
matters
haven't
to you?
completed more than I did. I promise you fucking that, you
I
stupid
promise you I
motherfucker.
have, but it's not important.
No, you
That's not
haven't.
important.
No, you haven't. I guarantee you.
It doesn't matter, bro.
I
'cause know
guarantee you
people-
have not fucking. You don't know shit all, and that's
Calm
why you're
down,
talking
man.
shit like a
Can you calm
fucking
down
high
for a
schooler, you
second?
dumb fuck.
Yo, you're too high strung, man.
You're stupid as fuck. No, because you're making claims
I know
that you
doctors
cannot
and
fucking
lawyers
back
that
up.
are,
You're
that
fucking
are
stupid.
dumb, man.
You're just regurgitating what other fucking people say because you haven't heard
Exactly,
this
that's
shit
what
a million
education
fucking
is.
times, yeah?
What-
We haven't heard this shit a million
You're
fucking
so
times. You're just
confused, bro.
regurgitating other people's fucking information.
Bro,
Amazing.
you're so
Thank you.
confused.
You're fucking
Education
stupid.
degrees are you regurgitating information and
He
getting
doesn't.
a degree.
He doesn't. He
So
just
on one
copies
hand,
and
you're
pastes
championing
everything.
educate. On one hand, you're championing
Yeah, he's a
degrees. On the other
copy
hand, you're
pasta motherfucker. That's what he is, bro.
you're criticizing regurgitation.
Definitely
You're
doesn't
confused,
have fucking. Buddy, you want me to post the fucking robot I built from scratch? Wire wrap the whole fucking motherboard together? You want me to post
Okay,
that shit?
how about you program that
Stupid
robot to tell
motherfucker.
you to shut up?
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. You can't tell me shit. Go fuck yourself. Stupid motherfucker. See, you stupid. You haven't. I guarantee you haven't completed shit. Like, and anyways, education system was flawed unless you're into some form of engineering. So fuck you.
Bro, as someone that has degrees, I can tell you, getting them
You
is
don't
just
got
regurgitating
shit.
information.
You don't got
That's it.
shit.
It's just
You don't got
regurgitating information.
shit. What program did you finish?
Don't
Some
worry about it.
social science, fuck, sociology, fucking pseudoscience bullshit.
No, I'm not feminine like you.
Yeah, no, that's what you are. You're exactly what that is. You're a fucking feminine femboy bitch that fucking goes to Geo's love server.
Here. He's a structural engineer.
So aggressive.
Yeah,
Why you
you definitely ain't
overcompensating,
shit. No, you definitely ain't shit.
Yo, were you bullied as a kid?
Oh yeah, bullied as a kid. You must be out of your fucking mind. This guy's retarded, bro. Like,
It's-
you keep projecting
Yo,
more.
it's a wonder
Hey,
you're
buddy,
not a cop,
Keep projecting more, buddy. Please, I love it. I love your projections over here.
All right. Okay, how about you
Insecure
appreciate some
projections,
then,
like a little
Stop
bitch,
talking.
bro. Yo, just go on my Instagram. See my link tree. There's my link tree. Get on my link tree, right? And get on my Instagram and then go watch it, and then you'll see
How
who
about
the
this?
fuck
I'll
is
go on
talking
your
to,
link tree if
asshole.
you go on mute.
Go fuck yourself. I don't
Okay, fine.
fucking fuck you. Heard me a
Stop
million
talking,
times
man.
till you go fuck
Just
yourself.
let me
It's
talk
not
to the
gonna
homie.
change.
Maybe he'll learn
Buddy,
something. Maybe
I know
you'll
you
learn
for
something.
about 5 years now.
You don't
and
know me
nothing
at
has
all, bro.
changed about you.
You know nothing.
You're still the same stupid motherfucker
You know
that tries to
nothing,
come in
Jon
here
Snow.
and poison the well with dumb shit.
All right, you done?
Exactly, you buddy. Over 5 years now. Same shit.
Okay.
Different day. You're just bored at Geo Love Server. You want to come in here and fucking stir the pot, eh? That's what you're here for?
Are you done?
You're fucking stupid, bro. Buddy,
Great.
every
Okay.
time you open up your mouth, I ain't done. Trust me, bro. I ain't fucking definitely ain't done.
Look at you. You're so reactive. Why are
I'll
you so
fucking
reactive?
crush you, bro, man. Fuck you.
Why are
Dumb
you so
little
reactive,
bitch,
bro?
man.
Just relax, okay? Just allow the
Yeah,
conversation.
fuck you, bro. This guy talking about fucking Earth going upwards. Amazing. That fucking
Yeah, we're talking about
moron.
Earth going upwards. We're talking about Earth
You're
being
a fucking
concave.
moron, bro.
We're talking about Earth being a globe. We're talking about a bunch
No,
of
that's
stuff.
don't bring your beliefs into
We're
this.
talking about
my
Earth being
guy.
flat. You have a
Don't
problem?
bring your beliefs
Yeah, we're
into this,
talking
man.
about reality. Most of all, we are
Yeah.
talking about reality.
Exactly.
So all I say, bro, the Earth is measured flat. That's
Yes.
it, my guy.
He seems very
That's it.
confused about that. He
He is
seems to
pretty
want to talk
confused.
about everything else that isn't reality.
Bro,
When you say
did you not hear me
reality,
say Earth flat is the
people
last one?
offended.
I say
This
the
is
best for last.
100%. It's
No,
extended
bro.
topographical
You
plane.
accept
We
that
all
reality
agree there's topography and all
exists.
kinds of shit. Fuck you.
And
No one said there wasn't, bro. What are you so confused
Well,
about?
there you go. So it's flat. Fuck you. It's flat with topography.
It's flat with topography. That makes sense.
It
more
makes a lot of
importantly,
sense if you understand. See, you're not a flat earther, bro. That's exactly
Go
what
ahead.
it is.
How's it
You're not
flat?
a flat
No,
earther.
just
You're not
use
a
your
flat
language.
earther, bro.
Use your
You
words
don't want to
better.
keep it simple, man. You always want to try
If
to
you're trying to
fucking
keep
make
it
it
simple
worse.
and
You're just
succinct,
trying to
then you
bend
should
and
use better
twist and
language.
shit and make fucking confusions and shit. You get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out
Don't
of
say
here.
flat with topography.
Hey, listen.
Say it's like
I hope everybody
say
fucking
it's like
mutes you
mostly
'cause
flat,
your
except
fucking
for
shit
topography.
is so
Or it's flat
goddamn
except for
annoying. It's so
topography.
fucking annoying,
Or
bro.
say it's planar with topography.
You're
Be more
fucking
precise with your
annoying, bro.
language.
Like, yo, bro, you are fucking like, bro. You gotta fix your microphone.
Bro, all you
okay,
have is
please.
ad hocs, man. Stop
Fix your
talking.
fucking microphone, bro. Because I can't keep listening to
do you know
myself
what a
speaking through your
planar
fucking
is?
headset. You're fucking dumb.
Really? Because you're talking a lot. It's like you
You're
love the
fucking
sound of your own
stupid, bro. You're
voice.
fucking stupid, bro.
He doesn't understand words.
He doesn't
What
see.
they
He's so
mean.
stupid. He doesn't know how fucking feedback works.
into
you know?
the
He doesn't
break.
understand how to
Don't,
fix his
like,
own
fall
fucking
into his-
feedback. He's so
his
fucking
ad hocs,
stupid. It's
man.
insane,
Rise
bro. This
above
guy
it. Rise
calls
above
himself a fucking something educated, but he can't fix a simple fucking fix on his fucking computer, which is
It's not broken,
easy
man. Maybe
fixable
it's on
feedback
purpose.
problems.
Have you thought of that, Flat?
Fixable, easy, fixable fucking feedback problems. You can't fix them.
It
I
really
can't.
pisses you
You
off,
can't
right?
even go into the fucking settings on fucking Discord and just put on fucking CRISPR. I cannot. I cannot.
Yo,
He's so
Vlad,
stupid.
the only time there's an echo
This
is
guy's
when you
stupid,
overtalk
bro. I
me.
can't.
Stop overtalking me, it won't
That's
happen.
his purpose.
You are so stupid to me. Hey, Heretic, what's up, guy? You want to say something? I'm sorry. I've been trying to fucking shut this guy up the whole time, bro. He doesn't shut up.
You're trying to shut up everyone.
No. Hey, no. Hey, the people. I like listening to people that know what the fuck they're talking about. You know. I hate when fucking percentage people, stupid cancer motherfuckers, come in here and start talking about Earth going up at a certain rate. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you going up? Yeah, okay.
So basically,
This
what
guy-
you do is just
he
you
wants-
make an emotional argument
Stop
against
poisoning the
anything
well,
you hear.
bitch. You're not a flat earther. You're fake. You're fraud, bro. You're fraud.
You appeal to incredulity.
You are
you
a
respond with
fraud.
fallacies.
You are a fraud.
You can't actually,
You are a
address
fraud.
address it with
I don't
substance.
address shit from you,
So
bro. I
you're
don't
just
have to address
fallacious.
anything from you. Baseless fucking shit.
That's what
I don't
happens
need to
when you're not. You
fucking- I
can't
don't need
keep
to
up,
address
man.
nothing, bro. You're stupid.
Maybe you should go back to
You're
GeoLove.
stupid, bro.
Maybe you should go to GeoLove server
You
and spend some
are
time
so
there, and then maybe you'll be able to
stupid.
address things with good rhetoric, with logic, with common sense retorts.
Yeah, buddy, you don't know what logic is if it hits you in the fucking head, bro. Relax.
I do actually.
No, you don't. Okay, what's 1 and 1 or 0? What is that? What's the answer, Mr. Logic?
Say it again.
1 and 1 or 0.
Can you spell it out, man?
Oh, so you don't know? Okay, it's fucking stupid.
No, because it's hard to understand you.
1 and 1 or 0? Yeah, that's so simple. That's like the
One
most
and-
easiest thing ever.
So
You
one more
have an
time.
or and an and statement there. Fuck you. You stupid. You don't know logic.
One more time, please.
You're talking about logic. Yeah, buddy, this is the easiest one. 1 and 1 or 0. What's the answer?
So, you're going too quick. Could you repeat it once more?
I'm too quick, guys. I can't believe this guy. 1 and 1 or 0. Okay, do I have to do it in a stupid way?
Or as in
True
like or?
and true or false.
Well, why are you switching it again?
It's the same. True is 1, 0 is false. Buddy,
Okay,
you
say
don't
it
know
the first
fucking
time.
binary logic? That's exactly what logic is, bro. It's
Okay, say it-
one or the other. You're stupid, man. You
Say it the
you
first time
definitely
again.
haven't done what I've done in my life, buddy, because that answer that's like you don't even have to think about that. It's so easy to fucking answer this. Like if I gave you a longer
Here's
fucking
a
logic
question for you,
fucking
Vlad. Here's a
statement
question for
would have
you.
been even fucking worse.
Vlad, if
I
1
went
and
to
0
like
is binary,
1 or fucking 0 and 1, like
That's
give
not
me
what
an
you said
answer
the
for
first
that
time.
one,
You're
bro.
you're changing
You
it
don't
again.
even know how to fucking do that one. You're too stupid.
See, exactly. You're changing it constantly.
I'm not changing it. I kept the same one for 5 times. You couldn't solve it. You dumb.
Bro, if 1 and 0
You
is
don't
binary,
know logic. Stop fucking. You know what you're doing? You're doing a
Vlad,
Dunning-Kruger,
Vlad,
right?
if 1 and
You're
0
trying to
is
pretend
binary,
like you know, but you don't know.
if 0 and
I
1 is
said it
binary,
5
then what's
fucking
true and
times. It's
false?
not hard. You know what? If you want me to say it again, go to the fucking YouTube right now and rewind it like
No,
10
hey yo,
minutes back.
no, it's
Go
alright.
on the
You
YouTube
just
and
switched it,
rewind
so
it.
you weren't.
You're
It's
stupid.
okay. You switched it. You're scared to
stupid.
engage in it. It's no worries.
I'm not fucking afraid of nothing. I'm
Here's the
just
question.
telling
If
you.
0 and 1 are
Listen,
binary,
I'm telling you,
what's
I
true
don't
and
want to
false?
engage with you. First of all, I'm not afraid of engaging. I just don't engage with dumb motherfuckers, pretend the clowns, right?
If 0 and
that
1
are
is
fake
binary,
flat,
what's true and
fake
false?
fucking fraud flat earthers
Answer
that
the
have
question,
been
Vlad.
fake fraud flat earthers for fucking I think 6 years now going on, right? You've been fucking a fraud for like 6 goddamn years, eh?
Yo, if 0 and 1 is binary,
Fucking
what's
fake
true and false?
fucking. How can
Why are
you
you
live
scared
with
to
yourself
answer?
being a fraud?
Why are you scared to
Fucking
answer,
buddy,
bro?
I told you I have you on 0 and I don't listen to anything
Exactly,
you're
you're
saying.
scared.
I'm just over talking you because it's fun. I'm just enjoying myself right now. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
I'm enjoying myself
Yeah.
too. You're scared.
I'm enjoying myself right now just shitting on you.
If
You
0 and
stupid
1's
motherfucker.
binary, what's true and false?
You are so stupid
That's what I thought.
to me. Can't you? You know what? You're dumber than a Glober, bro. I'd rather talk to Vector, and Vector's muted. I'd rather talk to Vector. Vector's fucking retarded.
Should I unmute him?
Oh, this is fun. Hey, we got a Glober in the house. Percentage, shut the fuck up. Hey, J E E, Chinese guy or Asian guy. Maybe I think you're either Chinese or Tibet. Jai.
Bro,
You
you
there?
think you can just hold it for a second so he can ask a question?
Hey, you think you can? You think I can? I cannot. Listen,
No, I'm not
if
gonna
there
waste
was
it, bro.
any
Turn me down to
Glober
0. I
in
thought,
here,
I thought
I'd
you
be
turned me down
talking
to
to the
0.
Glober. You know that? I don't want to talk to you, bro.
Great.
Nobody else wants to talk to you because nobody was engaging with you
Speak for
before I
yourself.
came in here.
Into the break was engaging, and then you just
Nah,
travel
well, Into
on
the Break
conversation.
is
You're
on my
scared.
side. Even though me and Into the Break kind
Look
of
at you,
like
just let him mature, man.
get
Side.
at each
Almost
other.
sideways,
This is
bro.
a good conversation. Keep going.
Exactly. See, Into the Break likes when I shit on you.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite, bro. Have you pondered
Oh
that
wait,
yet?
we got one. We got one. Hey, percentage, shut the fuck up. There's a real fucking Glober
Stop
in the
talking,
house
man.
now. And hey, percentage, shut the fuck up. We have a real Glober in the house right now. Chill.
Okay.
Well,
put
no.
yourself
I
on mute
mean,
then, so he
you're a
can talk.
Glober too, but you're like one of those fraud fucking
Let
fence
him talk
sitter
then. Put yourself on
assholes.
mute.
You sit on the fence all your life, bro.
See, look,
You're
you're
getting
like,
a rug burn on your
you're
colon,
colorful
bro.
He's one of the
commentator, man.
ones that openly goes into the Scientology and like gets one of the pamphlets and pays them like a couple bucks.
Yes.
What?
This guy is that.
That was weird.
I agree with you Into the Break.
Of course you would.
He's
You're
one of
cheerleader.
those
You're
weird
feminine, bro.
motherfuckers. Because he spends a lot, he frequents and spends a lot of time with like Geo Love and not people's servers. So
Yeah, what do you have against Geo?
that's where
Geo's
all
a good
the
dude.
misfits, the weird ones, the fucked up people, like the fence sitters, go and stay and talk about fence sitting.
Is that a fact?
You're a fence sitter. You're a cancerous fence sitter. Poisoning the well every time you
I'm
can.
offensive to you.
You're a fence sitter.
But yo,
You're a
real talk
fence
though.
sitter. Whoa, we got a real Glober, bro. Skywalker. Yo, Skywalker, you there? This guy loves stormtroopers and shit. Look at that. This guy's a real Glober, man.
There's a lot of guys on mute that just enjoy the show. This dumpster fire.
Yeah, they enjoy the show when I shit on you. Yeah, I know. That's why everybody's here like laughing. It's funny.
No, they just enjoy
At
you
your
just making
expense,
a
by
fool
the
of
way. It's
yourself,
all
man.
at your expense. You Dunning-Krugering and all that shit. It's funny.
Bro, you don't know that buoyancy and gravity are related. You're like, you have issues.
I
You're in it
don't
10
listen
years.
to anything you say.
You don't know
You're
buoyancy and gravity are related.
Dunning-Krugering
Like, that's
You're
bad.
Dunning-Krugering again. Dunning-Kruger.
Yo, what's the definition of
Again.
buoyancy? What's your definition of buoyancy, Vlad?
I don't know nothing.
Exactly, you don't.
I don't know nothing. But percentage is a Dunning-Kruger know-it-all. He thinks he knows because he listened to some people. And he comes in here and parrots what they say.
Okay, Mr.
And you know what? I'm actually getting good at fucking, what do you call it?
Singing? No,
Putting
you're not.
lyrics up on the spot. Like I can make lyrics like on the spot almost. But like, the biggest thing is you got to make them rhyme, you know? But I'm
Freestyling.
Yeah, that's what it is. Freestyling. Thank you for yeah, because I don't know why, because it doesn't matter what I do now. Always in my head, I'm just singing or some shit like, and it just, it's not like I'm intentionally trying to practice, but it's just coming out.
Yeah, girls do that
It's
a lot.
not like
Singing,
crazy
singing,
stuff. But if I
passing.
start writing some shit down and then like running it through an AI and then fucking making it mine again, like I could probably write some real sick ass lyrics and make a song out of it. Hey, by the way, percentage. You haven't listened to my new
I don't
track
want to
yet,
hear it,
have you,
man.
eh?
No, I don't want to hear it.
No, you haven't, eh? Buddy, you should listen to my Call of Duty gameplay with the fucking video. I made a fucking music video, buddy. You haven't listened to that shit? But buddy, take that video and shove it up all
I'm not
Geo's
gonna do
fucking
that.
love
Okay,
servers.
thank you very much. I
Like
appreciate the
spam that
offer,
shit, man.
but I'm not
Then
gonna do
maybe
that.
I'll fucking like you. But up
No.
until then, bro, you're still a fucking fence sitting asshole. Cancer.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't have I don't have any
A
inclination to even
fence-sitting
click your
asshole
link, bro.
cancer. Here, by the way, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna post my video, my Rumble
please
video
don't, man.
in
Please
the
don't.
side chat. Hold on, boys. Don't you guys worry. I'm gonna give you guys the video.
Actually,
Right?
yeah,
Oh,
that's a
it's
good
at
idea.
175 views, and it has 6 thumbs up. I mean 9 inverted 6. I got the 9 thumbs up, bro. Guys, I'm becoming famous. Look at this music video in the side chat, by the way. It's more of a like a dance, like a disco dancey song. You know what I mean, guys? It has a little bit less of a thump, but it's more like a.
Yo, Vlad, with all
It
due
can
respect,
always
you
use
gonna talk
some
about
work
your
because
music
every
video?
song I make is not really finished. I think I bring it up to like 75%, and then I get tired of listening to it, and I kind of stop, and I just say, okay, fuck it, I'll leave it here. So, and then I haven't touched music for like a couple weeks now. Although I'm planning to get back into it. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna fucking start making some beats again.
All right, thanks, man.
It's just hard, man. It's fucking hard. You get all the scales, you get the equipment, you learn all this shit, but then when it comes down to becoming creative with it, it's actually really fucking hard. Because you're restricting yourself with all the rules, right? Like there's rules to music, and once you fucking follow the rules, like it's actually hard to make music following the rules.
Maybe it's God telling you not to do it.
So percentage sign, like I said, I have you so low, I barely hear what you're saying half the time. So I don't.
Turn me
That's
up.
why it's
I'm not-
easy for me
yeah,
to
I'm-
ignore
I'm being-
you and
I'm gonna
just
be
be
nice,
calm
I'm gonna be
about
nice.
it. But like I said, if you want to get into my good graces, just go listen to that track.
I'm not gonna do that.
Tell me
man.
how
You
nice
can't-
it
you
is or
can't
how
buy
bad.
me.
I appreciate the criticism. Like I like when people say it's shit, because when people tell me in my face it's shit, and it gives me that fire and that I need to go make it better, or like make a better track, because that's like the shit I like. I'm not one of those pussy bitches. I like when people like tell me right to my face,
I would,
So
bro,
please,
but
thank
I don't
you very
listen to
much.
music anymore.
Hakuna Matata, that means no worries for
even
the
when you're
rest
singing,
of your
it's kinda annoying.
days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. AI Overlord, listen, if you like these kind of games, I recommend Genshin Impact. Like, I like what you're doing here. It reminds me a lot of Genshin Impact, but it's just the visuals are a little bit different. I like the game you're playing, but I wouldn't play it because I have so many of these games I'm already playing. Even with the wings and shit and the flying and the stamina meter while you're flying, like that's all Genshin Impact, bro. That's pretty cool. An open world RPG with the fucking everything, like yeah, it's kind of like that, yeah. The map is way bigger than that though, like yeah. Genshin Impact is like fucking like 10 times bigger than this shit. Yeah, way bigger than this. It's humongous. It's beyond, like if you start playing Genshin Impact, it'll take you like maybe a whole year to like beat it. Like beat it. If you really sit down and play like 16 hours a day, and even then I don't think you'll be able to. It's so fucked Genshin Impact is. I mean, I'm still playing and it's been like maybe 3-4 years, and I technically beat it, but you don't really beat it. It's like I got a lot of quests that I haven't done, and the main storyline is always updated, and it keeps going and progressing. It's just fuck too much. And I did it for. Oh, I spent like $300 on that game. What am I lying? Yeah, I fucking bought the battle passes and shit on that stupid game. Fucking Genshin Impact. But it's a gacha game, man. It got me, man. Fuck, I couldn't believe it. It got me because I never pay for games. Like that's the one rule in my life because I play games all my life. Why the fuck would I pay money for games? You know. And then that fucking game just got me, man. I fucking gotcha.
I've been playing Tiger Woods.
Golf?
Yeah. PGA Tour or whatever.
Yeah. What, the new one?
2K23, yeah.
Why are you doing that, man?
Why not?
I mean, golf is boring as fuck, and now you're gonna play a video game of golf? Like, right in the ass. You hit him right in the ass. Why don't you hit it? Don't like headshots count more like critical strikes?
What am I gonna do? Like head-to-head sports? Like,
well, fuck, if it's golf, you don't need head-to-head.
I mean to do that now?
Right in the head. Bro,
I've
what?
done that.
What kind of fucking hitbox is that?
You want me to do a little shooter game? Like, I can't do like this Genshin, this fantasy bullshit like stuff. Like, I can't do it.
Well, listen, into the
At
break.
all.
Did you see the video I posted on the side chat?
I don't get it.
No, did you see the video? Listen, break. Did you see the video I posted in the side chat? No, right? Obviously you haven't.
No.
Well, go into the chat, in the side chat. I posted a music video with me playing Call of Duty. Why don't you play that game? It's free. You can just download Warzone and get into the Warzone.
Yeah, no.
Fucking amazing. What do you mean? Warzone's amazing.
I mean, I do like how it is flat Earth
Related,
flat
yeah.
Earth, but
Well, yeah, because
it's
all
not-
games are made on a plane, you know? All the games, they have a plane and they have topography and all that shit, yeah.
No, I mean, I would do the Starfield one because that one, all the
Why?
planets
That's
are flat.
space,
Because that
bro.
one's so cool. But the planets are flat, and so you
Yeah.
just go, and there you can't actually go there because that's absurd. So you just you fantasize into the next realms, and I was like, well, that makes pretty much a lot of sense. I like the way
AI, what level are you? I think you're kind of low level because it takes you like 4 or 5 hits to kill that fucking thing.
And that's what kind of they have to hope for is that one day
Level
maybe they'll
10?
be able to
I
grow
don't see your
potatoes
level.
on Mars, living in basements and tiny shelters where they can own nothing because there
What are you
is
showing me?
nothing
Yeah,
to
you're showing me
own.
nothing here.
It's
You just started the
desolate,
game?
what their hope is.
Move your character if you just started the game. Okay, that makes sense. $22, $26, $10, okay. That's what you're hitting for like fucking 60 a hit. It's pretty low. I mean, I don't know what the scale in this game is, but for most games, I mean, that damage meter is kind of shit. But it's okay, man. As long as you're having fun, that's the whole point of it. Sorry, what'd you say?
There's no land in the sky. Prove me wrong.
Well, listen, talk to fucking Percentage. He thinks fucking land is going up, man. I don't know. Fuck. I'm with you, T-Dub, bro. Shit. This one Percentage dude, he comes in here and starts saying like the earth is moving upwards. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Nice
Hit him in the head. Hit him in the fuck. Oh, there you go. 316. You see that? And that's with the rock. But if you use your bow, like it barely fucking does. Oh, that wasn't a crit. That was 169, bro. Shit.
But yo,
Gonna die, bro.
Whoever said that, I'm inclined to agree with you, except for the moon. The moon seems like it has texture. It seems like on the edges of like
The Percentage. Did you go listen to my track or no?
It seems like they have craters and stuff like that. So it seems like it is
Percentage, did you go listen to my music or no?
Maybe,
Bro, I
but
don't
it's
listen
not
to music.
land.
Well, it seems solid, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not going to be something you can walk on.
I don't know.
Hey, fence sitting.
I don't think we
cancer.
can get up. I don't think
Did
we
you
can get
go
up
check
there
my
to walk
track
on
out
it.
or no, bro?
But let's say if there was like if somehow kind of like teleported it to it or something like that, if you could walk on it.
Oh man, he's talking about teleportation now. Jesus fucking Christ, bro! Go listen to my music and chill out, bro.
Relax, man.
Fuck out of
You need
here.
to stop listening to like a simple word and then just going crazy.
Did you listen to my track or no, bro?
I don't listen to music.
Well, that's one big fucking problem in your life you gotta solve, man.
No, that's a
Because how the
problem in your
fuck
life,
can you
bro.
not listen to music? Music is amazing.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. See, I can turn on a Pink Floyd album and chill the fuck out. I know, actually, I can turn on fucking 5 of them albums straight and fucking listen to them all straight, fucking all day, bro. I love it, man. What's wrong with you? It's like the
Yeah,
best thing
how
in
do you
life
feel-
is music.
How do you feel having like another thing dictating your feelings?
The fuck is wrong with you, man? Stop
Bro,
dictating
you're being,
shit, bro.
Your
It's a
mood
muse,
is
if
being
anything. If it's
controlled
if you
by an
if you
exterior
feel a
thing.
certain way because you're listening to something, and that's because it's resonating with you. The fuck out of
It's
here.
controlling your feelings. bro. It's controlling your
Nothing's.
emotions.
Oh my god, man! Nobody's controlling my shit. Are you out of your fucking mind?
The devil
You're
is
fucking
like
stupid.
whispering
The
to your
devil.
soul.
Oh my
when
god.
it
Hey,
happens,
listen,
man.
boys.
You're being controlled by the devil.
This guy is talking about music and devil now, man.
You're
Oh
being
my
called
God,
by the
yes.
devil with every
Yes,
instrument.
Satan created music. Yes, you're right. Oh my god.
Yes, music is the tool of the devil.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay there, buddy. Go fuck yourself.
Wait, what?
No, but for real.
Yeah,
though.
percentage.
Honestly,
Listen,
Vlad, when you're listening to
T-Dub,
music for hours.
you've never met percentage, right? But let me explain to you what
Go ahead.
fucking percentage.
No, before you poison the well,
you
Vlad.
met him
Before you
before?
poison the well, just think about this. When you're listening to a Pink Floyd album for hours, are you thinking about God?
Fucking years.
Are you worshiping your Lord? Are you being thankful for the blessing of life that you have when you're listening to that
God,
music for
bro.
hours and hours and hours?
Fucking the Almighty
No, it takes
created
you away
the
from
music. What's wrong with
It takes you away from your Creator, and that's why.
No,
it's
it doesn't.
Of
If
the devil.
anything, it brings me to the Creator. You fucking moron.
Really? So you're praying while you're listening to it?
Nobody's praying shit. You stupid fuck.
Exactly.
What are you fucking
not
trying?
praying.
You're
not-
straw manning.
you don't
You're
have any faith
building a
subject creator
crazy
being
straw man
distracted
here
by
about
music.
fucking
It's a
music. Wow,
distraction.
you stupid as fuck, bro. You don't know
Answer
nothing,
the
man. You
question.
dumb. You dumb.
How much? When have you had a
Listen,
conversation?
I
about
already
listening to music?
fucking told you everything I had to say. I don't answer stupid questions from stupid fucking people. That's just one
When was the last
thing I
time
don't
you
do anymore.
worshipped your Lord while listening
Oh,
to
worship. This fucking guy, he's fucking trying to do idolatry here. Buddy, you can go fucking do idolatry somewhere
not what I
else.
said.
I don't
I'm saying
fucking
you're
do that
not
shit.
worshiping your Lord as
Idol
you should be.
worshiping and shit. You're stupid, bro.
Who said anything about
You're
idols,
dumb
bro?
as fuck. If
Yeah,
ever,
you're right. Actually,
if
when
ever,
you're,
if
when you listen
ever
to
I,
music for hours, you are
if
worshiping the
ever,
music. Yeah, that's true.
if ever I, what do you call it? Speak to God, I always thank Him, and that's all I do. I thank you, God. That's all I say. Every
Yeah, but you don't
fucking
speak to
day
him
I
enough.
wake
That's the
up and I
point. Your
say,
music is
thank
distracting
God.
you from it.
Love it. Are you stupid? God gave me the fucking music. You out of your fucking mind?
That doesn't mean you're thankful for him.
Oh,
You're
I thank
distracted by it,
everything
man. You're
fucking
listening to it
God
for
gave me.
hours.
You fucking stupid, bro. How the fuck do you know?
Hey, what happened to praise him with the sound of the trumpet, praise him with the psaltery and harp, praise him with the timbrel and dance, praise him with the string instruments and organs,
No, that's
praise him upon
that's
the
all
loud
devilish, man.
cymbals,
That's satanic.
praise him
Why are you
upon
interrupting
high
him?
sounding cymbals. Wow, let everything
That's
that
satanic,
has
bro.
breath praise the Lord. What?
Right, see,
It's what?
It's satanic.
thank you, T-Dub. Thank you, T-Dub. I like that, T-Dub. That's sick. That's pretty sick. See? Fuck yourself, percentage. You don't know what the fuck you're talking
Even when
about.
you have
like,
like
oh, you're
gospel
stupid
music,
as
like
fuck.
Christian rock and stuff like
Oh,
that.
get the
Even
fuck
that,
out
the
of here.
goal
See,
is to
you're
worship
putting yourself
God,
in a
but they end
fucking
up getting
position
lost
where
in the music.
You're trying to fucking squirm again. You're squirming. You're
I'm not
squirming.
squirming. I'm
You
saying
know
it
you
for real.
fucked up.
Christian
you're
rock,
squirming again.
all the Christian music you hear, that when you're making it, you know,
Yeah, cool.
the
All
person
he's gonna
making it gets
blanket
lost
statement.
in the music.
All Christian
They forget
music.
the point.
All
The
this.
point
All
is
that.
the Lord,
Fuck off,
right?
man.
And they
That's why you're a
lose
fence sitter,
themselves
bro.
in the music.
That's why you're a fence sitter. You like to sit on that fence. You like when that fence is rubbing your asshole. It's disgusting. You're a
That's
sodomite.
weird. That's weird.
Well, that's what fence sitters do. They sit on the fucking fence. And how else are they going to sit on this
The
fucking
fact that you
fence?
thought
Well,
of
their
that makes
asshole's
you
right
gay.
on the fucking fence.
The fact that you even thought of that makes you a gay.
Oh, buddy, yeah, sure. Project
honestly,
more, buddy.
the fact that
You're the
that-
one
that
that
came
stays in
into your-
Geo Love Server all the time,
the
buddy.
fact that you thought of that in your,
Exactly.
in your
The
mind,
fact
and
that
you
is that you're always on
visualize
Geo
that
Love
as
Server.
you said it,
Right in the
makes
ass,
you
yeah,
kinda gay.
right in the fucking ass. Hey, he's definitely listening to this conversation. That's crazy.
gay, man.
He shot the arrow right in the fucking butthole. As we're talking, that was funny.
And the
Yeah,
worst
I'm
part is
still
you couldn't keep
watching
that gay
it.
thought to yourself. You had
I
to
don't know.
vocalize it
I don't know. This is
you
funny
have like
stuff, bro.
this need
Hey, buddy.
to say everything on your mind.
Buddy, you're a
There's a
sodomite.
word
Don't
for
worry
this.
about it.
There's
We all
definitely a
know.
word for like.
There's a lot of.
I know what it's called.
Alphabet people.
Yo, bro, actually,
There's a lot of
it's a
alphabet people
common
in
sign
this
of
fucking
autism.
server. You
It's
know,
a common
you're
sign
more
of
than welcome,
autism
just
spectrum
like those
disorder.
other
It's called
alphabet people,
hyperlexia.
you know what I mean? It's
You talk too much,
fine.
bro.
Hey, what are your preferred pronouns? Are they percentage? Is that what you prefer?
No, it's actually just percent. Keep it short.
Oh, okay. So that's your preferred pronoun. So see, everybody, he has pronouns
So,
and
yo,
shit. He's
But
percent.
for real though,
Fucking
Vlad,
stupid.
why do you talk
This
so
guy's-
much?
This guy's an alphabet fucking person. It's fucking gross.
No, I'm alphabet.
No, that's why
minded
he's
bet.
offensive.
I
It's
bet.
funny. You are offensive.
But why do you talk so much, Vlad? Why do you have to hear your voice so much?
You are a fence-sitter.
Like, what do you have against other people talking? Why can't you just take a time out? Go
Buddy,
listen to some
I
music.
let everybody
Go listen
talk.
to the Pink Floyd
when
album,
T-Dup
bro.
was
Come back in
speaking,
a few
I let him
hours.
say everything from beginning to end, buddy.
And yet, when we were trying to
I
conversate
don't
about
listen.
it,
Listen,
about the moon and
'cause
stuff,
you know what
you
I
just
have
kept on
right here?
talking.
I have you.
Even when
so
Into the Break
low.
was talking about like
I
his
have
golf
you
and why he
so
plays the game and stuff
fucking
like
low,
that,
right? Into
you
the
were
Break is
talking
a special
over him
character. Shut the fuck up.
to AI, who's not
I
even
have you
like
so
you
low,
know
so I don't
talking
have to
back.
listen to what you're saying. You know, I hear you as
Bro,
like
you
a
just hear
buzzing
all you do is
noise,
talk. You
so
can't
I
hear when you're
know that I
talking.
can interrupt you. That's pretty much all I have, because I know when you're speaking, it's buzzing, so I have to make sure I fucking interrupt you, bro.
Bro, the only
That's like my
buzzing
mission
here
right
is
now.
you, man. You're a fly.
No, because you're a fucking asshole.
Buzz off.
Just so you know. And then you're talking about God like you know God, talking about music like you know fuck. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I
That
do.
shit, bro. You speculate. Your speculation is the worst type of speculation. You shouldn't even speculate, bro. You fucking stupid.
Bro, you
Nice
can't
headshot.
worship God
Boom,
while listening to
headshot.
music. It just doesn't work. You think you're worshiping
Is
God
that
just
even a
because
boss?
music?
Hey, go check the loot. Yo, check the loot. He must have dropped some loot. Oh, the loot is there? What, he does the Cyclops doesn't drop anything off his body? I guess not.
What's your definition for worship, anyways?
Not listening to you, buddy.
Okay, I'll stay silent, and then you can worship me.
Like I said, I cannot hear what you're saying, bro, at all.
So that
That's what
means you're
that's what
constantly
you
not
don't
listening
get.
to me,
I
so you're
have you so
constantly
low.
worshiping
It's
me.
just
You need
for
to check your
one
definition again, bro.
purpose only, bro. Just so that your fence-sitting ass can just go back to Geos, bro. Go back to your lover boy's Geo server. Go back, go back, go back and don't come
Keep on
back.
talking, man.
Geo love
Yo,
server.
Vlad,
Hey,
you know
listen, you
why
know
you
what's
have 2
crazy? You
ears
still
and
didn't
1
fix
mouth?
your microphone. Like I've told you this a million fucking times. This must be annoying for everybody else to hear me twice, you know?
Bro,
Because I'm
we can
already
only
annoying.
hear
It's
you
the first
twice
fucking time you hear me.
if
I'm
you
already
interrupt
fucking.
me.
It's really hard
Stop
to listen to me
interrupting me.
sometimes.
Stop
And then you
over
gotta
talking,
fucking
and
do
it
it
won't
twice.
happen.
It's so stupid, bro.
All you do is
Fix it,
interrupt
bro.
and overtalk. That's why it happens.
No, it's not that, buddy. It's because you're
I
fucking
promise you, if you
echoing,
didn't
bro.
talk, it wouldn't
Why
happen.
is it that when you're talking, you're not echoing through my mic? Why is it that anybody fucking talks, it doesn't echo through my mic? But why is it that anybody speaking echoes through your microphone or through
Listen, it
your
happens like
systems?
this. My mic is active when I
Because
speak.
you
If you can
are
hear
stupid,
yourself,
you can't
that means you're
fix
speaking while my mic is
it.
active, which is the time allotted for me to
No,
speak.
that means
So
you
respect
don't know how to
that
fix
my
your
mic is active
feedback.
and
You're
then I'm speaking,
stupid.
and shut the hell up.
You don't
And
know
then
how
it'll be
to
all
fix
good.
your feedback. It's easy.
The only feedback here is you. That's better. Anyways, T-Dub, what's your definition for land? You said the moon isn't land. Land is like where you walk?
That pokes up out of the water. Yeah, yeah.
So what if there was, like, you know, just theoretically, what if there was a land, like a moon-dwelling species? subterranean or something like that.
What? Oh man. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Let's say we couldn't get to the moon, right, ourselves, but let's say that the moon is actually a solid in the sky, and that like there are like subterranean species or whatever. There's life on it. Does life have to be? My point is, does life have to exist for it to be land?
I don't know. I don't experience it any other way, other than life being down here, on or under the surface. Yeah.
Because some people might say land is just where there is no water, right? Like any kind of outcropping of solid. If there has to be water for it to be land, In that case, the moon can't possibly be land. So it depends on your definition for land. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I said, the stuff poking up out of the water. I don't see how you're gonna walk on the moon.
Yeah, I don't think they did. By the way, did you guys hear that the moon mission has been delayed again? There was a moon mission that was scheduled for I think it was this year, and it's been delayed. I think the article said to 2028 or something like that.
There was something about sending ashes of Gene Roddenberry and DNA of Arthur C. Clarke up there. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't really follow it that much.
Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what up, Johnny? You Canadian?
I can hear now. It seems really quiet in here for how many people are in here.
You must have just got in here.
I did. It's like nobody's talking, right?
Yeah, we just were. What's up, Johnny? Tell us something new.
Thing new. The Earth is flat.
That ain't new, man. Come on.
Might be new for him.
That's fair. Could be new for you.
Who just joined?
What do you say?
Someone just joined, I thought, but
Your audio cut out for a second. We couldn't hear you.
well, I'm new here. I'm just trying to learn.
Hello.
That's a good
Hello.
voice.
Misunderstood. How are you?
Hello, child. I'm doing okay yourself.
All right. So, how long
It
have you been a
sounds.
flat earther?
You sound a lot better in this room.
How long have you been a flat earther? Misunderstood.
Don't know. You?
I mean, it's the Earth's been flat since I was born, and way beyond that. So yeah.
I always knew the Earth was flat.
Lord.
Well, I didn't always know that. Like my teachers in school, were trying to tell me like the Earth is round, and I was like, you know,
You believe them. Tell the truth.
yeah, I was like, come on, well, yeah, I
We
was
all
like,
do.
there
We
was
all do. Right?
no, right? But like deep down, I'm like, come on, you know, how could that be true?
No, not at the time. Not we all believed it at the time because
Why?
we were just like innocent, naive kids.
I never believed anything the teachers told me.
Well, you shouldn't need to be taught. You shouldn't need to be told, right? You should be able to go out into reality, into nature, and go, "Holy shit! Look at that! I'm on a spinning ball."
Said no one ever.
Hey, who said that?
No, he's saying that's how it should be. It should be that, like, empirically obvious.
Oh, we should
But
think
of
that
course,
we're
it's
on
the
a
exact
spinning
opposite.
ball. Who thinks it should be obvious that we're on a spinning ball?
It should be if they're going to claim it. That's the point.
Right, exactly.
But like, everything they claim is antithetical to what's obvious, to what we observe, right? Like we see the sun rise and the sun set. That's what we call it, sunrise and sunset. But they say no, it's just the Earth turning away or Earth turning, more away or whatever. It's ridiculous, man.
I think I know exactly what you mean.
Instead of sunrise, it's Earth turn away, light come. And sunset is Earth turn away, light go.
Right, exactly. How retarded is that?
It's absolutely retarded. It's quite obvious. Like if you look. Instead of star cycles, it's Earth spin, star don't move cycle.
Yeah. Like all you gotta do is like look up in the sky. It's obvious like the sun is moving around us. Like what the hell?
I mean, I can't do that. It's nighttime right now.
Well, yeah, that's because the sun is behind the ice barrier at the moment. But when it comes back round, you'll be able to see it. I mean, not back round, but when it moves like back and forth, so it's on the other side of the ice barrier right now.
Behind the ice barrier?
But yeah, the flat Earth is like a pancake with an ice barrier around the edge of it. Are you fucking retarded?
Is that what you think, eh?
Are you not a fucking flat earther?
Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as a horizontal level plane, yeah. But
Right.
I don't make any claims about it being like a pancake with an ice wall.
Oh, you never heard of the ice wall? Well, yeah. I mean, I've never been close to the edge, but fellow flat earthers have told me that there's an ice wall. Are they lying to me?
Are you and this other guy having a pure conversation, or are you asking the general public?
Yeah, anyone. Like,
He's
is there an
No,
ice
they're not
wall?
lying to you. Well, I mean, I don't know if any one of us can say definitively if there's an ice wall or not, but we can say that based on like research done by explorers who've gone there supposedly is. But I don't think any one of us can make the direct claim that there is. We can, however, make the claim you made that we have been told or have like seen information online or in books that points to that claim.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I've not
But
been.
No,
I
you could definitely say you could call it an ice wall on the fact that they say it's a wall that contains the water, and we know that Antarctica has the highest landmass. Actually, Heliocentrus will be the first one to say this. So in that paradigm, it is definitely an ice wall.
Yeah, there 100% Antarctica is a giant wall of ice all the way around. Whatever you want to say. But what I can't say is I can't make that claim because I haven't been there, man. I haven't been there, and I don't know all what to believe on photos and videos and everything like that. It's really hard to decipher things like that. But I would be careful about making claims like that when talking to people. I'm on your side. Don't get me wrong. I 100% believe that.
Claim. It was just
No.
Like I said, I've not seen it myself.
But when having
on the Maple
conversation with
Patrol.
people who their only goal is to shut you down and make you look stupid, be very careful, especially saying things like my fellow flat earthers have told me, because that is, to some could be good information, but to most people or people who don't believe, they're like, oh, well, cool, this
What
dude
if
was
he's on
told.
the other side?
This dude, I don't know.
On the other side?
He could be. What if he was?
I have been told. Like I have
told.
I have
So I have now have a belief. I have a
flat
belief.
earthers from all around the world, right?
Based on research
A
that
fellow
I have
flat earther
done.
who I hold very dear informed me of.
No, you can just say based on information that I've done research on, I believe that there's an ice wall that surrounds this Earth.
So
I believe it's
exchanged
beyond
one
the
belief
80th
for another,
lateral.
right?
I believe that the ice wall is beyond the 80th lateral. That is a claim that I'll make. If there's an ice wall, it is beyond the 80th lateral.
Yeah, so I'm not going to leave the old ways of developing mindsets behind.
I've taken enough
Just going to replace
navigation.
one belief with another, right?
I've taken enough navigation courses with the Coast Guard Auxiliary and my student pilot classes and the aviation courses I've taken to know that the Earth isn't flat. And I also know that the reason
What's your
you're
proof?
seeing you go out to the beach and you see the horizon. The horizon is caused by the curvature of the Earth.
So that flat
What's your
thing
proof?
out there, that horizontal level line that you see that clearly defines, the surface from the sky, that's curved, is it? The curvature.
Yeah, it's caused by curvature.
Right,
What?
that horizontal.
The straight line is curvature?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
You heard
no
it here
matter
first.
how high you go in altitude, you can. I don't care. Do what you want to do. Set a camera up on a damn balloon or whatever, something that can read altitude, and let it go up. No matter what, the horizon will stay at eye level. No matter how high you go, no matter what anyone says, the horizon
not
will
true,
stay.
dude.
It is
That's
true. I'm
not
sorry.
true.
I'm
That's
sorry.
true.
It's
That's
true.
not true.
Dude, you need to stop. It's not true. It does drop from eye level a little bit. It rises towards it, but it doesn't meet it perfectly. And that's okay. Doesn't mean that there's a curve there. But the horizon is the place where the surface and the sky apparently meet, and the surface is usually below your eye level, unless you're right at sea level for some reason, in which case there is no dip, but it's not right at eye level.
Okay, Heretic, you were mostly correct up until that last
And
part.
I
where you
also
said,
know the Earth.
Hold up, girl. Don't interrupt. Up until that last part where you said it's the sky where the sky meets the ground. As you go up higher in altitude, the horizon changes actually from being the sky where it meets the ground on when you're closer down to Earth. When you go up, it changes from where the blackness of the sky meets the blueness of the sky and ground because of the atmosphere reflecting the light. So the horizon itself, the nature of it, changes as you go up, and it doesn't rise up to eye level because of that.
All right, fair enough.
I also know my uncle Johnny is a yachtsman, and I've studied
Is it
charts
Johnny
and stuff
Walker?
like that.
Is that what you've been
This girl
drinking tonight?
sounds hella drunk. I'm gonna be honest.
And I know a lot of people and seen a lot of documentaries and read a lot of
Wow.
history about people starting from one point and ending back in
I think
the
it's time
same
for a nap.
point.
I just want to make sure that you're not being misunderstood. You said the straight horizon is curvature, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
It's a gay horizon. It's not super.
So it must be a certain geometric distance away then, right?
And I have an uncle that traveled around the world too.
Okay, so just ignore that question.
So they went
And
in
I
a
have an
circle.
uncle that traveled on his yacht around the world.
In a circle.
It's round because he ended up back almost in the same spot.
So he went in the circle.
Let me guess.
A big,
He went east to
flat
west.
circle.
No, he went west to east.
Yeah, because sure as damn well he didn't go from north to south.
Yeah, when you're up in space and looking at the Earth, you see only, roundish.
How many beers have you had tonight?
I
What?
thought we
How many
were in. I
beers
thought
have
we
you
were
had?
already in space.
None.
I think
Aren't
she
we
is in
already in space?
I have
We were in
ethanol.
space.
I have ethanol intolerance and multiple chemical sensitivities.
You sound
So maybe you should stay away from them then.
I'm tired, and I usually am asleep at 2:40 in the morning. So
How do you go to a place where you're already supposed to be?
Can you elaborate on that question? I feel bad for the girl when you ask that. Even a sober person couldn't answer that question.
Feelings?
playing Roblox too.
Trifecta. Yo, Roblox is a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, it is flat. It's square too.
Thank you. No more questions, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm up with the storm. We have a major storm here in the Northeast.
Yeah, but who fucking asked?
Callum, you still here?
Yeah. So guys, let's say you see the horizon, right? You see the horizon out your window. But then you close the blinds. Does the horizon still exist?
Not to me. Not to whoever's not perceiving it.
This individual struggles with object permanence.
Is the horizon an object that remains permanent?
I think it's a little more simple and based on the individual. I don't think it would be like a reference frame that has to be kept as long as it is being observed. I think it would be for the individual, what they are observing would be their reality. So if that's what they're viewing, that's what they're viewing. Someone might be viewing something slightly different, even to the slightest, but it exists to you if you're perceiving it.
So if I'm looking at the horizon and I blink, I keep blinking, the horizon is popping in and out of existence constantly?
No, it's popping in and out of your perception because you're the perceiver.
Yeah, but I'm saying that specific horizon, right?
Yeah.
That you perceive. It's popping in and out of existence, right?
It's not technically popping in and out of existence because its existence is not based upon your perception, but it exists for you if you are perceiving it. Now, it may exist for plenty of other people or no one else. That's up for grabs. That can't be said. But if you are perceiving it, it exists for you.
No, but no one's going to be able to perceive it like you, correct?
No, not at all, because like everyone sees differently no matter what anyone says. We all, some of us might see slightly the same, but we all see different color hues and everything. Hence what, like, some people are way worse and they're colorblind, can't see any color, can't see certain colors, or some, like, you know. But I believe that what you are perceiving exists to you. It exists to the perceiver. It is your perception of it. Not everyone perceives it the same, even if it looks the same. Perception is based off of all your senses, not just visuals.
I hear you. So it exists for you, but if you blink then, does it not exist for you?
Are you thinking about it? Because if you're still thinking about it, you're perceiving it in a way, and it still exists.
Well, it's getting deep. Getting deep. Yeah, like you could close your eyes and still like see the like silhouette.
And not only that, but light affects and stays on your retina. So when you see colors or different brightnesses, whether I don't know the timing, but the longer you look, the longer it'll like essentially be a photo on your retina, right? Like the light is staining your retina, and it'll dissipate when you look away over time. But when you blink, you can see like an inverted image of it perfectly. You know what I mean? It looks the same, but it's
I'm gonna push back on that. I'm gonna say the horizon exists when your eyes are open, and when you close your eyes, even if you have like an afterburn or like after image or whatever on your retina or whatever that is, the horizon, as you perceive it, ceased to exist. And now what's come into existence is the after image of that, and it might be slightly different. You know, you might not recollect it 100%, but it's not the existence of the horizon itself.
Well, okay. When you close your eyes and I say cheeseburger, what do you imagine? Do you imagine the photo of a cheeseburger, the word written out, or it transcribed in a way? How do you perceive it? In your mind, when I say cheeseburger, are you seeing it visually?
I see a broken scale.
Okay, no. Think of a cheeseburger. Are you seeing the word cheeseburger written out on paper in your mind? Are you a reader learner and you see things in letters? Because there's different types of learners.
I see a cheeseburger. Let's say
you see the image of a cheeseburger. Okay, you're a visual learner. You are a visual learner. If someone says something and you see an image in your head versus letters, you are a visual learner, not a reading learner. Okay, so visual learners have way better imaginations, and not only that, but their visual perception in their mind changes insanely rapidly compared to that person of like a reading learner. Or there's other types of learners. There's like this weird fucking one, but most of the time it's only people with dyslexia see it, and it's like a 3-dimension of letters. It's weird. It's like 3-dimensional letters spinning around. But so your perception is your reality is based off of your perception, whether you're perceiving it with any of your 5 physical senses or you are using your mind. It is reality to you. You are perceiving it. It exists to you. It may not exist to anyone else, whether you are literally visually seeing it or if you are imagining it in your mind, but it exists to you.
Hold up. If you're imagining and you see this image of a cheeseburger, right? You're still physically, like, it's still a physical perception with your sight. You're seeing
so you're not with your eyes, you're seeing it with your mind. You're perceiving it. You are still perceiving it.
No,
it exists in some way.
But you're still seeing it with your eyes.
No, you're not. You're not using your eyes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
blind
like
person
it
can
seems like-
see
it
in
seems like
shapes
we're
in their
creating
minds as
like a-
well.
I was gonna say it seems like we're creating like an image that's like burn, just like the retina burn or whatever. We're creating an image that we physically see with our eyes.
Okay,
It's like overlaid on what
think
we're
about how
currently looking at.
think about how a blind person images things in their mind. Someone who is born blind, who has never seen ever, right? They have no perception of anything visually, only physically. So when they imagine something, they're imagining the sense of them touching it physically. When you
Hold up,
say
why are you separating
cheeseburger,
visual and physical?
because I'm not really I'm bringing them together. I'm bringing them together right now by bringing in someone who lacks the perception of visuals. Okay, they cannot perceive visually. They
I disagree with
completely
you.
lack it.
Well, hold on,
No,
let me just interrupt real quick. Pardon the interruption. But
Mhm.
when I said eyes earlier, I meant eyesight. And blind people, while they might not have their physical eyes working, like the reflection of light into the retina being conveyed or whatever, they still have their occipital lobe, their visual cortex. They're still able to produce images, right? So who's to say whether
Yes,
those
they are,
images...
but they're
Go ahead.
okay. I have a blind friend, and he's tried to. It's hard. I can't comprehend it. It's hard to explain because he understands what colors are. He can easily comprehend what colors are when explained to him. Like he understands that no matter if an object feels the exact same or is the exact same shape, it can look different in its color, right? That's what it's called. Okay, but he tells me he cannot perceive that, how he images things, and how a lot of people from his blind school and everything, how they image things when they imagine something. He said, when I think of a cheeseburger, since we've had this conversation before, I'm a visual learner. I think cheeseburger, I see a cheeseburger on a plate in my mind. I'm visualizing it, I'm perceiving it mentally, okay? When he thinks cheeseburger, he says it's weird. He says he can literally feel with his mind as if he's grabbing a cheeseburger, but with his mind he feels the shape of it. He's not perceiving it in a visual way, he's perceiving it in a physical way in his mind. Okay, and
so if
I've
he was to perceive
experienced this
it-
before.
Hold on. So let's say that when he thinks about it, it stimulates his tactile, sensation. His sense
But
of
he
touch.
doesn't feel it with his fingers. No, he feels it in his mind. And I don't know.
What?
It's a weird explanation. So when you're falling asleep and it's just before you're about to be dreaming or whatever, but you're still conscious. So I had like an experience like this where there was liquid gold in my hands, and it was like liquid gold that wasn't hot. I don't know how to explain it. And I was feeling it with my mind. I was playing with it and morphing it with my mind, but it was a liquid and I had to keep it balled up and like moving constantly or it would fall apart, kind of like oobleck or something. But it was molten gold and it felt like it. I felt the weight of it. I felt the liquidy of it. I felt everything. It was gold, but I was not using my hands and I didn't feel with my hands. It was all in my mind, but as if I was playing with it physically. And I've never experienced, other than that one time, that ever before. But that's the one thing that I can that I've experienced close enough to know what my friend's talking about when he says he feels things physically in his mind.
Yeah, it reminds me of dreaming. When you're dreaming and you feel the thing in the dream, but
yeah, and your body will twitch or something. You'll react to it physically. You have a reaction to it. Because it exists. You are perceiving it. It exists to you. It may not exist to anyone else, but it exists because you are in perception.
Let's say I'm dreaming and I feel the wind on my skin in my dream, right?
Okay.
Do you think I feel the wind do you think my body picks up on that and it feels this?
Well,
this,
if you're conscious,
sensation without
conscious
the
enough,
stimulation. Yeah, my conscious
yes.
stimulates the physical sensation.
No,
Your brain
I think you're
will
conscious.
fire
I think
off
both
signals.
ways. I think that your brain can consciously or subconsciously give you those physical sensations without them actually, like, let's say you're laying in your room and you had a fan blowing on you and you feel the breeze hitting you from the fan. I know what you're saying. In your dream, you're feeling it.
I have a
but
fan in my room right now.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, bro. I can't. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. So you have the fan.
So
under-
so
like,
anyway,
say you don't
so
actually have the
yeah,
fan, but your body still
let's
reacts
say
as
you
if there
don't
was
have a fan. You can still perceive either way. Your mind might take what you are feeling, like you're saying, tactilely outside of dreaming. You might be feeling it physically, and your brain will like correlate that into the dream. Like when a movie's playing in the background and you're having a dream and you hear the voices from the movie and you're like imagining it instantaneously, stuff like that. That would be physical sensations affecting you while you're unconscious. But if you are conscious enough while you're dreaming to feel wind hitting you, and you don't get excited and don't wake up and break yourself into a lucid dream, the first thing that you got to do is check your reality, do something just like to let yourself know that you're dreaming. And you can pretty much do anything in your mind. You can go anywhere. You can go literally you think they're unimaginable, but your brain just pulls them out of nowhere and you go to them. But I'm not here I'm gonna get
I've had
off
some
on like
crazy
lucid
dreams.
dreaming, but what I'm saying is if
Even without lucid
someone
dreaming,
is
it's just
perceiving something, it exists to them, because whether it is real or not to everybody, they can perceive it and have the ability to perceive it completely physically or just mentally. They are perceiving
So
it. It exists.
That's the question, though. That's the question. It boils, like in a nutshell, to whether or not there's a sixth sense, like a mind sense, the mind's eye. If it's different,
There
from,
is.
There is. Like,
Have you ever
evidence do you have?
heard?
'Cause
There's
I'm
like
pushing back, I'm
dream
saying that-
tethering.
Hold up. I'm pushing back. I'm saying that your mind, your consciousness, is triggering one of your physical senses to feel the thing. There isn't an actual external stimuli, but your mind is the internal stimuli. But it's still triggering a physical sensation. You're saying that it's completely separate from physical sensations. That it's completely mental. But
It's not, but it can be. What I'm saying is it can be completely mental. It can be completely feeling those things from the true physical sensations that you get, and you're experiencing it.
Okay, hold up,
I'm
let's
saying
say-
it can
so
happen
I'm in my
both
dream
ways,
again, I'm
either
feeling the
ways.
wind. Okay, let's say I'm in my dream, I'm feeling the wind, and we have nerve, this nerve measuring device, right? Electrical activity that's measuring the nerve impulses to my sensory, to my follicles,
Central
my hair
nervous-
follicles,
okay,
and stuff
yeah,
like that,
okay.
right? That's feeling the wind. That would normally feel actual wind, right? Now, do you have like some sort of experiment where some person was dreaming and they measured, and they said that they felt wind in their dream or something like that, or they were doing something in their dream, and they felt it in the dream, but in terms of the electrical impulse, we didn't measure anything, thus concluding that was only in their mind.
Yes, but you can, you were saying you have sensors that. This is so hypothetical. I'm sorry. I don't like talking about stuff like this necessarily, but I will. So, you have stuff that senses you're saying the pressure, the air pressure, the wind movement, anything on the hair follicles and stuff. But then, are you also having sensors on them to sense their neurological pathways? Because if their body is reacting, if their nerves are firing compared to what
Let's
they're
keep it
feeling,
simpler. Hold up. Let me
and they're
make it simpler.
actually feeling it physically, because here's the thing, if it's just in their mind and they're not physically reacting to it, if there's a way that we would be able to say someone has a dream and they feel something grab their arm really hard, but we can have their body mapped so that we can see exactly what nerves fire. I don't know, because it's never been tested, but I would want to say that you would be able to see that the nerves that they say where they felt breeze. Okay.
Okay, so let me just restate it. So let's say I'm a flat earther, and I dream that I'm, exploring Antarctica, but I'm inadequately dressed. So I feel really cold in my dream, right? Now, let's say there's a thermometer in my mouth while I'm sleeping, while I'm dreaming, and someone is checking the temperature. Do you have experimentation showing that the temperature drops or does not drop when I'm feeling like I'm freezing cold in my dream?
You asked me if I have evidence? No, but I don't think that I disagree with, like, if you're making that as a claim, I would disagree with that because I don't think that what you're dreaming or experiencing in your mind that is not correlated to what's happening in real life. Like, if you're not actually cold in a bedroom, like what you're saying, you're warm, tucked in a blanket, and you're experiencing cold weather in your dream, so your body temperature may drop. No, it's not like
Did you
that.
see Nightmare on Elm Street?
I don't think it would be like that at all. I don't know. I don't have any evidence to say yes or no, but I don't know. I don't want to make a claim on it, but I would lean more to the side of it not cooling down. Lean more to the side of the temperature of your body staying the same.
I think it's both, and I think there's like some feedback loops involved too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's. I said it was both. I said it's input and output.
I remember once when I was a kid, I was dreaming that I was at the urinal taking a piss, right? And then I woke up to myself pissing, like I pissed my bed. You know?
Yeah.
Like
I think everyone's had that.
I don't know if me dreaming was the stimulus for me doing it in real life, or me doing it in real life was a stimulus for me dreaming. But I think that sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I pissed in a dream and I didn't piss myself in the bed. You know?
Yeah. So I think what it is the sensation of having to pee correlating into your dream. I don't think that you're dreaming of peeing, so you pee. I think that your bladder is full and your body can feel it, so you're dreaming of peeing because it's a relieving feeling.
I'm inclined to agree with that, yeah. But I don't know why you're muted.
The Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Well,
he's too scared to defend that, so he just leaves right away.
Valiant effort. Good day, sir.
So we better get back to the topic at hand.
Was a drive-by, was it?
Yeah, he 187.
Yeah, let's not make this about peeing the bed. Let's get back to the topic.
Get back to the topic of perception. So we'll end that conversation and say that when you are perceiving something, when you are conscious, it exists to you. I won't get into unconsciousness because that's just too crazy.
No, I mean the topic of the channel.
Yeah, is the Earth flat?
Right.
I believe so. I have no argument to make here because I feel like most of you are on my side. I'll wait in here if anyone has anything to like oppose.
Never felt like I was moving in my life because of an outside force that's always moving.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned the horizon thing is because a lot of people have this mistaken notion that when you stop perceiving it, the horizon continues to exist. That's not the truth. The horizon is it always requires an observer. It's a phenomenon that is based upon being observed. So without an observer, there is no horizon. As soon as you close your eyes, the horizon is gone. As soon as you close the window, the horizon is gone. It relies, the necessary antecedent, let's say it this way, the necessary antecedent for a horizon is the observer.
Is that the same for horizontal?
No.
Wouldn't it always be being perceived by something?
But that would be different horizons, and no, not necessarily, because some people might not be looking at the horizon. Like you're assuming that everyone, like at some point, there's going to be at least one person looking at a horizon, and then you're equating all horizons when they're going to be different.
Can you
Yeah,
explain what you mean
I
about
understand what you're saying.
Can you explain what you mean that all horizons need to be observed?
Well, I mean, can you have a horizon that you're not observing?
I think so. I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You could have a horizon that somebody else is observing, couldn't you?
That's what
don't
he was
have it.
saying. That's what I was getting into. But what I understand what he was saying, so that's why I wanted to elaborate, because like he made me understand. So he's saying, although there's so many people on Earth, not everyone's going to be looking at a horizon. Although there will always be someone looking to the horizon, there will be parts of the horizon that they're not being observed. I live between two mountains. I can't even see the horizon. My horizon is the top edge of the mountain. You know what I mean?
Topographical
Versus
horizon.
my topographical horizon, versus if I went up and got
Well,
on
you
the
still
mountain.
do have one, right?
I still technically have a horizon that I observe. I do, but it is not.
Well, is it actually a horizon if it's topographical?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
the topographical horizon. Yeah, of course.
I
it
don't
is.
know, because technically it's where the sky meets the ground, right? That's my horizon.
See, that's why they call the actual one a true horizon.
The true horizon, wouldn't that be looking over sea level?
Over water, yeah.
Yeah, it would be looking over a flat body of water.
Does it have to be water? What if it's flat land? Like
Well, it depends on how flat it is, and if you can
Sea
test like
flats.
the topography.
Does it have to be flat?
I
don't
guess.
think it has to necessarily be perfectly flat either. Yeah.
But think about it. Mountains would look flat if you were far away enough. If you were high enough up, like mountains would look flat.
Or you could just not look at them. Couldn't you, like Percentage was saying?
I like this guy.
Well, the mountains, if you're far away enough, you wouldn't see them, right? If they're far away enough, then they'll converge into the horizon, and they wouldn't be mountains
Or the
for you anymore.
Or the horizon would be above them. Like they would be below the horizon.
Sure, yeah, and picking out from behind it, yeah.
It would
I
still
have a
technically be a
couple photos.
topographical horizon as well, wouldn't it?
Of zero? I don't. It would. I don't know. It depends on.
Could you call the topographic horizon flat?
No.
I don't think anyone would.
Because looking at my topographic horizon, which would be looking at an upward angle towards the sky, because I literally live at the base of a mountain, at the base of two mountains. I live in a fucking ass crack valley. So my horizon shifts so much, it is not flat whatsoever. It's the shape of the top of the mountain. It's the last part of the sky that I see before it touches the ground. It's not touching the ground.
So the
It goes beyond
topography
that.
wouldn't
I
be
just
flat
can't see.
then, would it?
No.
No, well, technically, topography just means measuring, like, the surface, right? So if you're over flat water, then the topographical horizon is the true horizon.
It's like if
Is
you
there
were
any
to take a measurement
topography
of a
there over
mountain,
water?
Yeah, there's topography. It's just all even.
it's flat.
There is
It's-
topography, but the topography stops it from being flat, apparently.
What?
Why?
On land,
On land, but water topography it's level. It's level, literally level, flat level. It is not plumbed. It is not. It's level.
How do we know whether we're talking about the topography that isn't flat
Okay.
or the topography
Okay, so
that
here,
is
let me
flat?
put it
What's
this
the
way.
difference?
If you measure with an inch, let's say you want to measure the length of the ocean with an inch-long measuring tool. You measure it inch by inch. That you are going to come out with a measurement hundreds, if not thousands of miles longer than if you used a measuring stick that was 1 mile long. Because with a 1 inch, you're measuring every single little curve of every little inch, literally every inch of the water, the curves, everything, all the little topographies, right? But if you take the vast amount of water over a gray area, a mile, or really anything over 200 feet, it's going to be considered flat.
What are you
Unless
talking
you
about? You do
got-
the same thing, and then with the waves, like, you know, the crests.
That's
and
what
the
I'm
troughs of the
saying.
waves.
That's what I'm saying is like the little, like if you use an inch ruler to measure
Would that be
wave.
the same as the land then?
No. Yes, it would be, because you
It
can
would
take
be.
if you
Would you
had a
make-
10-foot
brilliant.
if you had a 10-foot
I like
long
it.
pole and you use it to measure a mountain, your measurement would come out, let's say 1,000 feet, 500 feet up, 500 feet down. But then let's say you use another 1-inch measuring stick, you're going to come out with like 2,200 feet, because you measured every inch of every
that a bigger
rock
distance?
all the way up, left, right, up, down, at
Well, can
every
we just
angle,
nip
not
this?
just
Because this topic isn't really. Yes, if we were to measure the topography instead of just a straight line distance, it would be a higher value. We agree on that. Can we just move forward? Because I feel like it's not really like.
Yeah, but isn't he saying that you measure the topography flat?
I have a question.
No, topography
over a
is
great
only
enough
flat. It's
distance.
true
Yeah.
horizon.
Nathan Oakley. When Nathan Oakley comes round, keep that one in mind.
Let's say you have this ocean that just froze over and it's perfectly level, right? There's no waves. Would be flat. It just means measuring the surface or the place, right? So it could be measured evenly, right?
Would that be a measured flat topography, like this man was just talking about?
Yes, it would be measured.
If there's no waves, it's just
absolutely
frozen,
flat
it's
level.
perfectly even, then yes, it would be.
With the inch
So it
ruler.
never happens. Because I don't think even the oceans freeze over, so good luck with that.
Wait, so
If
how
it-
wait, here, I have a question. How can the Earth be flat? So, like, look, if you look at every other thing in the universe, it's all circle, because the gravitation pull is in the middle
Are
of
circles globes?
Well, yeah, they can be.
Can you have flat circles?
Is it the zoom
Thanks for
tool?
coming, bro. Thanks for coming.
Well, but
We
I mean,
don't
like,
observe.
they're not stretched out.
It's
I mean, they're not
multiverse.
stretched out. I mean,
We
they're
don't
not stretched out.
observe. We don't
that's the,
observe spheres. We observe circles. We observe two-faced objects. We have no observation of a sphere whatsoever.
No, okay, so
But
like,
if
you're
you
telling
use
me,
a zoom
so
You meant
if you take a
two-dimensional
walk-
objects, not two-faced.
If you take a walk across the Earth, you're just gonna like randomly find a little piece that comes off the side of the Earth and just have to walk down it and just come like on the other side of the Earth, like below it.
But if
Like
you
here,
use a
I don't know
zoom
how
tool,
to
it
make sense.
disappears.
So it just disappears. So how?
With no
so then-
topography. If you use the zoom tool, then you're fine. No topography then.
Inch
Okay,
inch
so-
ruler.
An inch ruler.
Okay, so then how can I walk around the Earth and then just come
Because
back?
last
to the same
time I
spot?
went to the beach, there were some waves up and down, up and down. Definitely topography.
So if you start, let's say, on the equator and you walk directly north, you can make it to the North Pole. The second you get to the North Pole, heading in the
No, you
same
can't.
direction, listen. I'm not saying you physically, literally can, because you're not walking through water and all that stuff.
Well,
but if you
that's the
beeline
Okay,
it
got you.
to the North Pole and you get to
Well,
the
of
North
course
Pole, you're
it's gonna be
heading
flat.
direct. Listen, I'm not. Hold on. I don't even
Just
think you
finish
know
your
what I'm
thought,
trying to
finish your thought, bro.
express. You go directly north from the equator, get to the North Pole. The second you pass the North Pole, heading in the same direction, you will be going south. Go south as much as you want.
North to
You're not
south.
gonna make it any further
You can
south
travel
from the
in
South
one
Pole.
direction
That's
and then
the
find
edge.
you're going
That's
in the
like
opposite
you can try
direction.
it, but good luck. Tell me what you see when you get there. But you can travel east and west around as much as you want, and you will have to turn to compensate east and west.
Yeah.
You will.
Yeah.
That's the easiest
Sound
way to
like you've
explain
thought
it.
about
You
this
won't
a
knowingly
lot.
do it though.
You can fly south only a certain amount of time. You can fly north only a certain amount of time before you're going south. You'll never go north from going south, but you'll always go south from going north. You can always reach back to your destination from flying directly east or directly west. If you try to fly directly east in a straight line, you cannot. It'll always change to southeast. You have to compensate and turn left to keep going east. Same thing for going west.
You're a pilot.
No, well, I mean, you're accurate up until the very last part. The very last part, you don't actually have
Directions.
to
Have you
turn left
studied
because you're following
directions
a
a
heading,
lot?
and you're
I'm
doing
like
micro
an expert.
turns that you're unaware of.
You're not unaware of
Stupid
them. You should be aware of them because you're going to notice that you're going south, what would it be, southeast east, and then you would adjust back to go east instead of going. You would notice the
No, because
adjustments that you're
anyone who
making.
flies, they have a heading. They follow a bearing.
Okay,
They're
okay,
not
that's
gonna
what
be
I'm. Okay,
flying
that's
as
what
the
I'm
crow
saying. If
flies.
you're flying directly east, I know they fly from destination, from destination, or what would it be? not destination. They fly in a straight path, right? They're
heading
not
to
going
heaven.
to fly around. There would be no point to make a big ass curve. They fly from point A to point B directly. But I'm saying if you wanted to fly directly east, you would have to keep making small adjustments to stay on your east path.
Yeah, I agree,
But
I
if
agree.
you fly directly north, you do not have to divert whatsoever. You can stay straight north until you hit the North Pole. You'll be flying directly south. That's the easiest way I can try to explain it.
What's the North Pole?
The North Pole, I don't know.
Like, are you talking about geographic? Or are you talking about magnetic?
It would be magnetic if you're flying based on a compass. It would be magnetic north. Which is what
Okay,
I was
so then-
expressing in that example.
Okay, so only if you're like fortunate enough to be perfectly in line with this magnetic North Pole will it, and it won't go instantly south, mind you. It'll go one way or the other towards east or west, depending on how big the North Pole is. It might, let's say the magnetic North Pole is like, 15 square miles or something like that.
Okay.
The compass is slowly going to go east or west until it goes south after you traverse it, right?
Yeah, you would see your compass flip. It would definitely, depending on if you're slightly to the left or slightly to the right, the north point of your compass would drift one way or the other at an exponential rate until it reached the vertex, the highest point of speed. And then it would slow back down as you leave it until you're flying directly south.
Go north until
Unless
you
you
go south.
fly directly over it and you're fortunate enough to fucking center point it, and then your compass will just quickly do a 180. But
Can you go south and
I'm
then
not
go
trying to get
north?
into specifics like that. It doesn't matter either way. You fly north far enough, you're going to end up going south.
And can you fly south far enough to end up going north?
No, I already said that. No.
Oh. Well, it's a one-way thing then.
It's a one-way thing, man.
Right.
You can fly from
all
I'll
directions.
put it this way: you can
equal
fly
south.
across. You can fly across the diameter. You can fly the radius to the center, but you cannot fly around from north to south back to
Did
north.
you measure that? I think Nathan Aiken said that had been
The
measured.
radius, you can measure
Yeah.
the radius. Yeah, you can just pull up a map that has all of the here.
Well, how come you can?
I can get you the radius right now. Radius, it would be the radius is the distance from one equator on one side of the North Pole to the other equator on the other side. And the reason I'm going to give that as a distance reference is because I don't think that there's going to be an exact distance reference from an average point of Antarctica to magnetic north.
It's a straight line distance, though, right?
I know,
Yeah,
yes.
that's not-
I'm going
that's not technically a
straight
radius.
line. I'm
Brilliant.
Okay, radius. I know. So what I'm saying
Nathan
is, yes,
Oakley will
it's
be well
technically
impressed
not
when he
radius,
comes
but
here.
based
You
off
charge
the laterals
Nathan
that we're
rent to
giving.
live in your head?
No, he's coming here, mate.
No, he lives rent free.
Have you got the person, the chaperone, the one who's going to aid him to come over here?
But yeah, Frothy, I wouldn't call it a radius. I would call it just a equator to equator measurement or something. Equator north, equator measurement.
Instead
How
of
come you
equator
can,
to equator, I will get an average Antarctic to magnetic north measurement.
How come you can fly north and go south, but not fly south and go north?
Because you can fly over the North Pole, but you can't. It's okay. You aren't able to, I guess, legally, off of the Antarctic Treaty, you are not legally allowed to go past, which is south. You're not able to maneuver your
they're
way
not allowed
south
you there.
past. Yes, because there's over fucking who knows how many countries on the Antarctic Treaty since
Can't
way
go
back
south
when.
to go north because
Past the 80th
government-
lateral, that's the furthest that public can go. There's certain
60th parallel, 60th.
Is it
But
the
didn't
60th you're not
the-
allowed? I'm pretty sure it was
Yeah,
the 80th
60th
that you're not
parallel.
allowed.
But didn't
Not
Soviet
allowed to.
Union fly over across Antarctic?
You can fly over Antarctica, yes, but you're not flying directly south. You're not flying over it's not a center to fly over. You're flying over ice, and you have to decide if you're going to be flying east or west. You don't get to choose to keep flying south because you will not, the Earth is flat. You will not wrap back around. If the distance keeps going, it keeps going. I have no idea if there is or what is, if there is, beyond Antarctica. Okay, like Antarctica is a massive landmass that surrounds the entirety of the Earth that we know of, the Earth that we live in. Okay, so now when
the same thing about
I'm not here to get into hypothetical conversation. I'm not here to get into hypothetical conversation about what's beyond the ice wall and all that, because I definitely can, and I can go into all that stuff, but that's unproved. That's stuff that hasn't. I'm not going to bring it up. That's crazy talk as of now. Like, that's conspiracy talk. What we know as flat earthers and the things that have made us believe what we know. No, I'm saying what we know.
Confidence. That's the way to go forward.
As flat earthers, what changed your mind to believe it, any of you, if you truly do believe it, those reasons should be good enough to change anyone's mind. Okay?
I was questioning Nathan Oakley with the Earth is measured flat, but you seem to have validated it for me. I think I might be coming over.
I'm not trying to listen. I'm not here to you have your views. I have my views.
The radius was measured. Can you not remember?
Yeah,
Nathan Oakley's been asking for it for ages. So this new confident approach seems to have reaped rewards.
It's the measurement, the radius of the average Antarctic, so it would be from the North Pole to essentially the furthest south point we can go, which is Antarctica. So it's roughly 12,400 miles in a straight line. 12,400 miles.
Couldn't you say the same thing about the Antarctica then? What you said about the North Pole?
Yeah, why are you trusting that, Frothy?
Why am I trusting what?
The measurement that they gave you.
I'm sorry, I have to hear what you asked again.
The measurement, the heliocentrists, like the modern globe.
It's based off of the parallels, and the parallels of the heliocentric model do correspond with the what would it be? The new map of the world model. So the flat Earth model parallels correspond almost exactly.
Don't attribute the parallels to the heliocentric model. Okay, the celestial sphere existed before heliocentrism. All right, this idea that longitude, latitude, celestial sphere from the stars in the sky and stuff like that, it predates the heliocentric model, and it's not something that they took on. So don't attribute it to them because they don't deserve it. But that's just that's basically lines in the sky that we've kind of we've imagined from based off of star cycles and what have you. Where have you actually done a ground-based measurement to quantify, to confirm these values that you're giving?
I personally have not. I go based off of the fact that not only is I get a lot of false information is given out by people that give out factual information as well. So to decipher what is factual and what is false, you have to look at other sources. So if private sources or other public sources come up with the exact same measurements for the parallels, all of this stuff, people who aren't in or are part of treaties or anything, they come out with the same measurements. So I think it's safe to say that measuring the South Pole from the 90th that's what I'm saying. I have not, but based on the information that almost every single person's measurements add up, and I'm not saying just major, I'm also saying private private scientists, like private people, private investigators who look into this information, who have much more money than I ever will and I ever
Frothy,
could to
hear
go
me out for a
out.
second. Hear me out. What you're doing, it's called appealing to the majority. Argumentum ad populum. You're saying because of they're all agreeing on this, then it must be true. But you don't have any actual evidence. You don't have video of them measuring it or anything like that. So I'm just saying, I would be wary of making the claim that they've actually measured it, right? If you're claiming that this is the claimed measurement, sure. But to say that they actually measured it, I would be wary of that. I'd say be skeptical until you have the evidence, and then if you have the evidence, then make the claim. Because
I
going out on a
think that I'm
lens.
past skepticism with it
No, you're
because
saying
based
that they
off of
actually
like
did measure it based off
naval
the evidence.
navigation, those are what are used. Like those are the measurements that they use to get to exact points around the world.
Do you know how how do they measure accurately over water? You're talking about naval measurements. How do they measure accurately?
I don't know, but I do know that they use the measurements of the parallels. I know that they use longitude and latitude.
Yeah, but longitude and latitude, that depends on whether the Earth is like, the topography of Earth and stuff like that. If there's a lot of topography, you could have this, like, in the same longitude and latitude, you can measure a higher distance, just like you said, with the inch.
Just measure it with an inch ruler.
Yeah.
Get in that.
Yeah, so... And then not to mention, over water, you have currents, you have winds, you have crosswinds.
They're definitely measuring by sight. They're not measuring with a ruler.
You have a tailwind that's making you move faster, so you'll measure the ground to be shorter if you're measuring it that way. So, like,
Hold
you
on.
have
So what? I think what we'll do, right, is they will measure an elevation angle change, right, of a distance over land, right, which they can pretty much measure the distance over land pretty accurately, right?
With an inch
and then
ruler,
they can do
preferably.
Right.
Yeah, how are they measuring that?
And then they will apply that while they're at sea. So a change in elevation angle measurement to a celestial object, right, will indicate that they've traveled approximately similar amount of distance, right?
No, he's measured it. He's already said he's measured it. I don't know whether he did it with the inch ruler or the other one, but he's got the radius.
Zoom function.
I was
Listen,
being
I'm taking
serious
numbers
earlier
from a
about
general
bringing Nathan Oakley
consensus,
coming
and
over
I was,
here,
I was trying to put in perspective,
know.
not make a joke about an inch ruler being
over
used
it.
to measure.
Yeah, but
I was
if you
giving
got-
you an example showing that a smaller measuring object can measure greater distances over a small area.
Have you got a
Can I
garden?
respond really quickly to the person that said you get the angle measurement to the the altitude of a star or what have you, and then you transpose it onto the water? The question is, how do you measure the land in the first place accurately? This land that has topography, how do you get the straight line distance? How do you cut through all the topography and get the accurate distance?
Yeah, you're not going to. It's going to be
Triangulation.
Triangulation, but it's going to be an estimate at best anyway. Like it's not going to be like
Triangulation isn't an estimate; it's mathematical. It's exact.
Well, it
precise.
depends on how many reference frames you have, because it depends. If you're going based off of one
Hold on,
star,
let-
it's not going to
Bev-
be accurate.
Can you elaborate on triangulation? How you're going to get an accurate measurement with triangulation?
Yeah, straight line distances.
What are you measuring though?
You're measuring. You measure your baseline, and then you use the properties of triangles to be able to measure the land. Like maps and stuff.
Can you give us an example? Can you run us through like a simple measurement? Because I'm not getting
A simple measurement of distance.
Yeah, whatever you mean in terms of like an accurate measurement with triangulation.
I'm surprised that you don't know. Have you ever heard of trig points?
Let's say
like
I
they
have,
have on the land, right, where they place theodolites up on like mountains and stuff, and they're normally up at high.
Okay.
Yeah, well, because you started off your survey or your surveying thing with an accurate measurement of a baseline. So what they do with that is they start off with a distance that they are absolutely certain is straight and at the same elevation.
How do they get that?
Becomes how do they get that? By measuring it.
They measured an
Precisely.
absolutely straight piece of land.
Absolutely straight. Yeah, it has to be. This is the most
With the water
precise
level?
thing that you have to do within measuring. Yeah.
With a water level type thing?
Well, just
No,
in order to make it straight and precisely straight, you have to measure it as straight with checks, balances to make sure it's precisely straight.
So did they level
With
it
a
out
known
if it wasn't
distance.
straight?
It's at the same elevation. It's a straight
know, but-
line. You need to know the straight line distance precisely.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. When I got my flooring done in the house, they measured it, and they wanted it to be completely level, right? So they used some leveling liquid to make sure that it was level, right? So my question is, with this base station or whatever it is, baseline,
They use some
did
leveling
they level
liquid.
it out with like a water level? Did they like where it wasn't level, or if it
Self-level
was
it.
what?
They use self-leveler.
Okay, so they leveled it out. All right, so now you have this level baseline, and then go ahead.
What you do is they mix that stuff and they just pour it on.
you taking
It's
the piss?
called self-leveler, right? It does what it does itself. Using
Are you saying that's what they did at the
liquids and
baseline?
stuff. No, they measured it precisely.
Well, they measured
do
it and it just
whenever
happened to
they
be
do
precisely
any
flat.
measurement surveys or anything on any new land. Step 1, measure baseline precisely. Because everything else is going to depend on it. Everything else.
But with topography, it's very, very rare that you have a perfectly level piece of land. So are they leveling it out or not?
They're precisely measuring it at an equal elevation, yes.
You're
To
not
make sure
confused.
it's straight.
So they
Because
put one.
they will be
on-
relying upon that straightness.
So you're telling me
within the
they
rest of their triangulation, trigonometry.
Okay, let's say I'm on a plateau, all right? And this plateau has very, very slight hills. It's not perfectly level. And I want to make my baseline there. I measured it, and it has very, very slight hills and dips. Right? What do I do now to make it my baseline?
You'd be better off starting at the best place to do your baseline, wouldn't you? That would be the ideal place. Because
So you're saying
if
they
you were
find a
doing it
perfectly
in hills,
piece
then
of
it would
level
be
land.
really difficult to be able to do it. And you need a bit of land where you are able to measure this baseline to start off with. Right? It's
And it was
precise
naturally
because you need to use the use of triangles. And triangles have certain properties that means you can predict an other length, let's say, through the use of the angles and the proportions of the lines and the sizes and all that sort of stuff. Right? We know this about geometry. And so in order for us to start off our base of measurement, we need a precise, straight line.
Yeah, but how are you making sure it's precise? Like, are they filling it in for the micro deviations of the topography? Or are you saying that 1 in a million chance they find perfectly straight land?
They're just measuring a straight line to use as the unit that they can then use so they can proportion all of the other lines and angles and stuff that they can map together to make the map, to put the positions on the map.
I tried asking it.
Okay, no, he's wrong. I'm reading it. He's explaining it wrong. So what it's saying is it's not a straight line. They're placed at different heights. It depends because you can't always have the same height area or dig down to it or whatever. And it says right here, surveying instruments that measure the horizontal and vertical angles. So then they do calculations based on the elevation, the exact elevation of the pillars, which it says they're all grounded heavily with either rocks or pillars that are way bigger than
You're
them.
gonna need to
So
know a distance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he
so
didn't
they're
say
stationary.
that
So you
distance
have
one of your
to.
lines, right?
Here's the thing. People have their ways of measuring. They, some way, shape, or form.
Baseline.
Then now
Establish
they measured.
baseline.
They measured the they measured the altitude of where they were putting them to the
Fraud,
exact.
you're skipping a
right?
step. You're skipping step one, which is measuring the baseline.
Yeah, they
Please read
do have
how
a
they measure the
baseline.
baseline,
Sorry, yeah,
how
the
they
points
get a
are built
straight
so
baseline. Read that.
Or
the level.
If you use a false dichotomy modus tollens, measuring that straight line can disprove Bob's Earth sphere.
One at a time, please, gentlemen. Please
Nathan
continue.
Oakley didn't really want any of that, though. But I mean, yeah, this is the
God, I
baseline
know
that
him.
you're starting
Santa's
off with.
coming to town. Santa's coming to town.
Yeah, he's not here, Bev. We don't need to worry about him at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Nathan Oakley's not here, right? Doesn't matter.
Santa's coming to town.
Do you think this measuring this straight line is a proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah, man.
I think you can't measure something unless it exists. So you have to make a physical straight line first, or find one in nature. Which is good luck with that.
Find a straight line in nature. Sure,
In terms of the ground, yeah, you're saying baseline from a total station, that the ground would have to be. You're saying is perfectly level, right? Good luck finding perfectly level. How big is this baseline?
The straight line needs to be a horizontal distance. It has to be. Because that's the shortest distance from A to B. That's what you're going to base your entire measurement structure upon. That straight line and the distance that you measure.
So will that be the
So
ground?
you best make sure that it's the shortest distance.
Will that be the ground?
Dude, if it isn't horizontal, then the distance would be longer. Do you understand?
Is the line you're using, is it the ground?
If not horizontal, then longer distance. It becomes the hypotenuse. The
What's the
distance you're
line?
measuring, if it's not along the horizontal, it becomes a hypotenuse. And you know that because what I'm talking about is geometric.
Yeah, but he wants
What
to
is
make
your
another
line?
fucking point that the Earth's not. Oh, the Earth's flat, but he's not gonna fucking prove it right because it's
What
bullshit.
is your line? What is your line, Bev? What is the line? Is it?
It's the shortest distance.
Yeah, okay, so you're measuring a distance of
Sorry
what?
to the Dalek.
Of what? What are you measuring the distance of?
The shortest distance between those 2 points. It's called your baseline. It's what you
Something
need
you
to
walk
use
along?
for the structure of the rest of your geometry. That
Can
you're
you
gonna
walk
do
on it?
for measurement?
It's called the planet Earth, bro. There's multi-dimensionals too.
Yeah, well, the
It says,
straight line disproves Bob's modus ponens, doesn't it?
It says trig points are used by Ordnance Survey in order to determine the exact shape of a country. They're generally located on the highest bit of ground in the area so that there's a direct line of sight from one to the next. By sitting a theodolite or a accurate protractor built into a telescope on the top of a pillar, accurate angles between pairs of nearby trig points could be measured. The process is called triangulation. So it doesn't seem to say anything about it being a perfectly straight line whatsoever.
Yeah, no,
How do you
Bev's
think
right.
you
It
do
uses perfectly
triangulation?
straight lines, right?
They are from one to another. It's a perfectly straight line, but skip
Yeah,
one
that's
and
triangulation,
try
mate.
to. Yeah, exactly.
That's the
So
point,
you're getting the yeah. It doesn't have to be a direct straight line from the first to the last.
No. The starting point, you have to establish a straight line with known measured distance. The rest of the time, you can just measure angles. That's the way triangles work. But for the starting point, you need a measured straight line distance. Now, the question is, does that prove a flat Earth? Is that the measured flat Earth that Nathan
No.
Oakley's talking about?
No. That's not. That would be a topographical Earth. That would give, if that was spread out to be flat, it would make the, I guess, circumference insanely larger than what it technically is. Because you're taking all those angles and you're flattening them out. You're lengthening. You're taking a 3-dimensional line that zigzags and you're
Well, you said you've
straightening
measured it anyway, so you don't need to worry about this.
I didn't say I measured it. I said I can
Measured the
get the
radius.
measurements. I got the distance
Measured.
of the
You
radius
said
from the
measured
90th
radius.
parallel to the
No.
0.
Measured radius was your claim earlier. So you've got to be really careful when you use the word measured, because that can be verified. Can't it? It's things that have actually been done can be verified. And measured is a physics sort of thing, isn't it? It's a property of the physics.
How do you measure your straight line?
Precisely. It's the most precise measurement that you have to make.
Yeah. How do you do that?
Because it's the
The
foundation.
string?
Look
The
into
string
it.
stretched out from one to
I wasn't there when they did it, but they did do it, and it is documented historically for every land there is.
It says that they
So it's the
use
land.
sonar.
The
In
land is the same line?
1785, they did it in America.
So they were measuring the distance of a straight piece of land.
No, from a point to an other point. Straight
Yeah, so
line.
for example, a new
Usually
way
not on the land, like above. Usually.
Here it says a new way of measuring distances in the waters is sonar. So if there is a ship at these coordinates and there's another ship at these coordinates and it sends out sonar to scan the floor or scan ahead, it can get the exact
bathymetry.
distance based on So that's a new
we
way
know
of doing
about
it.
this.
I have no idea how the fuck that they used to do it
Right,
or how they
they
used to try
used
and
to measure
it.
vertically, right? Their vertical distance measurements of the
Did they
land.
stick a bunch of inch rulers on top of each other into the sky?
I don't know. That's you're the inch man.
I prefer man of inches.
Oh,
Who's
that's a bad
this
connection
Dalek?
there. You bet, yeah.
Exterminate!
Whoever that is,
Exterminate!
I'd try leaving and coming back again. Connection's a bit iffy. Yeah, I've had lots of conversations with people about straight lines over the years. Some people in here the other day were denying it possible.
Yeah, it was Peter the Great, Manufactotum. You know, they're just baffled by what straight can mean, but they know what it can't mean.
Yeah, and
They
I
have it
think
not
what they can't be here because they'd had to have interrupted me because we were talking about a straight line baseline. That's what I was trying to ask Nathan Oakley the other day. He could literally disprove Bob the Science Guy's modus polens about Earth shape. You could disprove a spherical. Do you care about disproving a spherical Earth?
Why is he a challenge?
I'm asking. Do you care about disproving a spherical
I
Earth?
care about them proving it. Really?
Okay. Well, they can't,
if I'm
can
gonna
they?
care at all,
If you can
I'm gonna care at all.
disprove it, then are you still waiting for them to prove it?
I didn't need to worry about disproving it. But if I'm going to give a shit at all, and they're going to come in here and talk about it and claim that reality is this way and that I don't observe and experience, and they've got the burden of proof. They've got to prove it.
Okay. Are you upset? Would you be upset if they came in to disprove flat Earth?
They can try all they like. I don't really care.
Okay. So it's about the positive proof, is it? Or is it about disproving the other one, or waiting for somebody else to give you a positive proof of something that you don't need to falsify? It gets a bit convoluted. So if you can you prove flat Earth? No,
you can
that's a
demonstrate
no,
that the surface of a liquid at rest is horizontal and flat and level.
Have you convinced yourself through belief?
That's a measurement. Liquid at rest, the body of a liquid at rest, the surface is horizontal.
Yeah,
flat
I can make a
and level.
You can measure. Yes, you can measure.
That's the principle of liquid at rest, which you fucking rely on for your fucking water level. So don't give me shit, Bev.
Yeah, we've got to realise in Euclid test it proves that a straight line lies within a plane, and sort of coincidentally, through the etymology of it and the enthymeme, we can say that level is horizontal. But I mean, we already knew that. We were just trying to relate geometric principles to reality. But can you prove a flat Earth, or would that sort of do? You know, like proving the straight line lying within the plane. Is that the proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah, your topography, right, is going to be in reference to a horizontal plane of reference, right?
Okay. So proving the straight line lying within the plane is the proof of the flat Earth, and then measuring elevation changes from that then also becomes a proof of the flat Earth, right? Literally, the elevation changes that make it not flat prove the flatness, which sounds ridiculous, but is that what you're going with? Because if it is, can you prove a straight line? Can you? Anyone? Oh.
Yeah, sure. Hey, what'd you ask? I wasn't paying attention. Say that again.
It appears that the proof that you need for the flat Earth is just this straight line.
What, like a laser line?
I don't know.
Like a really high power, like a high powerful laser that can shoot straight.
Well,
And
see,
if there's no deviation from the ground, then it would prove that the Earth is what? Not curving, right? And if the Earth is not curving, then what does it mean?
Well, when you do that, like if you're off the ground, are you classing that as Earth?
There's deviation. So if the Earth is running parallel with this laser for a very long distance,
are you
there's
calling
no
the
deviation. Why are you
line
interrupting me when I'm
above
explaining
the
this again
ground,
to you?
the Earth, though?
Buddy, I'm explaining this again to you. If the laser is leveled off with the floor and it's going parallel with the floor over a vast distance and there is no deviation, what does that mean?
What's the
you've
argument for
leveled
that?
it?
I'm asking Bev. Who the fuck is talking?
I'm asking you for the argument.
Hey, listen, take your fucking argument, your sophistry, and shove it up your ass.
How about I
Bev,
fuck your daughter?
Just looking for a straight line.
buddy, go back to
Proof of
school.
a
You don't know
straight line.
shit. Right.
That's all he asked, a straight line.
Bev, again, I asked you. If the laser is parallel, running parallel with the ground over a vast distance and there is no deviation, what does that mean?
It means you're using geometric terms, and parallel is well defined
what do you
within
mean?
mathematics.
What do you mean I'm
So
using
the meaning of it
In
doesn't
reality,
need to be
if I
interpreted
put
by
a-
me. You said the words.
He's not answering. He's fucking verbal diarrhea now. There's no answer there.
The laser is straight, and what's the other bit?
If it's parallel to the ground over a vast distance with no deviation, what
Where's
does that
that
mean?
mean?
Everywhere.
Well, you've
Means
probably
it's
been in with your
parallel.
builder's equipment, and you've made it level.
It's
Okay.
like
Parallel.
as you say,
let's
the geometric
just say
statement
over
that you
water.
made
Okay, let's say
stands on
over
its
water
own.
because water
Doesn't
is
need
level.
me.
Let's just say over water because okay, fine. No ground because ground has topography. We understand there's hills, valleys, mountains, all kinds of shit, right? So
I think that's called moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not moving the goalposts because let's just make it so that it's actually level,
You've
where the
moved
water
them
is
into the
level,
bloody
right?
water.
So
Literally
on the
moved the
ball,
goalpost.
on the ball, right? On your ball, on this fucking spinning ball, the water is curving. Is it
What
not?
ball?
Well, the ball that they say, because this, what kind of channel are you in here,
Who's the
Bev?
first one?
What is this?
Who's the first one? Go on.
Who
Go on, let's admit
lives
it.
on a ball? Hey, Bev,
Who
do you live
spoke
on a
of the
spinning
knockbacks?
ball in a vacuum of space? Bev, answer the question. Are you living in a
Who's
ball?
the crazy person
Are
talking
you
about a ball right
Are
now?
you? Well, I don't know. You guys, the Globers. Are you a Glober?
The hell's
Bev,
a Glober?
you don't know what a Glober is?
I've
You
never
always
fucking heard
so
that word
yeah.
before.
What
Glober,
You
people
couldn't
that believe they
find
live on a fucking ball.
we
Oh,
were
so
talking
normal.
about straight lines. Can you remember
Oh, so
us
you're a
talking
Glober.
about straight lines?
you couldn't find a parallel on land, so you switched to the water.
Listen, there are parallel. You can't make parallel, but here's the thing. I fucked up on
Did you
that
say you
one, and I'll
can't?
admit it. No, I fucked
Yeah,
up because I
you fucked
assumed
up.
because I assumed Bev would understand what I was saying because he's been in this
You can
conversation for a
actually
very
make
long time. But then again, he's
can
a
actually make
sophist and
parallel
shit.
though.
But it's okay. Let's do it over
I
water.
don't know where
Right,
this is
because
gone.
on this
He's
spherical
got a
ball,
hard on
so
for or
these
something.
Globers think. Okay, so here's the background of the story, right?
Don't tell me
So
what other
these
people
Globers,
think, please.
those
Don't.
Globers, listen, this is your whole fucking NASA
Let
and
them
shit,
talk
right?
for
So
themselves.
when they show you photos of Earth from space, or photos, quote unquote, right? These images of Earth from space, right? Do you not see the water that is curving on this ball? Yes or no?
Can you remember we were talking about a
Buddy,
straight
why are you not
line?
answering the question,
I
man?
don't know where you've taken it.
I'm taking it right to where it has to be,
We were
buddy.
talking about positive proofs.
Listen, yeah, exactly. So they're telling us that it's a ball, and what we're telling them it's not because there is no deviation from the
Yes.
laser.
There's a famous
There is
globe
no
earther
deviation.
called Bob the Science Guy, and he's
The
done some
garbage.
flat Earth logic of an argument that he uses.
Flat
And
Earth
in this
logic.
argument, he offers up his Earth sphere, right? In which, I'm telling you, you can disprove the famous
ball.
globe earther Bob the Science Guy and his Earth sphere. Yeah, you can disprove it. And you can disprove it by measuring a straight line. He even says it himself.
Measuring a straight line. What about
Yes.
measuring the curve? Prove the positive first. The positive claim is the ball. Prove it. Where's the fucking curve? Where's the 8 inches per mile squared? Why are you trying to fucking reverse burden of proof on us? We're the ones here telling you that, it ain't no fucking ball because when we measure it, it's fucking flat.
False dichotomy, and you can measure
What
it.
false dichotomy? No, man, you guys came in here saying it's a fucking ball with water sticking to this fucking ball, yeah? At a certain rate, it has a curvature rate. There's a radius to
I
this
think that
ball.
was me.
There's
You
a
might be
curvature rate to this
associating me
ball,
with other
but we do
people.
not find this curvature rate ever, anywhere we go. What's wrong with that? Your silence is amazing. I love it. Thank you. I'll go on mute. Don't worry.
I'd say that we can measure straight lines, and we do for the baseline to start off with.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
up,
You
Bev?
measure over.
How's it going?
Let's say you measure over 100 kilometers. Let's see you do it, Bev. Please, straight.
That
Let's see
100
you do it.
kilometers, is that a straight line?
Let's see you do that. Well, I want to
When
see
you-
you do it. I want to
Yeah,
see you
but that
do it. You're
when
talking
you
shit
think of
right
it,
now.
is that 100 kilometers?
I want to
Is
see
that
you
a
do
straight
it.
line?
Well, you know they have military
At least
technology,
in your
right?
mind.
They have military technology that can target shit for over like 100 miles. I'm pretty sure with
Is that
infrared and
100
all kinds of
miles? Is
shit.
that a straight line?
But it's over a flat plane. Like let's say Navy ships, right? When they see another
A
Navy
flat
ship,
plane, is
yeah,
that a
these things are.
pleonasm?
And that
Or
water
you-
isn't curving though. There's no
you
curve to this
using
water. It's
flat
not
as being
curving at 8 inches
horizontal?
per mile squared, right? So the burden of proof is on these ballers. They haven't fucking proven the ball yet. You've been trying to do this for years now, Bev. You've probably been doing this for like close to like 6 years, from what I can remember. You were on
Talking
fucking not
about
only
straight
Gem
lines, yeah?
Pandas. You were probably fucking on what's his name show, Nathan Oakley show, right? That's what you were on, right? That's where you come from. You've been doing this for so fucking long, and yet you still got fucking nowhere. Thank you very much. Keep doing it because you're fucking beating your head against the fucking concrete now. Remember that you've been doing this for a very fucking long time.
I've come a long way,
right? And it shows fucking
my proofs
everything
are
about
many.
you right now. You've been doing this for many years, my
Awesome,
guy.
Bev.
And I have many
Years.
proofs.
You ain't got shit.
Awesome, Bev.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. Seriously, why do you come here looking for a fucking fight?
I'm not coming. I'm pointing out that
What are
the
you pointing
straight
out?
line can disprove
Yeah, I know.
a model. Well, in fact, it
There's no
disproves
model.
both
Like
of them.
like
doesn't
you're a
it?
salesman.
Mhm.
You preach. You preach.
For the
like-
false dichotomy.
It's like you're upset. It's like it's triggered you that other people aren't thinking like you. You're not being specific enough. You're not using the same terms. You're misusing the terms. Blah 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 blah. Like, okay.
It's all
Right,
jargon.
correct,
Why is
It's all
right?
his jargon. It's all his own created jargon. He loves it.
Have you ever
Why
heard
does
of
it
the
bother you
phrase
so much?
coming to terms?
Why does it bother you so much that you got to come here and make sure that we hear your ramble?
Well, actually, I was coming here to try and let you know, in case you don't, that Nathan Oakley needs help to come here.
I don't give a shit what you think Nathan Oakley needs.
Well, I don't know. Are you the guy that runs this place?
I don't
No,
run this
Nathan
place.
has nothing to do with it. He never even really comes up unless it's you talking about him. I'm kind of sick of hearing about it, to be honest.
Same.
Okay.
Barely gets mentioned.
But wouldn't he be like a big name for you guys to,
No, we don't
you
care.
know?
He's a nobody. I actually hate that guy, to be honest with you. I've listened to him once. I'm like, yo, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, and that's it. I'd never fucking went on his YouTube channel ever again. What's up?
Yeah, I've only ever heard Bev mention Nathan Oakley in this channel. It's like the only time I've heard his name pop up.
This guy's like a fanboy or something.
Nice support there. Good to
Support?
see.
Why the fuck would I support that guy?
Confidence.
I don't need that asshole.
That's
to
what we
fucking-
need going forward.
Yeah, that's what you need.
He told us the other day, 10 years. I mean, how long have you guys been in it?
Longer.
Longer?
Oh, yeah.
Have you convinced yourself with
I don't need to
belief?
convince. I know.
Is it like
There's no belief.
on a scale?
It's knowledge,
right,
my
that
guy.
You can,
It's knowledge, my guy. Trust me, it's knowledge.
well, conviction
More than what you
through
know, I
belief.
guarantee you.
Convinced
It's not
himself.
a
But he
belief.
said
It's
the
not a
other day-
belief. It's not a belief. I told you it's not a belief. Why you keep putting words in my mouth?
Okay, but if you do have a
It's,
proof,
it's
then
knowledge. I told you. There's no deviation from the laser. If you can show me deviation from the laser, then show it, please.
what, like
Please.
a measured distance change
Yeah, sure.
of the land
No,
to an
over
established
water.
horizontal?
Over water. Topography will
tides.
make the land. Listen, topography will make the land go fucking all kinds of ways. There's mountain, hills, and valleys, all kinds of shit. So it's never going to be flat. The fuck are you on?
Well, you know, they have a mean sea level, right? But that's because the sea level goes up and down. Like, is that what you're saying? To show you a deviation of the level going up
I
and
need
down?
a curvature rate because the curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared with the rate if the radius is fucking 4,000 miles, buddy. It's in the math. If you don't have that in reality, ain't no
Where's
fucking
your man?
ball. Thank
Your
you.
man measured the radius earlier.
Who measured it?
I don't know. Somebody earlier was validating a measured radius of a circle.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't me because there ain't no fucking radius.
No, you asked for it. I'm saying there was somebody here earlier.
The positive, the
that had
burden of proof
measured
again.
the,
Listen, see, you're trying to
radius.
reverse the burden of proof again. The burden of proof is on you, motherfuckers. Number one.
Why?
Because you're telling me it's a fucking ball with this radius.
I didn't tell you that.
Yeah, you are, because you're
Well,
a
that
glober.
guy
So
earlier
you
said he had
fall.
the
Hey,
measured
listen,
radius. That's what I said.
you fall in their fucking team. You're falling under their fucking team. You know that, right? You saying, "Oh,
False
it's not me
dichotomy.
saying
Yeah.
that." No, you fall under their team because you're the one that's fucking coming in here preaching about the globe. Nobody else. Well, I
False
mean, all the other
dichotomy.
globers, you're fucking with them, man. The fuck out of here. False dichotomy.
What's the third option then? What's the dichotomy and what's the third option?
If you can prove both false, right? It's not a true dichotomy, is it? That's the way to. There's some false dichotomy.
One is true or the other is true. So there's two positions that are juxtaposed to each other. So if there's a third position, lay out the two positions.
If it's a false dichotomy, then you can prove both of them false.
No.
Why are you interrupting my friend Hank?
That's not what false dichotomy means, bro. What's the two positions and the third?
Yeah. What you do is you set up this within logic and statements. You have a true or false statement, right? That's either true or false. Now that is a true dichotomy, either true or false.
Yeah. What's the two positions and the third position?
You don't need the third position. That's right. Some ways.
If it's not a true dichotomy, brother. If it's a dichotomy, there's only two positions.
Yeah, and if both of them can be proved
you're claiming,
false,
bro, that's irrelevant. If there's a third option, we just want to know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if you can prove both of these options false, that's how come you can say it's a false dichotomy. Because you can prove them both false. That means there is at least one other option.
What is it? What's the other option?
Not either of the false dichotomy. But it don't, most of these arguments are based around the false dichotomy, aren't they?
A slippery snake, you know that?
I only come with sort of proof of the straight line. That's all.
So you get a straight line. What the fuck does that prove?
You can start from a certain knowledge.
And what would that
you
be?
Actually know.
What would that be?
Well, you could base the rest of your understanding upon something that you actually know. I know, it sounds simple, doesn't it? It sounds too simple, really.
Quite simple, really.
Yeah, it's more foundational than anything, really.
So you're telling me you're lost in the sauce, okay?
He's telling you it's so simple, but he's not going to take you from A, B, C. It's just going to be coy, and I'm not going to get any new information. It's just going to be a bunch of dickheads swinging dicks at each other. Freaking boring.
Something you've got to get yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Or something you got to get yourself.
Yeah, the understanding of the straight line.
Whatever, dude. Why don't you enlighten us? Since these guys are clearly struggling and you've paved the way ahead of them, why don't you give them some information that's useful instead of just dicking back and forth?
What about how to measure mean sea level? Vertical datum?
Oh, dude, why don't you present to them an argument that lays out your premises and carries your conclusion of a necessity that's easy to follow? I mean, I don't know, do something.
Well, we've already done it. We've made the arguments already. I don't think anybody can rebut them. It's just that they trouble the false dichotomy. So,
all don't know, dude. You haven't really made an argument since I've been listening.
There you go.
Unless you mean you made it last week or something.
No, he didn't make
Made
shit.
it a fair while ago. Do you want me to give you an argument? Let me get it. I'll post
I like
it in
listening to people make their points. Like, these are my premises. These are what they mean. This is the conclusion. It carries necessarily. Therefore, this is that. That's the way I like it.
Okay. Well, I went into a study of the argument, and I think I can make this the most simple argument that can connect logic, mathematics, and reality together to let everybody see the simplicity of it all, right? And now it goes like this. Call it the argument. If P, then Q. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, antecedent, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other, Q. Modus ponens. Somebody. By affirming the antecedent modus ponens. Okay? By definition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. P is true. Modus ponens. Therefore, if P is true, then Q is true. All horizontals will be parallel to each other. Q is true. Corollary to that argument, the plane of the horizon will always be horizontal. The law of non-contradiction states that no statement can both be true and false concurrently. Therefore, a modus tollens for the argument will be impossible. The argument.
And that's why I don't click up.
I mean, that's a necessary property of horizontal. A horizontal can't exist in a globe paradigm. It's incoherent in their worldview.
Just an argument called the argument. You can argue against it. I say that the modus tollens is impossible, but anyone can offer one up.
Right, so if anything is laying on a horizontal plane that's parallel to all other horizontal planes because it's parallel to the horizon, then what orientation would it have in free space?
Horizontal. In reality, you can't get rid of horizontal.
Right, so what orientation is horizontal?
Horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Okay, and what's the horizon?
The plane of the horizon would be the totality of the plane of the what you call the horizon. That encompasses also the topographical horizon because you're rotating 360 degrees. That plane that the horizon is within is classed as a horizontal plane.
Fair, but a topographical horizon would have differential points on the plane, so you'd actually have multiple points that are different in the y-axis relative to the initial plane. So it wouldn't actually be horizontal if you used topography. Like
Are you saying that the plane of the horizon isn't horizontal? Because I mean, it is.
Oh, I'm saying that is if you have
can be proven to be so.
Points, right? But if you say the horizon is topographical, now you have multiple points that aren't on the same plane.
That's why you use the plane of the horizon.
Right, but then you have an error because you're saying the topographical horizon. So then then the topographic horizon isn't a true horizon then.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon. So that's why we talk about the plane.
Yeah, but what's the horizon?
Horus sunrise.
The totality, the tal, of the horizon, horizontal. The horizon, as you turn around, the plane of it where it meets itself, called horizontal. All
Yeah, but if
horizontals
you're
will be
standing,
parallel to that plane of that
right,
horizon, no
right,
matter
but if
where
you're
you are.
standing in a valley, let's say you're standing in a valley, right, and you trace the quote unquote topographical horizon, you're going to have like an EKG meter, you know, up and down, up and down, up and down. So that isn't on the same plane. So to call it a topographical horizon would be incoherent.
The plane of the horizon. Do you hear?
Okay, but you
Horizontals
just
are
defined if you
parallel to
define a
the
topographical
plane
horizon.
of the horizon.
I know you could keep repeating that, but I'm parsing it out how it's not doesn't fit in this instance.
It doesn't fit in the argument that states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other, Q.
Okay, but then if you have a topographical horizon, then you're defeated.
What, the argument's defeated?
If such a thing as a topographical horizon exists, then yes. Because it has points that aren't parallel on a plane. Because it's not planar.
Points aren't parallel. Never are. Never have been. Unless you've got a definition of point parallel. I've heard it talked
Okay,
about
if
by
you have a topographical horizon, you have multiple points, right? That are on different levels. They're not on a plane with each other.
Yeah, differential leveling.
Correct. So you can't call a horizon a topographical horizon. That makes no sense. It's incoherent. It's incoherent and self-defeating.
It doesn't mention topographical horizon in the argument.
Okay, so then topographical horizons don't exist then. Good.
Not within the argument. The argument states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other.
Well, yes, but so the plane of the horizon, we know what a plane is. What's a horizon?
The horizon. You could Google it if you want.
Dude, I'm asking you. You're the one making this argument. You need to parse your terms.
Okay. The horizon is that which the plane of is always parallel to the horizontals.
That's a tautology. That's not a definition.
It's an argument.
No, it isn't, dude. It's a tautology.
Well, you seem to be trying to rebut it. You're attempting a moment.
No, I'm asking you what a horizon is, and you're offering me a tautology.
No, you offered. Like you said, have you got any arguments? And I showed you an argument, and now you're asking me.
I like it. Now I'm parsing it out, but I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time getting to what a horizon is. That's what's bothering me.
Well, your understanding of horizon is, I don't know.
No, I want you to parse it from your argument so that I can understand your argument better.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what a horizontal is?
Okay, I asked you what a horizon is.
Yeah, and I'm trying to relate
the question that's on the table.
Trying to relate it, make relatable to the argument.
Tautology.
This is really weird.
Yeah, I know it is, isn't it? What's a horizon, please?
To me, horizontal. The horizon is horizontal. Yeah. How about that?
Of course, that's a property that horizons have, but what's a horizon?
So you're saying that the topographical horizon has a property of horizontal?
No. Topographical horizons don't exist because they're not horizontal.
Okay, so are you saying that the horizon has to be horizontal?
The horizon has to be horizontal. Let me tell you why. It's very simple. Because the term horizontal is derived from the term horizon. The term horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So you need to know what a horizon is in the first instance. That's the thing that hasn't been parsed yet, which is the foundational point of this whole argument.
Okay, well, like, in order to speak of it as its whole, would you not need the entire plane? Wouldn't you need to be talking about the plane of it rather than just a part of it? You want the whole of the horizon, so therefore you have to encompass the plane. You can't speak about a part.
Okay, so you're changing the definition of horizontal from an optical phenomenon to the nature of the Earth, right?
Horizontal isn't a optical thing, is it? Although I suppose you could see water, and that be your best relation to horizontal. But
well, what's the horizon? What's the horizon in the first instance from where we derived the term horizontal in the first place?
I don't know. I've got a clue. I don't know.
Really? That's your answer?
Well, I know what the plane of the horizon is because I obviously understand it. I've made an argument about it.
Yes, but if you have the word "of," right, and you don't know what the horizon is in the first place, then you don't have a definition of one of your terms in your argument, so your argument's pointless.
Okay, so you're going with the semantic approach.
Dude, if you're making this argument, you should know what the words in it mean, don't you think? Whether you go with a convention or whether you make up the definition yourself, that word should have a meaning. Otherwise, I could just put whatever I want in there. If you're going to leave one of your terms undefined and open, then I could just put whatever I want in there.
Okay, so do you think the plane of the horizon is an undefined term?
No, in your argument, horizon is an undefined term.
Wow. Why?
Because you haven't defined it. I've been asking you for like 3 minutes now.
Right, does that...
Okay, you can sit there. Look, you could sit there and keep playing coy, dude. But it's obvious to anyone listening that's able to follow the train of thought here that you haven't defined what horizon is. So by all means,
the argument doesn't need to define the horizon, does it?
Yes, it does, dude. That's your problem here. You think it doesn't, but it does.
In this, the horizon is defined as being horizontal through a reasoning process. That if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other. Now, that's not just a statement that we're saying. There is a geometric backing that goes with that, right? So we just change the words of a geometric proof to this, to make it relate to reality. This is why I said I call this the argument, because I think this is... I challenge anyone to make a simpler modus ponens to link reality, geometry, and logic together.
You haven't defined horizontal yet it's a term in your argument.
By definition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, perfect.
It's true that you can look that up yourself.
What's a horizon?
Ask AI bot or something like that, ChatGPT. Are all horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Dude, I understand
validation of the statement.
Listen to me. Pay attention in your argument. I understand what a plane is. I understand what parallel is. What's a horizon? You haven't defined that in your argument, okay? Please define it.
It's defined as being that which all horizontals are parallel to within this argument.
That's a tautology. Insufficient.
Can you falsify it?
How can you falsify a tautology?
Sometimes tautologies are really good things, right? That's why I said there will never be a modus tollens for this.
Oh my goodness, dude. What's
This
a horizon?
is called the argument.
What's a horizon, Bev? What's a horizon, please?
You
You have an undefined parameter in your argument. What's a horizon, please?
Address the argument.
I can't. There's undefined terms. What's a horizon?
What do you imagine
Okay,
the
I already
horizon to
conceded
be?
to you that parallel planes.
Do you
will
imagine
indeed
the
be parallel
horizon to be
each other.
something other than parallel to horizontal?
What is it?
The plane of the horizon. Parallel.
Okay, so the horizon. You're telling me that the horizon is the plane of the horizon. That's your final answer?
We said we're talking about the plane of the horizon.
Okay, excellent. So the plane of the horizon of the requires that the thing needs something of parameter defined before it could be of anything.
Yeah,
so of the what?
Okay.
Of the chocolate cake?
Right.
Of the Easter bunny?
We've said it's a plane, right? It's a plane is a geometric term. People understand what that is, don't they?
Okay, so then your claim is the horizon is a plane. That's your claim.
The plane of the only thing that you can say about the plane of the horizon, or other than, oh look over there's the horizon with point with finger, right? The only other thing you can say is that the plane of it is horizontal. You can say that for sure. Certainty.
Okay, so you just screwed yourself because now you have two things. You said over there is the horizon, and then you could say something about it, which is the plane of the horizon. Those are two things. So you've now destroyed your tautology, and now you still have an undefined parameter. So what is a horizon, please? For goodness sakes, how hard is this?
Wow. Go round and round and round.
Yeah, you go around and round because your argument is malformed because you have an undefined parameter, dude.
Okay,
the very
so
foundation of your parameter
your
is missing.
response is there's something wrong within the definitions that we should put before the argument.
You haven't defined the horizon yet in your argument.
It's defined as being horizontal within this argument. It's a
Okay,
corollary.
so what you're saying is the horizon is defined as horizontal. So basically, the word horizon and horizontal are the same term in your argument.
It's
correct?
the enthymeme of this argument that the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah. So then restate your claim, your argument without using the word horizon. Just use the word horizontal. Because if they mean the same thing, identical, then A equals A. You could just put A. All A's are parallel to A. Therefore, A is parallel to A. Well, duh.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect arguments become tautologies of their own. In the way that they cannot be proved false. Which is why I call it the argument.
Okay, now that's great. So now we have a bunch of planes that are parallel to each other. Great. Now what?
Now we can relate measurements to those. Call them elevation.
What orientation are the planes?
Horizontal.
What's horizontal?
Oh, God. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm more than okay.
Brilliant.
I mean, is horizontal an abstract entity that exists in free space with a reference frame dependent observation to understand its orientation, or is it linked to a substructure? I mean, what is it, dude? Like what?
It's a usable, practical thing that we can use in reality, isn't it?
Yeah, why?
Why?
Yeah, why? Why is it useful?
Because you can reference things to it.
Oh, that's actually a very good use. So what type of reference would I use it for?
You'd use a horizontal and vertical reference frames, wouldn't you? 3D reality.
Excellent.
Well done. Well done, that man.
So if all planes are horizontal, right, that are horizontal, and if you have a
All
horizontal plane,
planes are parallel.
right, they're parallel to each other, but they're all also horizontal necessarily, correct?
Dude, listen, all horizontal planes are parallel.
Correct.
Right, that makes all of them both horizontal and parallel to each other. It's quite an easy, simple statement. I don't know whether you're actually hearing the words that are coming out my mouth.
Oh, well, if you define horizontal planes as parallel, right, then of course they're parallel. That's their definition.
Yes, they are defined. It's not me. I'm not defining them. I'm saying horizontal planes are defined as being parallel
Okay, so
to the
why
plane of the
is it
horizon.
useful? Give me a practical example in reality I could use this for.
Have you ever heard of differential leveling?
Oh yeah, I do it.
Right, well, there you go. You're using parallel horizontal planes to measure the elevation change of the land, aren't you?
Absolutely. Now, if I level a piece of land, what orientation is it? I'm not being facetious. If I level a piece of land, what orientation is it?
Are you doing differential leveling? When you mean level it, do you mean just take the measurements of the elevation points, or do you mean like you get in a bulldozer? And
well, I want to understand what I've got.
Because I want to know whether you're a surveyor or a bulldozer driver.
Well, look, I want to build a building, right? And I want to make a level foundation, so I need a level piece of land. I want to level the land, right? So once I'm done leveling the land,
landowner.
Okay, once I'm done leveling the land.
Are you a surveyor, a landowner,
once I'm done leveling
builder,
the land,
an architect?
Once I'm done leveling the land, okay, we'll get there. Don't worry. Once I'm done leveling the land, what orientation is it? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller?
What are you asking? Once you level the land.
I'm done leveling the plot of land that I'm going to build on, what orientation is it?
Well, it's not vertical, is it?
Dude.
Levels horizontal, dude. Like,
there you go.
I thought you said you were a surveyor.
Perfect.
You were a surveyor, a builder.
Right, so I leveled a piece of land, I flattened it out, and it's horizontal, correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Did you roll it? Did you get a roller on it?
For the love of God, I leveled it and I flattened it out. What orientation is it?
And then afterwards, did you check to make sure you were precise enough to be able to call it level?
Okay, I just told you I leveled it and flattened it. What orientation is it?
Well, it would be horizontal if you'd done it correctly, but I mean, let's presuming because level is horizontal.
So now, look, you could fairly argue ad infinitum into precision. That's a fair argument. However, in the real world,
it's not an argument. No, that would just be me sort of being precise, right? Because you've got superiors that come and check that make sure that you're doing your work properly, right?
That's fine. That's fine. But the point is that there's tolerances, correct? In practicality, right?
I don't know. Is that what tolerances do your superiors stick to? You know more than me.
Dude, in everything you build, there's tolerances because you can't do anything perfect. So if you have a level, flat, horizontal piece of ground, right?
Peace.
And that's the way that Earth is oriented, and you have an equilibrium of forces that you can literally take your level, and it'll sit horizontal and show that it's level, right?
Yeah, do you think you could measure it flat?
Oh, yeah.
What would those measurements look like?
0.
So do you think measuring nothing is actually a measurement?
Yeah, you measure no variation in the vertical plane.
But I could measure nothing, like right here where I am right now, couldn't I?
Like, listen, if you have a level, flat, horizontal thing, and you measure it in the vertical plane, right? It's going to come up 0.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is a measurement of 0 a measurement?
Yeah, it's a measurement of no variation in the vertical.
It's like a measurement of no measurement is actually a measurement. It sounds like a brain twist sort of thing, doesn't it?
What are you talking about, dude?
Well, it sounds like a nonsense.
Yeah, your nonsense, bro. Anybody who builds understands this quite simply. It's not that complicated.
So you a builder then?
Okay, let's be clear. A plane has no value perpendicular to the plane.
That's why we talk about the plane of the horizon being horizontal.
Right.
Yeah. So any deviance from the plane would make it not a plane, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So in reality, when we do measure a change, then that would be measuring a deviance from the plane. But that horizontal would be established above the ground, wouldn't it?
Oh, you can establish it anywhere. Just because the ground's in your way doesn't stop you.
Well, no, I'm saying when we do our surveying, right, that horizontal that we're referencing the measurements to, that's above the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's the question. If you're above the ground, how do you get a horizontal to begin? Where does it come from? Anyone?
Good question.
Yeah, it's the only question.
Can you repeat it, please? I've just popped in.
So we're trying to establish a level, horizontal, flat plane, right? For a baseline of my building, right? And since the ground is an imperfect place to start, obviously, you need a reference, right? To get a level from which to level the ground. So where's that coming from? Because you're pulling it off the ground. That way there's no impedance of the ground. So where's the level coming from?
You establish it within the auto level or whatever, above the ground.
Yeah, but what is establishing it?
The tool.
Well, Bob?
Tool's called a level.
You could.
Yeah, we have tools called levels.
Yeah, you got levels, you got plumb bobs, but they all do a particular thing. What is it that they do?
Find the horizon.
What?
Serious. This is a schooling session.
No, hold
Plumb
on.
bob will establish a vertical and a level. A tool called a level will establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah,
now,
great.
Both of them is above the ground, unless you want to go under the ground through like mines and stuff like that.
How do they operate?
Usually they require an operator, somebody to measure either vertical or horizontal distances in practical reality.
No. How do they operate in themselves? In order for you to trust that a level's doing anything for you, or that a plumb bob's doing anything for you, you have to understand the principles on which they function. Otherwise, they're useless.
Oh, meta.
Yeah, what is it about a
You need
plumb
to
bob and a
understand the
level?
meta to a plumb bob.
Absolutely. What is it about a plumb bob and a level that makes them useful?
The reference frames, vertical and horizontal.
Yes, they orient themselves to the reference of the realm in which we live, which all things are referenced to.
You know, I said that, like I said it earlier, the horizontal distance will be the shortest distance between 2 points.
Huh?
You know, if you get 2 points in reality,
Oh yeah. If you
obviously,
yeah, I get
if
you.
not at an equal elevation on the horizontal, then there will be a longer line because that line will
Oh
be
yeah,
called the
yeah. Because if
hypotenuse.
you're looking at them at 3 stacks, they'd be going diagonal. If you put them
Can be
into
measured through rise over run, right? So therefore, horizontal is a necessary shortest distance between 2 points.
right. So how does
in reality?
Absolutely. So how does a level
That's
that
why
you
the
used to build with-
baseline that we started off at has to be on a horizontal and measured accurately.
Absolutely.
That distance.
So when you have a
straight line distance.
when you have a level, what are the parts of a level?
Point A and point B.
What?
Yeah.
The parts of a level are point A and point B? What the
Yeah,
heck?
equal elevation.
How do you know they're equal elevation?
Because they're level.
And how do you
what
know
level
that?
is. Wow. How do you know level?
Well, and look, in your hypothetical, you define them as such. So let's go to the real world where you actually have to tool these things and not just guess, right? So what tool are you going to use? We already established a level. That's what I'm talking about, a tool. How does that tool work? What are the parts
Use
and
my
what do they
favorite
do?
tool. Okay.
Yeah, what do
There's
they
a
do?
tube and some water, preferably distilled water.
What? You think they got water in there, bro?
For my
Oh,
favorite
wait a minute. Are you hold on? Are you talking about a water level or at like a builder's level?
No, a water level.
Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead then. My mistake.
Point A and point B. The points that you want to establish as being in equal elevation. You would use a water level. You would put one of the water levels at point A. One of the ends at the place that you want, and move another one to the other position that you want to establish an equal elevation.
Okay,
Pretty simple.
perfect. So
basic.
Is the water itself level?
Those 2 points would be like
Right.
water
So
would
just
be
the
the water.
surface points, just the surface that's at the tip of the tip
Well,
top
not
of the
just
tube
the
or whatever.
surface, but all of the points are an equal
No,
horizontal.
the only part you
above
can
or below
use
would
as a
be at an
metric.
equal pressure state.
Yeah, fair. But the only point you can use as a metric is the surface of the water, right? Unless you create some other type of,
For the water level, all you
dye.
really need is those 2 points at the surface.
Well, those are the only points you can use, correct? Generally.
Well, I mean, you could use somewhere else, couldn't you? And tap in a pressure thing.
How?
By putting a diversion T-tap or whatever and establishing a pressure monitor or somewhere else along the line. I mean, you could do whatever you want. This is in reality, right? It's practical.
Okay, so at each level, that water has reached a different equilibrium. At the surface, it's obviously reached a horizontal plane of equilibrium, right?
Equal
and then each
elevation,
pressure
yeah.
state below the surface, right? Each pressure state below the surface, you could say, is on the same plane as well. That would be pretty fair to say, I think.
Yeah. Straight lines. That's
Right.
what it's all
So the
about.
builder's level,
2024.
the builder's level works the same way, right?
Yeah, the question is measuring that straight line measuring the Earth flat? And I'd say with a false dichotomy, yeah, you can make that measuring the Earth flat. You'd have to completely forget about the vertical. Or in fact, with Bob's, if you use it as a rebuttal to Bob's modus ponens, because Bob says any 2 points in any direction, you could say that vertically. You could literally measure a vertical straight line distance as a modus tollens to Bob's, the science guy's modus ponens.
I'm not familiar with what his is.
You're not. Bob, the science guy's done some brilliant. He had a video out called Flat Earth Logic.
Oh, no, you screwed up.
It down now.
Screwed up. You just said Bob the science guy done something brilliant. That's where you done screwed up.
But you not even want to see it. You've got to see the brilliance in this. I'll get it. I'll put it in the chat for you. Bob the science guy. We're trying to get him.
Yeah. So it's like this, bro. If you claim that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? And all those are parallel,
horizontals.
and then you create 2 points and call them horizontal, right? And you use the equilibrium of water as that claim, right? Then you basically have said that the entire surface of the Earth that's covered with water, right, is on a similar plane, right? So therefore,
all the horizontals, but the water goes up and down. It's measured on the vertical.
That doesn't matter, dude.
Isn't it? Have a look in the chat there, Bob.
Well, dude, if you're going to parse out the variations in the vertical, right?
Yeah, measured vertical change.
Oh, of course. Then you'd never be able to establish a horizontal.
You can establish a horizontal.
But how?
What? How do you establish a horizontal?
You gave me the water level. You gave me the water level, but we all know that the surface of water, has all kinds of undulations in it, right?
Yeah, water level is the tool that you use for establishing equal elevations, a horizontal plane. There's no slope to a horizontal. There's no slope to a water level.
Yeah, perfect. Is the two ends of the water level microscopically at the same elevation relative to each other on a plane reference?
Yeah.
You're certain
it's the most accurate. Yeah, it's the most accurate means of elevation check that we have.
Okay, so it's just the most reduced accuracy, correct? It's not perfect, correct?
I've heard that you can get a 50 millionth of an inch accuracy with little needle things.
Well, that's not an infinity accuracy, so it's wrong.
Okay. Seems to be. I don't know what's the argument again?
Well, the argument is precision, right? Precision. Perfection.
And you don't think a 50 millionth of an inch is
no, dude, a 50
precise
millionth
enough?
of an inch on one side and a minus 50 millionth of an inch on the other side makes that a diagonal, not a horizontal. Correct? Yes,
Well,
that would be correct.
That's just the measurement, right? Doesn't mean that the actual water level.
Right, so now that I've proven that you have no mechanism whatsoever to establish an ideal horizontal, your entire point is moot. Thank you for playing.
Can't have a horizontal, Biff.
Well, I have to point out, that doesn't mean that the surface of the water is perfectly horizontal. It just means we can't measure it, but we can measure it up to a 50 millionth of an inch. If they have better technology, they might be able to get closer.
Well, maybe, but then until then, it's an ideal. Okay, until then, it's an ideal concept.
The water is an actuality. that we can't get to measure. We can't get that
I mean,
accurate.
dude, that's your
We
claim so
can't
far.
get as
So far, your
accurate as
claim
the
relies
water, is
on
what
future
they're trying to
proof.
say.
So now in the future, when they have this magic technology, then we'll know for sure. But until then, we don't, right?
Well, no, I say I have proof, but it depends on what you
Dude, your
want to
proof
call that.
exists in an ideal conceptual state. You
Proof,
haven't
yeah.
validated intangible reality yet.
Proof.
All of you've proved to me is that within a certain variance, you can claim a general horizontal, not an exact horizontal. Because from what I gather, you have the probability of it being diagonals. So you can't actually tell me whether the
Diagonal
realm is
reference to
arranged
what?
horizontally or diagonally.
Diagonally reference to what?
Yeah, exactly. So thanks for playing.
Yeah, thanks for your rebuttal.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's what happens when you go down the pedantist precision little avenue. You find out that your idealistic claims aren't actually validated in tangible reality yet. Now, intuitively, I would agree with you, but precisely, I've done validated that you can't prove that it's not a diagonal. So go ahead and keep making your claim.
What about if somebody was going round confidently stating that the Earth was measured flat? Would you have a similar sort of rebuttal about, him measuring that, since he is measuring the straight line?
Oh, well, I would demand that they parse all their terms so I could understand what they mean by that. So I wouldn't make the jump to the gun assumption that they're saying the Earth is smooth. Right? Because some people will use the term flat to mean smooth, and some people will use the term flat to mean orientation. For example, laid out flat, which is parallel to horizon, which is essentially a synonym for horizontal. So if somebody told me the Earth was flat, I wouldn't be a pedantic asshole to them and say, well, no, it isn't because it's not perfectly smooth. I would dare not do something that dumb.
Right. So would you say, like, if he was measuring something to within a 50 millionth, would that be all right if he was measuring it flat to a 50 millionth of an inch?
Well, look, we all live in reality, right? And that's where we operate. We don't live in ideals.
Yeah.
So
because I mean,
intuitively,
could you call a vertical change an accurate? Would you call a vertical change like an accurate, like the most accurate? Like, would you reckon the most accurate? Do you reckon that would be a horizontal distance or a vertical distance?
Well, hold on, go again.
If you were measuring accuracy within reality, do you think you'd be able to measure the distance between 2 points more accurately, or the change in elevation between those 2 points more accurately?
I mean, if you just want to do a linear distance, I think the linear distance would be easier. Primarily because most linear distances on surfaces are connected to the surface, right? So you have
well, I mean, obviously, right? If you've got 2 points in reality, imagine in a scientific lab or mathematical lab, right? In school, just 2 points. You'd need to know 2 variables at least, wouldn't you? Now, the question is, which one of those 2 do you reckon you could measure the most accurately? Or would you just consider the distance between those 2? And how would you know that?
No, man.
The question. It's a mathematics
I mean, if
question.
you just want distance, if you purely want distance between 2 points, then whichever way they're oriented is the way they're oriented, and you just take the distance.
You just measure
But
straight out
if you're going to make it mean anything in relation to other objects in terms of orientation, you would have to put them into a matrix of horizontal and vertical. So you'd have to assume the existence of the horizontal in order to put them in any meaningful information state.
Yeah, and then the question comes, which one of those? Do you reckon that horizontal distance would be more accurate, or do you reckon the vertical distance would be more accurate?
Well, do you mean compressing all the y-axis first into like an assumed horizontal?
I don't know. You said earlier about like your standards of accuracy. So I'm saying, like, if in these measurements that we would be making, do you assume that the horizontal distance would be more accurate, or the vertical distance would be a more accurate measurement? Bear in mind, I have just given away the accuracies of a tool that measures elevation changes. How accurate do you reckon you could measure a horizontal distance?
Most horizontal measurements are longer than most vertical measurements that people take for all practical uses. So the smaller you get, the more variables you're going to have, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you measure the vertical distance over the same parameters? You'd need both, really, wouldn't you? Like I say, this is what I say. You'd need both the horizontal and the vertical to measure the most accurate total distance.
Yeah, you need, well, if you're going to measure, yeah, of course.
Right, so I'm just saying, which ones you reckon is more accurate whenever you imagine actually measuring these?
It depends on your tools.
And which do you reckon is the most accurate tool for measurement? That's what I was saying. That's basically where we're getting at.
The most accurate tool on a plane, right, that has physics would be the thing that let's see. Most accurate tool for measuring a horizontal base would be water.
Now the question is, how do you prove that water level is level, horizontal?
Well, this guy's being a pedantic asshole again, guys. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, well, that's literally the definition. Right? So you have to accept the base definition. So if you're a Glover, you have to accept that level in its ontological state on the Earth is curved. And transversely, otherwise, you just say it's not. So in order to validate it, you'd have to use something else, right? You'd have to use a second tool.
Now, do you imagine what you're thinking has never been done?
Oh, that a second tool has never been used to validate a water level?
Well, what's the point? What you're doing? You're trying to validate that the water is level. What you're trying to validate?
Well, I mean, it's level tautologically and axiomatically and definitionally. So that's a good point. Why would you bother validating it?
Mm-hmm. Because all horizontals are parallel because they're all parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like you can make that link. But the proof would be like obviously like a geometric proof, wouldn't it? Like there's got to be a way to link this thing with a mathematical geometric proof where you can go through this process where you're reasoning these things. But I mean, it all starts with
the mathematical.
straight line.
You already gave the mathematical proof.
Well, actually, you didn't see the mathematical proof, did you? It's like
No,
it's
the
one of those
mathematical
ones
proof
that
is already given.
statements. Yeah, but do you
Look,
know which one?
a parallel plane, right? You could give a formula, right? You could give some math that a parallel plane is parallel to itself, or sorry, a plane is what it is defined mathematically, and another parallel plane to it is going to be parallel. I mean, there it is. Unless you mean another tool, right, that you're going to use, and then use some math to show that it proves the other thing's level. But how would you orient that thing in free space? Think about it. You'd use the same tool, the water, to orient the thing that's going to gauge the water.
Yeah, mathematical proof about straight lines. Exactly. You'd link that to reality through the use of a tool that establishes a plane. You'd link the straight line to the plane geometrically. Or, well, at least I would. I did.
Oh, so you've done it, right?
Yeah, I called it realizing Euclid.
Oh, great. So when Homeboy asked you like an hour ago for that, why didn't you just give it to him?
It's more of a journey, isn't it? A straight line lies within a plane. How do you prove the straight line? Basically, what I was asking you to try and, spark interest.
I don't think they took it as interest being sparked.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe it's your dry tonalities that made them feel like you were just being pedantic and coy. See, not everybody wants to go on these little journeys, you see. Some people just want somebody else who's already done it to just wrap it up in a nutshell with a clear, concise presentation. And when they're asked, be like, hey, bro, I got this presentation. You can check it out over there. But since I'm here live, I'm going to do this with this conversational tactic. Okay, that would be way more productive.
Yeah, but that doesn't really involve everybody. I like try and get more people involved in it, but there always seems to be people like, wanting the presentations and stuff. But then, like when we actually did the presentations and stuff, nobody wanted that either. That's the strange thing about it.
That's why you got to do both, man.
Seems like nobody knows what they want.
Well, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
I blame the fact that I don't think people have proof anymore of their own, so they don't really know what it is that they require. Imagine that they can get it from some sort of presentation or something.
Well, why don't you put a presentation out about how they need a presentation to get their proof?
Well, I do one about how to measure the Earth flat. How about that?
There you go.
Call it Helping Nathan Oakley, because he needs a bit of help.
Well, you see, we got a lot of camps, right? And all of them think that their way of thinking and their way of presenting, and that the niche in which they're involved in is somehow superior and more advanced, right? Sometimes. And then some people come along and they're like, yo, I'd like to know what you know. Could you tell me, please? And then they got to go through this like trial by fire. And then they're like, whatever, I ain't got the time for that nonsense.
It's simple. It's about a straight line. We go advanced simplicity, right? I mean, most people already know it. Surely, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. It's just most people can't see the implications of it, where that leads.
Well, even the global nonsense rhetoric. You remember this. On a globe, the shortest isn't a straight line. But they're wrong, because when they say straight line, they mean curved line. They mean straight in one axis, but curved in another axis. So it's not a true straight line. A true straight line, which is not curved in any way, shape, or form, would pierce straight through the surface of the Earth to the other point if the Earth was a globe. So when they say the shortest distance isn't a straight line, they're actually being dumb. Or redefining what straight means.
I'm not redefining what straight is. That's what I opened with earlier today. The question is measuring that shortest distance between those 2 points as a straight line. Is that measuring the Earth flat?
Depends on where the points are.
Yeah. I think that's what you should be asking. Like, because with Bob's Modus Polens, which I did put in the chat, did you watch it? He even offers up a Modus Polens to it. Nathan Oakley didn't want to take it either, like you guys. I'm trying to sell it, really.
Do you think the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Doesn't matter.
A sphere is 3-dimensional.
It might help you to answer the question.
Here we go again.
Yeah, the sphere is 3-dimensional. Is the surface 2-dimensional
The shortest
or
distance
3-dimensional?
between any 2 points on a sphere will be a straight line. Shortest distance between any 2 points will always be a straight line.
Correct.
Yeah, but it won't be on the surface of a sphere.
Well,
the shortest distance.
That will be longer then, won't it? Right? And we can tell how much longer it is than the straight line, which would be the actual shortest distance between 2 points.
You said the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere. Oh, okay, so just the 2 points are on the sphere, not the distance.
Right.
Okay.
I guess I'll say the next thing I would say anyway. The surface of the sphere is 2-dimensional because only 2 coordinates are needed to specify any point on the surface.
Oh, that's false, bro.
Really?
You're going to say 2 coordinates, but the coordinates are angles, and the angles come from the center. So you're
it's simpler than that. Yeah. It's simpler than that. It's so much simpler than that. So, to take 27 spheres of different sizes, right? And you had to equal
27 of them.
Yeah. Just a whole bunch of them of different sizes, right? The primary difference is their radius, right? So in order to know where you are on if you had to pick each sphere, you'd need 3 points, right? So you have to pick your sphere first and then take the radius as a given. So technically, you need 3 points.
Right, so we're just not considering the radius. I say of a sphere. You don't need to know the radius. It's just any one sphere, not 27 spheres, just one. And you're just considering the surface of that one sphere.
That doesn't make it 2-dimensional, homie.
The sphere is a 3-dimensional object, but the point is, what information do you need to specify a point on the surface?
I'm guessing you'd need pi. Wouldn't you?
Right, like if you're on the surface of a plane, you might ask about the height of the plane.
Would you need
But if we say we
pi?
don't care about the height of the plane, you only need 2 coordinates to specify the location on the plane. Does that make sense?
Would you need pi?
No, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't need pi.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so your 2 points that you have, there is no radius and there is no relationship to pi. They're just 2 points.
None of that is needed to specify what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Wow. That's
Well,
that's
here's
some
the problem.
extra
Here's the
special
problem with
powers,
this.
that.
On a plane,
Yeah,
there
it's not a
is
problem.
no value whatsoever, right, of a differential of points in the vertical axes if you have a horizontal plane.
Well, where's the plane? Right? Where is the plane?
It doesn't
The
matter where
plane
it
is
is.
just a cross section of a cube in the same way that the
No,
shell
it
is
isn't.
just a cross
What are you
section
talking about?
of a sphere. I'm
Wrong.
talking about math. If this is going way over your head, then this is why you guys are flat earthers. This is basic geometry.
Do you know the
Yeah.
difference between the surface of a sphere and the surface of a cube?
Dude, wait a minute. Like,
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead,
not a flat earther, but if you think
point
this
is
has
that
got
both
something
surfaces are
related to flat
two-dimensional
Earth, or
objects.
what flat anybody's belief about any of that has got anything to do with this mathematical understanding of what a fucking point is and a plane, then you've got another thing coming. I'm not a flat
Yeah, I
earther,
mean-
but we're talking about points and planes
Yeah,
here.
and the dots would be connected eventually, but you guys are just tripping at the first few steps, so it's gonna be really hard to
Talking
get
about
to
a
the finish
straight
line.
line. And
Yeah,
you're
we're gonna
talking
get
about a
there
sphere
eventually.
that doesn't have a radius or any connection
Yep,
to pi.
that's right. That is what I'm talking about.
That's fantastical. It's unimaginable for most people what you're
He's
talking
just
of.
talking about a coordinate system is all he's talking about.
That's right.
A radial coordinate system.
Radial. Doesn't have that on the surface.
Radiusless coordinate system. No radius, no diameter, no circumference. No relationship to any of them. He's just imagining something, but he's relating it to 2 points.
Well, I was going to educate him, but then he went on his little, "Oh, I'm such a mathematician. You guys are flat earther retards," and so then I lost interest. It's not worth my time.
They literally go into fantasy land over a straight line. It's troubling.
Oh yeah, let me be pedantic to his ass real quick though. A sphere is the 2-dimensional surface of a ball in a coordinate system. The ball is the 3-dimensional entity. So eat my shorts.
Agree.
Well, I don't care. I'm just schooling him on his own pedantry.
Great. So that's a 2-dimensional object, right?
What?
The surface, what you just described, the surface of the ball.
No,
You opened it up for him. You gave him. Like, no, there's no such thing as a 2-dimensional object. 2 dimensions does not have an existence.
Is an area like not 2-dimensional? You know the difference between an area and a volume, right? Like an area is
Yeah.
2-dimensional, a volume is 3-dimensional, right? Is this a controversial thing around here?
Yeah, but an area of land is 3-dimensional. In reality, which is where we
The
are right
surface
now.
area. Is it measured in meters squared or meters cubed?
Look, a mathematical surface is an abstract entity, not a concrete entity. Okay? That means it's not an object. Capiche?
He doesn't understand his mathematical realm that he's in. We're talking about squares. And unfortunately, for the mathematician here. Squares have opposite sides parallel to each other, which obviously means
I guess my conclusion at this point
parallels
is that
must
AI is
exist
capable of
within the
following, but doesn't
mathematical
want to, and
framework.
Bev is not capable of following. So I guess I'm done.
Bye.
It is always just, this is the most shocking thing about this room, is how basic concepts that don't have anything to do with the Earth, like you said, those basic concepts end up being controversial. That is mind-blowing.
Weird, isn't it? Straight line. Who'd have thunk it? I think it's because Nathan Oakley said it's measured flat, isn't it? It's going to spark off a lot of
basic concepts. Basic concepts. So Bev knows the answer to this. The other guy might have an interesting answer. Okay. Can a horizontal plane exist on a globe? And by globe, I don't just mean an ideal. I mean on the Earth. Like with everything being what it is and what horizontal is what it is. Can that exist?
You waiting for an answer? Don't think anybody's going to answer you. I'll answer you. The real globe, that's where horizontals exist. It's just things that people think in their mind reality is. People are unaware, right? No, yeah, I know. Wait a minute. People are unaware of the dogmatic globe that says they can't exist. And believe me, I've talked to a lot of people about level and horizontal and straight lines and stuff, and it goes to weird places. People's minds are troubled by this understanding of a straight line. But really, it's the false dichotomy that puts it out there.
Okay, so here's
false
one
dichotomy that troubles people's minds.
All right, so let me get this out. So you take a level. The biggest level that I have is 8 feet long. It has bubbles on it. It has one in the center. So we're going to talk about the globe idea as if I was using this device on a globe. So what the globe tells me is that level is curved around the Earth. Okay. So if I take my level, which is a straight bar, right? Milled aluminum or whatever it's made of, right? Engineered to be perfectly straight. And I hold it level, then the center point is at a particular altitude. And as I go towards the extremities away from the center, the end of the level is at a different altitude than the center point. So that means that the altitude profile, according to the globe model, is that my level is actually a reciprocal slope. So the idea of a level horizontal plane existing on a globe is incoherent in itself. It literally makes no sense. Now, they then want to claim, well, level is reference to a point, right? So parallel to a plane above a given point. Now, the problem is that if you use that, in order to get that, you're going to use the quote-unquote alleged equilibrium of gravity that they claim, which is radial. And so then you'll very quickly see that those points are actually at higher altitudes. So they're not level. So the very definition of level and horizontal are incoherent on a globe. So if anything is horizontal, okay, then the Earth can't be a globe. It's that simple. Now, if you globers don't like that, I don't care. You need to make up new terms that mean something else, because those terms mean something that's incoherent and impossible on your globe. All right, they all gave up. We win.
There's no winning in this.
Yeah, an 8-foot wide level definitely proves the Earth can't be a globe. He did it.
What's that?
Yeah, you got. I think you'd be much better off disproving the modus ponens. It's set up by one of the globe Earth gods, giants, Bob the Science Guy.
Man, why don't you just read it out then?
Modus Toilets totally dunks on Modus Polens every day.
Modus Poland sounds like a chicken, a fancy chicken place for college grads.
It's one of the, I mean, like I've always said that they don't have arguments, right? There's no argument that they can present for the dogmatic globe. So when he did the video, Flat Earth Logic, I was well impressed. But I can't give it justice. I can't, look, it's in the chat there. If you find some way of playing it on the stream, just so people can hear it. Bob does it much better than anybody else could.
No, I don't have a bot in this channel. I don't have a way to play it through my end, so I can't do it. It's just a YouTube video or what?
It was a YouTube video, yeah. I think he's took it down. But this is just a clip from it. He talks about modus polens and modus tollens. Polens.
It's Polens.
No, it's Polens. It's Polens.
What?
No, this is modus.
Says?
Yeah, Polens. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We were in here the other day, and I think it was you, he said, that modus polens is a way to validate and affirming the consequent, which Bob does exquisitely within his modus polens.
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah. Thanks, Huey.
So the more conditions you add to an affirming the consequence,
That's not what a biconditional is.
the more valid it gets.
Basically, AI, I said that a biconditional doesn't follow the same rules of inference as a regular conditional. So an if and only if statement is different from an if only or only if statement.
Let me see. I've got it on video, so maybe I can play it. Him talking it through.
Were you trying to say that the more conditionals you have, the more likely it is to be true?
No.
Okay.
It was just trying to validate and affirming the consequent. That's what it is, really.
Well, an if and only if statement is equal on both sides, right? So if it doesn't matter which way you frame it. So when you say it's affirming the consequent, I don't really see that, right?
Here's my argument: if and only if.
Wait a minute. See if I can
that sounded good.
I can. Yeah, right.
You just need a little more volume.
This is on my phone, and I'm going to put it at the thing so everybody can see. I've put it in the text chat here, so you can get this for yourself. So it is in the Discord. But this is what it is. Here we go.
Let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus tollens argument. Now, the flat Earth could use a modus tollens argument to disprove this by demonstrating that the shortest distance between any 2 points on the surface of the Earth is a straight line. In other words, a non-great circle distance. So their work is cut out for them. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you again for stopping by my channel. I really appreciate your support.
Okay, no one ever said Bob the Science Guy was a great logician, right? But you could easily rework that into.
He's one of the globe Earth shadow giant greats, living.
You can
giant.
easily amend that whole argument. It's not too difficult.
No, he's put
claiming
flashing lights on his auto level in his
include
back
the
garden
words
as well. He's
across
done
the
loads.
surface. Like all you have to do is say across the surface, and that's it. Done.
No. He says that all you have to do is measure a straight line between any 2 points.
Yeah, but we talked about this yesterday, Bev. Steelman, think of the best possible way you could have interpreted that argument.
Well, we've been talking about it all morning. Measuring the straight line for the baseline. It's a necessity for establishing that baseline for any structure of measurement. They'll be related to that straight line.
Maybe we can start off like even simpler. Like, do you would agree that a line is a one-dimensional object, or is that controversial too?
It's not an object, is it? I mean, how can you objectify something one-dimensional?
What is it you think you're measuring?
It's a distance.
Yeah, and that distance is a distance of what?
A unit? A relationship to a unit? A straight line?
Yeah, a line. Which is one-dimensional.
Yeah, but not an object.
Okay, well, I'll leave off the word object. A line is one-dimensional. Is that controversial?
Genius. Length without breadth.
Right. And the units are always meters. It's never meters squared or meters cubed, or inches, not
Feet,
inches squared or
inches,
inches cubed. Yeah, the power is
kilometers,
always
miles.
It's not squared or cubed. Length is a one-dimensional measurement in contrast to area, which is two-dimensional, in contrast to volume, which is three-dimensional. I hope none of that's controversial. You following me so far, Bev?
Yes, the sphere is 3D, the square is 2D, and the distance is 1D. It increases by these straight lines.
Okay. Now, on the straight line, you only need one piece of information to tell you where you are on that straight line. That's what that's another.
You need a
equivalent.
start and an end point for the straight line, and if you want to say where you are, then you're going to need a relationship to either one of those points, aren't you? Preferably both.
Yes, so you can't do it with just one piece of information.
Like if you have a point on the real number line, you only need one number to tell you where you are. It doesn't matter where 0 is.
Oh, yeah, those points. Hold on. Those points are named.
The line's already been established.
Yeah, yep, exactly. So the points are named, and the origin is named. Right?
Is framework. We're talking about the framework, but you've already got it established. It's already there as a given. Maybe why we're talking at cross purposes here.
Yeah, no problem. Let's work it out so we can understand. Take a graph Standard graph with a zero origin and your positive numbers, your negative numbers on the X and Y axis. Now take all the numbers off. Now take all the grid lines off. And tell me where you are on that line with one piece of information. Good luck.
Yeah, take the piece of paper off too.
Yeah, just 2 points.
I mean, you're fair to have the black line,
So do you think anyone will be attempting to rebut Bob's argument, or are you all just happy with Bob didn't actually say the right argument? He actually meant to say something other than he did say. Because that's all I've ever heard, really.
I don't think it goes without saying that animal behaviors are essentially immoral, even if they...
Thanks for that non sequitur.
Animals are immoral. That's why I eat them as punishment. All right, moving on.
Yeah, I don't think there is any rebuttal to Bob's, I find it weird that because he offers the flat earthers a chance. Has anybody took it up?
A chance for what?
How would you, is that what I'm saying? Is that what Nathan Oakley's building up to? Because, like he says, the straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points would be the modus tollens to his argument. It would invalidate his statement that the Earth is a sphere. But he says you've got your work cut out for you. But Nathan Oakley's going ahead with the Earth is measured flat. So, I mean, that measurement would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
Yeah, flat would be straight.
Also in the vertical, like that straight line measurement distance. Any straight line measurement distance in any direction would invalidate Bob's modus ponens.
Oh yeah, but you also got to keep in mind not saying there's not other evidence presented as well, but he hasn't validated his conditionals anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting people in the same state of mind as Bob, really, do you? By inviting them in to this arena to imagine that, this argument from Bob is just about the only argument the Globe's ever made. And it's, as you can see, it's got... Well, he has took it down, but isn't it worth, rebutting? I know, why would he take it down? He did a whole video titled Flat Earth Logic, where he explains it, and this is one of his arguments that he's been using. Now, not only Bob, there's a lot of people that are using this argument, like they've developed it for themselves. And I think when I came into this arena and I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? The deep-rooted idea of this, that's what they were threatened by, the straight line. So they mistaked me as being a flat earther because I was talking about a straight line. It's been going on for years. No, I'm not a flat earther. I can measure the Earth not flat. But, I've been in an arena where there's a lot of flat earthers, so I sort of feel...
Yeah, perfect. So when people say they're a flat earther, do you think that they mean that the Earth is smooth?
No, I think what they mean is that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. They just mistakenly call themselves flat earthers because of that. I don't know. Robotham, I think, is the one to blame, really.
Right. So if you have a horizontally arranged Earth, right? Generally, with variations on the surface, which if you took the whole mean and took it as a general, and you said, "Oh, it's arranged horizontally or oriented horizontally,"
Mean
then you look in the dictionary, right? And then you look in the dictionary, and in common parlance, the term "flat" also means arranged horizontally or laying horizontal. Then to describe the Earth as flat, when you're not meaning smooth, is quite adequate.
Yeah, well, like, here's the thing, right, that I find a little bit strange. That both the sea level, the mean sea level, and the mean Earth flatness, both of those would be measured on the vertical. And most surveyors that I've talked to, they call it vertical because that's how they measure it. That's how they see it, on the vertical. And I would agree with them because that is what you see. You see the guy with the measuring rod. You measure this on the vertical. You take all of those measurements, and if you want to find a mean, you divide them by however many times you took the measurement, and there you go. Boom, mathematical mean. It's a point on a vertical datum.
Yeah, and what orientation is that datum reference to?
It's on the vertical. It's the vertical datum.
Dude, if you have nothing but a vertical, right, then you wouldn't have topography. You'd have incremental arrays.
It's literally called the vertical datum.
Okay,
NAVD is the North American vertical datum.
Each vertical ray to the point is based off of what?
Okay, very argumentative.
Well, look, if you have a bunch of vertical data, right, and you put that in a graph, it would be a straight line going straight up on the y-axis. What use would that be to anyone?
Well, if you've got an equal, I'd say that on the Z. You mean you have to have an equal XY position in order to have that?
Yes, each vertical is over a horizontal plot, right?
Yeah, each vertical is established independently at the position wherever you are. But you're talking about the points on the vertical datum or on the horizontal datum, like one or the other. Which one?
Dude, the verticals would be meaningless.
What vertical would be meaningless? No, the vertical would be the Z. The elevation change. It's not meaningless. Measured.
Okay, there you go. So elevation from what?
Well, you establish a mean, don't you? Like we say, the sea level at a point. Sea level goes up and down. You establish a mean on that vertical datum, right there where you establish the mean. You then transfer the data from that as the zero to another point.
Right, so the tool that they use measuring a point on a vertical line straight where they set up the tool, straight up into the sky. In other words, a point altitude over their position. Yes or no? The answer is no.
Okay, well done. Point altitude, you say?
So their stuff is meaningless without the horizontal base. It's absolutely meaningless.
Well, we use the horizontal the tool that establishes horizontals to transfer those points on the vertical datum from one point to another. Yes, we measure it so. Which is why I'm confused about Nathan Oakley when he's measuring the Earth flat, because I don't see how a measurement on the vertical can help measure the Earth flat. But I mean, that's not for you guys. He's going to come over here and, you know, tell you about his plan moving forward. Convincing yourself through belief. Just say it confidently. You'll be right. We can get through this.
His whole point is that a measurement on the vertical, if it's an altitude angle, necessarily has a contingent necessity of a horizontal plane in the first instance in order to get that. So if that's true, then he would be correct.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I'm giving one of you guys, because Bob offers it to flat earthers, right? So it's only right that a flat earther offers this to Nathan Oakley as measuring the Earth flat by measuring the shortest distance between 2 points as being a straight line. Like Bob says, the modus tollens to his modus polens. He could therefore set up a false dichotomy, already done, prove the Earth's not a sphere, say, hey, presto, the Earth is flat.
Bro, who cares? Nathan Oakley is not the pinnacle of the flat earth to which all things must be vetted and given to him in order to be promulgated.
Yeah, but that's his confidence going forward, right? He's going to be way more confident than you are. Do you not want to ride that train?
What?
Taking it places.
Not good. I'm not riding anybody's train. That sounds pretty gross.
Just trying to help out.
Guys, I work for NASA.
Actually, it sounds more like you're characterizing us in a very bad light, like our motivations, or the way we think, the way we, celebritize people, all these types of things. That's what it sounds like. Now, whether that's your intention or not, it's kind of off-putting.
You sound like a big voice.
It's kind of like when people come in here and they say, "Oh, you're a QE flat earther because you say things that QE says," or all that stuff. Like, oh, that's nonsense. Arguments stand or fall on the merits of the argument.
And the definitions of the words within the arguments, obviously.
Well, yeah, that's crucial. It's like one of the biggest ones that we suffered in the early days was I'm not saying we suffered it, but the Globers and the flat earthers, they were always using the term gravity. And then they never would parse out that when Glober says down, he doesn't mean down, he means inward, right? The Glober's entire way things move is inwards. And if you're a flat earther or a horizontal earther or a parallel earther, or whatever you want to call yourself, down is simply down. Down is truly down. But on a globe earth, what we experience as down is actually inwards. So it's the same word, down, both people use, but they mean two different things.
All right, guys. I work for NASA. Okay. With the wealth of data and observations we've gathered from our space missions, satellites, technological advancements, I can confirm with absolute certainty that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Okay.
Okay. What about the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line?
Buddy, I've seen it.
You say about
I've seen it with my own eyes, buddy.
So that is a straight line then?
No,
it's not a straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points. Is it a straight line or isn't it a straight line?
I'll take you on a mission with me, okay? And we can look at it together.
I'm trying to work out whether you're a higher ranking officer than Bob the science guy. Because Bob the science guy's made an argument that says if the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, then the Earth's not a sphere. Rather a weird argument, but yeah, he made it. So what does NASA think about that?
NASA thinks you should open a textbook and start reading.
Mm-hmm. Well,
is there a textbook that says the shortest distance between 2 points isn't a straight line?
The sacred text.
It has to be.
There will be in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's literally what we're doing here. The modern sophistry was wrote out. The very guy that they call the shortest distance about, you might have heard of him, Max Planck. Let's see, I've got a little saying that he said, but that's what we're doing here. Oh, my thing's gone. I posted it earlier. There we go. Post it again in the chat. The new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it.
Yeah.
Education. Shadow giants. That's what they're doing here. They're just projecting shadows for you to imagine. Straight lines. Can you imagine a straight line being something other than what you imagine a straight line to be?
No.
Can you imagine somebody else doesn't understand, have a similar understanding than you of a straight line?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've heard enough people talking to know that some people don't understand what a straight line is. Hey, you want to know a good one?
Do you imagine that they think differently about you, though, right? Because they have their understanding of a straight line. And you say that their understanding of a straight line is different, so therefore they have a different understanding, but their understanding of a straight line is the straight line. Gets your head wrapped up in weird places once you start to contemplate this, it's particularly if you're coming at it with an already preconceived model that you have to fit to this understanding of a straight line.
Well, I mean, that's why they call it a non-Euclidean geometry.
Because Euclidean geometry is the straight line that you understand of squares and triangles. Just not that, right? Not that straight line, something different, which these guys can have that concept of because they've been taught the ability to. Their minds can go to the place where it's sort of the same but different. Both. It's been taught since the 70s, diletheism.
Yeah. The parallel lines, right? So parallel lines are defined that they never meet, but in the other quote unquote geometry, they meet.
No, there are no parallel lines. Because the definition of parallel lines...
Hold on right there. So let's say, well, that is true in that, but let's say...
It's a definition of parallel lines. They're not getting rid of a definition.
Right, but we got to parse this out. In that system, are the proponents taught there's no parallel lines, or are they taught that parallel lines will meet?
In that axiomatic system, the definition comes before the axioms and postulates. So therefore, the definition is unchanged. A parallel line is two straight lines on the same plane, that, if extended, never meet. Right? That's the definition of parallel lines. You can't get rid of it. It's already there.
So then where did all those guys who come in here for the past years that say in non-Euclidean geometry parallel lines can meet, where'd they get that idea from?
Like the Flat Earth said it.
There's tons of
Said it
people
in a
that say
debate with me. I think it was over at 24/7. Like the Flat Earth exposed the entirety of the globe mind. If people didn't see it, then they didn't see it. But yeah. But Fight the Flat Earth gave them a chance to imagine that level being a straight line on a horizontal plane was somehow wrong and falsified by stating and shouting non-Euclidean geometry.
Well, I mean, I can just look up. I just looked it up, and like all these top search results mention within their blurbs, without actually going in, like the first blurb, straight lines that are parallel can meet at the poles.
That's not a straight line, then, is it?
Implicit in that is parallel lines meet.
Yeah, no, that's not within geometry.
Right. So let's change the word non-Euclidean to geometry to non-geometry. There you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, no, there's no straight line. It's not Euclidean. And Euclidean is everything that you use to understand everything around you. That you use that reasoning process, that logical framework of if this, then this. That structure. That's Euclidean. You define all of your terms beforehand, and then you go through the axioms and the postulates, and then you go to the propositions, the proofs, and you lay them one on top of the other, and then, and just keep going. That's geometry that we all use in reality. The straight line.
Hey, listen to this one. Do we live in non-Euclidean geometry? Indeed. Although our experiences seem to match Euclidean geometry, we cannot really be sure that our universe is Euclidean. In other words, we can't be sure that parallel lines are parallel.
Yeah, it's a bad state to put your mind. Because the opposite is, right, if you take this model to a full affliction state, they'll literally tell you have to axiomate there being no parallel lines. Which, I don't know what that does to a square. Unless, right, this, since the 70s, bringing this diletheism in, where you can have two truths. People stop having the ability to see the contradiction because they allow it. They've axiomated allowing a contradiction within their logical structure, and that breaks minds. Literally.
Okay, so a square, what kind of shape is a square?
It's a square.
No, it's under a subheading. Yes,
No,
but it's under a subheading.
like that
Yes,
thing
it
that
is.
you picture in your mind, right? It's a square.
Okay, but this isn't a trick question. I'll just give you the answer. A parallelogram.
Yes, it's opposite sides of parallel. That's why I'm saying it's. What do you do to a square if you axiomate there being no parallel lines? What happens? What does
let's
your
go to that.
mind do?
Well, what did that girl just say? Well, I don't know. I just imagined it was a girl that wrote this because that was the voice in my head when I was reading it. But they just said, we can't be sure we live in Euclidean reality. But a square is a parallelogram, so that means squares don't exist. If we're in a non-Euclidean reality, then squares wouldn't exist. Makes no sense.
That's logic.
Same with the horizontal, right? A horizontal line or a horizontal plane would be a reciprocal slope or a pyramid if the Earth was a globe. It's literally incoherent. Like, it's literally a paradox. Or maybe paradox is too weak of a term.
If in reality the shortest distance between 2 points was true, then triangles would have 180 degrees in reality, because the mathematical structure of our understanding of triangles and the likes of sine and cosine, pi and all of that, then that would be true in reality also. Can you imagine something different? Because that's where non-Euclidean geometry and this stuff exists. But Fight the Flat Earth's told him he can have it. Bob, the science guy, is so confident that the shortest distance between 2 points in any direction isn't a straight line. He's offered his model up, sacrificed to the false dichotomy. Confidently. He says it confidently. All you've got to do is say it confidently. And this could be a proof. But like we had in here the other day, they said, you know, you can't have the shortest distance between 2 points. This is modern science. I think that you were your speaking experts the other day telling us that.
Who was?
I don't know. It was some, you know, like you have the guys who do the speaking for the room. One of those. Might have been Peter.
Oh, okay. You see, the problem about these non-geometries is that you always have three-dimensional free space, right, to navigate. So you're not limited in your course, right?
But I don't know. I think the non-geometries are meaningless if you don't actually know the sort of meta behind the geometry that they're the none of.
Oh, sure.
Like, it's no good knowing the not that without actually knowing the that, right? In order for you to say not that, you must require a that. Like, saying not that to a nothing with no that is meaningless. So that's why I say you should really have your proof sorted, your base. You should have your foundation sorted, that you can have something there in that position as that's solid, that you can refer back to. That's like sort of the journey that we've been on here. And it's really weird because you go backwards all the time and people keep driving you backwards because they keep telling you don't understand it.
Hey, speaking of backwards, so really back early in the day, this has nothing to do with backwards argument, just something that happened in the past. There was this guy, he went by a YouTube handle, Curious Life of a Flat Earther, and he was talking a lot about the horizon. He started talking about the etymology of the word that's used for horizon in different languages. And he got to like some Arabic language, and he's like, one of the oldest languages, and the word for horizon roughly means man's mental leveling. Think about that. Like it's the horizon is your mental appraisal of level.
Antonio? Okay.
That's right. You're hot micing there, buddy. Unless you want to ask a question. Professor Bill. All right, time's up.
I'm in like row A6 or some shit. Yeah. I'm in A6, I think. Gotcha.
Oh, well, I just muted that guy. If you want to be unmuted, let us know when you have control of your mic. Oh man, I'm getting tired.
Sorry, I had to leave. Tend to the missus. I'm going to have to get off, guys. It's been interesting again this morning. Don't know what we established, but I'm pretty sure I learned a lot.
We established that it's okay for flat earthers to call themselves flat earthers. There we go.
Yeah, people can call themselves whatever they want. Like there's literally a way now to measure the earth flat. Dead easy. False dichotomy for the win. See you later, guys. Thanks a lot.
I've always wondered. For me, I'm not a flat earther. I would say, and I'm not a glober either. I'd say I would say I don't know. I'm not sure, but what I observe of airplanes when they fly above me or where I live, it always looks like they fly up, and when I see them on the horizon, they're coming up, just like straight up, and then they go straight down when they're on the other side. They always fly, they always come from the east, and they always go to the west. It looks like they always go up and down, but not in a straight line. Can someone explain that to me? Why that is? Or at least why I observe it that way?
I'm too tired.
I missed your question, mate. What is it?
So I was wondering, where I live, there are no airports close to me, and when I see airplanes come above me on the horizon, let's say they come from the east most of the time, and it looks like they're just going up, just straight up. And when they're above me, it just looks like they're going, just straight. And when they go far away to the west, it looks like they're going just dive down. But I know they're not doing that. But why is that I observe it that way?
It's just the way your eyes. I think it's the way your eyes work, mate.
Well, that could be. I could turn on the camera when the next airplane comes. A lot of United States airplanes.
Well, it's
Army airplanes.
It probably is at the same altitude from every step of the way you're viewing it. So you know by that it's not actually moving up and down. So it's got to be something else, like your eyes.
It could be because I know they're going straight.
It has to be.
It looks.
It has to be. Really.
It looks like they're going up and down.
Yes,
but
it's
they're
your
going.
eyes, mate.
But they're going straight.
Yeah, it's just the way your eyes are working, mate. End of. All right. I hope I answered that okay for you.
Huh?
Have a nice day. I hope I answered that okay for you. Have a nice day.
Sorry, one more time.
I'm saying it's your eyes that are doing it. It's not anything to do with the plane actually going up and down. It's just the way your eyes work. So that's the end of that. So
okay.
we can move on to something else now. Okay, thanks, mate.
Okay. Now I was just wondering if you know why that is. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the way your eyes work. Okay, mate.
Yeah, if the plane was actually going down, it would crash.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Like it's like it's rising from the mountain, and then it goes to the other side of the other mountain, like it's just going straight down. But I know it's not going straight down, but it looks that way. But well, at least from my point of view. Maybe if I catch an airplane soon enough, I can show you guys how it looks.
No, I know what you're talking about. It looks like it's going down, but it's not.
Yeah, but when I go to Middle Europe, I travel there sometimes to Spain, and then I see I just see them. They're just flying straight. But when I'm here where I live, they fly different. Well, it looks like they're flying different, but I assume they're flying the same way. Just lower altitude, I think.
It's going to go out into deep space, and you're not going to be able to measure. Around with it. You want to know that it's going to work in that environment. Certain type of person on the internet who likes to tell me that rocket engines can't work in a vacuum.